perspective shaped by their extensive experience in water management, sustainable development, and environmental innovation. Let me introduce our panelists. First off, Dr. Mary Matthews, lead on water at UNDP. Dr. Matthews is a social scientist with a strong background in ecology and over 25 years of experience in water management. She specializes in transboundary water management, water diplomacy, and stakeholder engagement. Her career includes work with UNDP, the World Bank, USAID, and several international organizations focusing on innovative and inclusive water management strategies. Next, let me introduce Ahmed Al-Soud, the Senior Management Mentor for Water and Oceans at UNDP. With over 35 years of experience in water and in environmental management, Engineer Al-Soud has led water resource initiatives at the Egyptian Ministry of Water Resources and UNDP. He oversees the UNDP Oceans and Innovation Challenge, supporting projects protecting marine ecosystems and advancing SDG 14. Next, I would like to introduce Luis Lambana, the CEO of Ficostera. Engineer Lambana, an engineer and entrepreneur, founded Ficostera, an agro-biotech company producing sustainable fertilizers that boost crop production while preserving the environment. With a career spanning engineering, financial modeling, and entrepreneurship, he brings valuable insights into scaling sustainable innovations. Next, I would like to introduce Simon Ailey, Director of Strategic Growth Partnerships at WRC Group. Engineer Ailey is a chemical engineer with nearly 3 decades of experience in utilities sector. He has led international strategies at WRC Group, fostering technical and commercial partnerships aligned with the UN SDGs. His expertise includes engineering design, project management, and cross-sectoral collaboration. And next, I would like to introduce Dr. Sarper Sarp, here on the end, senior expert at SWCC. Dr. Sarp is a leading expert in water quality and advanced water treatment systems. With over 20 years of experience and numerous publications, he has driven innovation in desal and water sustainability through advanced monitoring and treatment technologies. Next, I would like to introduce Nawaf Al-Jaroush, Director of Information Resources at the Saudi Fund for Development. Mr. Al-Jaroush has over 15 years of experience in international development cooperation, marketing, and communications. As a Director of Information Resources at SFD, he leads the knowledge management strategies, fostering collaborations and integrating digital solutions to enhance development's impact. Thank you to all the panelists for bringing us today, or for coming to speak with us today. Let's begin the presentations. I now invite Engineer Al-Soud to the podium to present on the Oceans Innovation Challenge and Aqua Innovation Challenge. Engineer Al-Soud, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can we have the presentation on? I don't know.
We've got it there, it's just not here.
There it is.
Yes, here it is. So yeah, thank you, Simon, for this opportunity to be presenting the Aqua Innovation Challenge, the UNDP initiative that we want to launch today about the innovations in the water management. And I don't want to inform you about water crisis because everybody knows, even specifically in this region, about the importance of water, and the water is a major challenge in an arid area like here in the Middle East, and the scarcity of water increasing because of the climate change, and by 2030 the demand for water will exceed the available resources by 40%, and we will fail on climate change if we will fail on water. This is because, and this is what I would like to mention, that 80% of the climate change impacts related to water, floods, droughts, mainly due to water problems. So the why Aqua Innovation Challenges, it's a natural build on the successful initiative that UNDP have done for the past 5 years for Ocean Innovation Challenge. And the Ocean Innovation Challenge was built to accelerate the SDG 14, life below water, but so we thought in UNDP to launch the Aqua Innovation Challenge to address SDG 6 and other water-related SDGs through global calls for proposals that focus on technical, policy, regulatory, and other innovations. The Aqua Innovation Challenge will be open for all sectors, private, public, NGOs, academia, governments, and more. Unlike the other innovation challenges, the UNDP model fosters both technical and policy-oriented innovations for maximum impacts. I will give you some hints about the Ocean Innovation Challenge. We started the Ocean Innovation Challenges after in 2020, where we were able to foster the first cohort of innovations on marine pollution. And we were seeking for innovative solutions for plastic pollution. And we succeeded to get 8 innovators, and one of them is with us today. And I'm proud to say that Mr. Luis Lombada from the Ficostera was one of our first 2 cohort innovators, and he will speak about his innovative solutions in marine pollution. As we said, the Ocean Innovation Challenge, the UNDP Ocean Innovation Challenge, was democratizing the development, because we open it for public, private entities, NGOs, CEOs, and academia, intergovernmental organization, United Nations entities. We have one of the projects with one of the country offices. But the only exceptions that we are not working with is the individuals. And this is because we provide a contract for up to 250,000, and we needed to have an entity that we can work with. Yeah, we also, in the Ocean Innovation Challenge, we have a criteria for selecting our innovations. The selection goes through a very rigorous process, and we developed a very strict criteria to select our innovators to be incorporated in our incubation. And this criteria has to be the transformational and innovative, technically feasible, poverty reduction and livelihood creation, gender mainstreaming, and replicable and scalable, because we want these innovations to grow after the OIC support, and to continue, so to be sustained in the future. And we have in our work plan with all our innovators, they have to develop a sustainability plan. And we insisted to have this sustainability plan because we want to make sure that these innovations will continue and expand and replicated in the future in other areas. We are not giving just grants for our Ocean Innovation Challenge innovators. It's a contract-based, deliverable-based contracts, where we have a certain deliverables for each segment of the project, and they have to deliver these deliverables in order to continue getting the support. We don't only have the financial support. We also provide them the incubation. The OIC incubators, has been created since we started the program. And we have technical mentoring through continuous meeting with our innovators, even prior to contracting. We help them in the finalizing their proposals to strengthen the proposal itself to make sure that this proposal will lead to a successful innovations. Also, after we contracted them, we continue having what we call monthly meetings with all our innovators, and also midpoint meetings and final meetings. We review and follow up with them on the deliverables in each quarter. We make sure that these deliverables are on the standards of UNDP, and we work with them as a team. And this is one of the key issue for successful of this OIC is the teamwork. When we started our innovation with all our project, we told them that we are a team, we are here to help you, and you can help us to come up with a successful project at the end. Also, we provided them with a communication support to let them promote their innovations and their outputs, and connecting them to capital and to venture capital and the other to financiers, so to help them continue post OIC. We don't them to just at the end of the OIC support, they stay without support. Even after OIC, we have alumni of OIC innovators who can meet periodically, and they led by Ficustera, by the way, and they go have this kind of meetings to exchange knowledge between themselves and exchange ideas how to keep running and grow. This is the map for our Ocean Innovation Challenges. We have 36 innovators projects in 29 beneficiary developing countries. And you can see the map of these innovations. So we want to build on this success of OIC to launch today the Aqua Innovation Challenge that will target innovations in freshwater management. And we are planning to have over the coming 5 years, the Aqua Innovation Challenge aims to select and incubate 50 innovations for improving water management. These innovations will be activated across UNDP's global policy network and contribute to the Water Solution Catalog that has been launched also during this CCD Cup. The goal is to enhance water resources management to meet the SDGs quickly and successfully. So we are encouraging and inviting partners to invest in this Aqua Innovation Challenge and to work hand in hand with UNDP to to help the global community achieve better water management and face the challenges that we are facing in water resources. Because in my point of view, working business as usual will not lead us to solve and face the increasing challenges in water, and we need to think to have innovative solutions to these water management issues, and the Water Innovation Challenge will help and lead in this area. So I invite all our partners and investors to help and to support this initiative. I will be happy to get any questions, and thank you, because before I can close, the only 3 points that benefit the Ocean Innovation Challenge or make this Aqua Innovation Challenge stronger, that we have de-risking the investment, because through this rigorous oversight of UNDP expertise and mitigate risks through project implementation. Also, the transparency and the compliance, that all deliverables are vetted to meet UNDP standards, as I mentioned on the Ocean Innovation Challenge, and the post-project growth that we are talking about, that even after the end of the support, we continue working with our innovators to let them grow and scale up in the future. I would like to thank you all, and sorry if I took more. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Al-Assoud. It was an insightful presentation. Next, I invite Engineer Lambana to the podium. He will share how his company's participation in the OIC has driven impactful advancements in sustainable agriculture and marine biotechnology. Engineer Lambana, the floor is yours.
Okay, well, thank you very much for the organizers. Thank you very much, UNDP team. It's really a pleasure coming here. And I have to say that I was very satisfied this morning when I sat there and I saw just in front of me the pavilion of the Ministry of Environment, Water, and Agriculture, because this is exactly our view. We understand that there's a perfect fit between the environment, the water, and agriculture. Agriculture is really a major activity which affects not only human being, but also the environment. It affects significantly the water pollution and the water scarcity. As Mr. Engineer Ahmed was just saying now, there's a tremendous crisis in water. We all know that, and I believe that there are a number of solutions that can alleviate this situation. From our side, we are going to be presenting some ideas, some solutions that are going to be joining exactly what we just see in front of us, the environment, the water, and the agriculture. In our case, our main idea is to take seaweed, marine seaweed, as a soil amendment, as a main source of biomass in order to alleviate the pressure of agriculture. Agriculture demands a lot of water, agriculture demands a lot of nutrients, and we believe that seaweed, marine seaweed, is really an extraordinary source, cheap, available in any marine coastal areas, and we really think that it's, and we have proved that it's really a very good source of benefit in the agriculture and the environment. So here we can see some of the challenges in agriculture, low productivity, droughts, heat waves, especially in arid areas, soil salinity, soil degradation, and overuse of chemical fertilizers. All of these factors are significantly affecting a negative development of the agriculture, are significantly affecting negatively the environment and the water quality, both in river basins and on marine basins. Well, we have proven that there are some solutions which can alleviate these challenges in the agriculture. And basically what we aim for is what we call a land degradation neutral world. We can take that out of seaweed, marine seaweed. Seaweed provide a water retention capacity in addition to organic matters for quick assimilation. So it's an excellent organic amendment. It's available in almost all coastal areas. It is true that not every seaweed is valid for everything, but definitely all of the seaweeds do have some benefit. And it's excellent raw material for the development of new technologies. Biotech is very much based on seaweed. New fertilizers, new biostimulants, everything you can get from marine seaweed. And it has definitely it's a sustainable source of biomass. It's a sustainable material and has proven excellent performance. In our case, in the Ocean Innovation Challenge, we did a trial in Morocco and Mexico, both arid areas, by the way, and we really proved that we can significantly reduce by almost 30% the fertilizers, plus 20% the amount of water, and still remain with the same yield. We understand that this is an extraordinary achievement, and while the fact that it was supported by UNDP really proved better about this performance. And finally, I would also like to address on the benefits of developing an economy based on marine seaweed. You can develop a new, clean, new biotech industry local-wise. Therefore, you can create high net worth employments. You get engineers, you get chemicals, you get biotech people. So it's really an excellent platform for developing new technologies. You reduce the risk of importing fertilizers from abroad. So from a strategic perspective of a country, that is very, very important. And finally, and this is the last word, it will really foster sustainable farming practices. So, well, this is in brief my presentation. Thank you very much for your attendance, and I'm really happy to take any questions on your behalf. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer Lambana, for your insightful presentation. Next, I invite Engineer Ailey to the podium. He will discuss how strategic partnerships and cross-sectoral collaboration can accelerate progress towards sustainable water management and goals within the IWRM framework. Thank you. The podium is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Austin. Good morning, everyone. Good to be here. So, a little bit about me first. You probably don't know the Water Research Centre either. Austin mentioned earlier that I'm a chemical engineer with almost 3 decades worth of experience. Thank you for that, reminding me. So at WRC, I lead international strategy and I work with regulators and the regulated in the world of water. So we are about 250 people. Originally, we were the home of water and wastewater research for the UK government, now a private company working predominantly in the UK, the Middle East, and the Caribbean. And I mentioned that our focus is the water sector. That's our pedigree, that's our heritage. We were founded in 1927, so we've been doing it a long time. And that means our focus, and my focus, is the water sector. That is very different to the world of water. So the water sector predominantly, when I say water sector, I mean taking water from a river, hopefully with reduced phosphates and nitrates runoff through to the work that Louis is doing, taking that water, treating it and delivering it to point of use and dealing with sanitation on the other side, so treating the effluent and perhaps looking at something like water reuse. What we don't look at, and this is very, very true of the water sector, is agriculture, is transport, is education, is health. But they all link together to form this world of water. So take, for example, in the water sector, RO developments, reverse osmosis treatment for water, desalination, cleanup of brackish water. You'll see a lot of effort going in at the moment to build those plants all around the world to provide clean, safe drinking water. That technology is very well established. It gets better and better every day through the work that companies like SWA are doing here in Saudi. International funders, donors, and banks are funding those investments, but then they get built and delivered into a drinking water network where 50% of the water leaks away. So you have to start to ask yourself, is that really a sustainable investment? I also started to form links with other sectors a couple of months ago when a product developer came to me and said, we've got this great new innovation product, highly innovative, that's going to transform the world of irrigation. So I'm thinking agriculture, linking water, that sounds good, it sounds topical, something that we should be doing. And they had a product which naturally self-regulates the volume of water needed for irrigation over big, big areas. So I thought, this is really, really good. So I said to them, well, how are you going to prove it? How are you going to prove that you've delivered this water reduction through this sustainable product? And they said, well, that the product only delivers a certain amount of water at a time. And I said, well, in our world, the water sector, we would put a water meter on that and we'd measure it. And they said, oh, right, do we need to do that? I said, well, yes, because you need to validate the success of your irrigation product. And what I'm trying to say here is when we start to branch out from our individual sectors, we can start to share knowledge really quickly and easily and start to deliver a more robust, innovative solution. So, when I look at the structure of the water sector, I know that intimately. I know we've got regulators all around the world and we've got water companies and wastewater municipalities that deliver those services. That's nice and easy. But come up a level beyond that and think of a government, think countrywide, put yourself as the head of a government, and you've got your silos that deliver your country. So you've got your water sector, you've got energy, transport, healthcare, defense, etc. typically they're not joined up when it comes to the world of water. What we see across those sectors is a common thread, normally linked to a Ministry of Finance, normally linked to Treasury, to commerce, that sort of threads its way through those individual silos. The world of water doesn't feature. The closest we get is agriculture, because depending on the country you're in, that could easily consume 50, 60, 70% of water. But we don't see that link between, in the UK, certainly 200,000 people working in the water sector and agriculture and transport and healthcare. So when we talk about integrated water resource management and the need to accelerate it, I think there's something around linking those silos together. But when each of us go away from here and we try and tackle that, it becomes a pretty hard thing to do because we work within our sectors. We're mandated to deliver within our sectors. I'm 100% certain we have the science, the engineering, and the research available to deliver the technical change that we need. And I know Saab will be talking later from Saudi Water Authority and the work they've put into the Rabigh Water Oasis, which will be the biggest single centre for water research in the world by a long way. And I've been there and I've seen it, and it will be up and running next year, which is really exciting. And there's a lot of talk there about cross-sector research, which is what we need to do this. But really, I also think we need to work with governments, with the regulators, to try and start breaking apart and then realigning those sectoral goals to include water, so that at the governmental level we understand that interconnected value, those complex interconnected plays around water and how it benefits each of those sectors, and also how those sectors cannot achieve sustainability goals without it. This, I think, will enable us to definitely spark education, greater collaboration, and try and make that step change that is absolutely necessary. How might we do that? So one of the projects I'm shaping at the moment is to build the model of that complex regulatory environment. So we're going to start with an offline model, taking a typical governmental structure, looking at all those different departments. We're going to come up with some fairly typical ways that those departments are regulated and funded, and the factors that influence the performance of those different departments, and then bring them together in what will be quite a complex matrix, and one might say systems thinking, where we can actually then run different scenarios for how water might impact those different sectors, those different silos, but also look at the benefits and the value that can be gained from those sectors. So by one sector doing one activity and changing a regulation or a governance or a KPI metric, what will happen to the other sectors across the government? So we're looking to pull that together to spark that innovation, to spark that collaboration, and start to make that step change. The other benefit to building that is, of course, for those financial institutions. And I mentioned investment early on, and that is really, really important. And we're starting to see discussions, and we're starting to see big entities like the World Bank talking at G2G level now about water. And that's what we need. It needs to be right up there. What we're looking at is are the tools needed to really demonstrate and scenario model the benefits of that. Thank you for listening to me. I'm here all day. Please do come and say hello. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Ailey, for your insightful remarks. Next, I invite Dr. Matthews to the podium. She will discuss the launch of the UNDP Water Solutions Catalog and the unique opportunities it presents for advancing IWRM globally. Dr. Matthews, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you so much. And I'm going to be a little bit more informal, as I typically am about this, because one of the things I'm hearing from Ahmed and from Simon and from Luis, and I'm sure from our other colleagues, is we've got to start innovating in ways that we didn't think we could before. Within UNDP, we've got this amazing global network of 170 country offices around the world, and all of them are working often to try to solve problems with governments. And governments more and more now are coming to our country offices and saying, we have a water issue. We might have flooding, we might have pollution, and very often we have water scarcity issues. How do we deal with that? And a lot of the times I'll get an email from a country office saying, we're having problems with water, help. Okay, so I need to know what kind of help. Now, realizing what we're facing and realizing going forward the challenges we have with water globally, I came to the realization that as the senior technical advisor on water for UNDP globally, I couldn't do it by myself. And I'm very fortunate to get to work with Engineer Ahmed on this, and he and I spend a lot of time trying to help the country offices. But we've realized I'm getting old. What I can hold in my brain seems much smaller than when I was younger. I think it's because I keep putting stuff in there or something. But what we needed to do is we needed to capture the lessons learned from across all of the UNDP global portfolio on water at the local level, the country level, the regional level, the global level, and pull those together to create a water solutions catalog so that when a country office writes to me and says, Mary, we're having problems with water, help, we'll say, okay, we've got this figured out. We can go through a decision tree with the government and the country office to basically identify the challenges they're facing, and then based on best practices from around all of UNDP, from our climate portfolio, our water and oceans portfolio, from our energy portfolio, our waste portfolio, our crisis bureau, our work on disaster risk reduction, flood mitigation, health, inclusive governance, gender, all of these things, we're able to pull from all of these huge number of projects. And we've got over 1,000 projects, and we pull the best practices and put together a set of solutions that then have to be tailored to the country where they're needed. Because we cannot take something that works beautifully in Costa Rica and expect it to work in Kyrgyzstan. The physical attributes are very different, the geography, the economics, this, oh my goodness, the political setting, everything is very different from Kyrgyzstan to Costa Rica. So we have to adapt what works well. But things that work well can be adapted, and where they can't be adapted, we also have to go, that might not work. Let's try to find something else. Now, one of the reasons we came up with this catalog, and this actually, as Engineer Ahmed mentioned, this links perfectly with the Aqua Innovation Challenge. Because what we can do is when we find something that works and works well, we can add that into this Water Solutions Catalog. The Water Solutions Catalog is very closely vetted. By the time a best practice comes out, we've got at least 5 layers of experts reviewing it and making sure it will work, and it is. It meets these same criteria of being transformative, replicable, scalable, livelihood creating, gender mainstreaming, and poverty reducing. We've got to make sure it hits all of those. It hits across our solutions work across governance and institutions and capacity development, because even if you've got the governance institutions, if you don't have the capacity, it's not going to be a sustainable solution. So we have the capacity. We have the data and information management. We do a lot of work in data and information management, but again, you have to have the capacity in institutions. We then also have the water resource economics, based largely on looking at how do we think about water across multiple sectors, because that's a huge challenge, as Simon was pointing out, and as we know, if you don't get the sectors talking to, as Luis was pointing out, if you don't get the sectors talking to each other, you're in silos and you're not making it work. So we've got the water economics. The finance is a huge question. Who pays for it? How do we get it done? What's the benefit of investing this much money now in terms of what the benefits will be in the longer term? So we look at that. And of course, we look at innovative solutions and nature-based solutions, which often go hand in hand. So we've got this really neat set of solutions right now that we're working on developing and rolling out. And one of the exciting things for me is the linkages between the public sector, the private sector, the donor sector, the development sector overall, but also very much looking at the Water Solutions Catalog and the Aqua Innovation Challenge as being complementary. And we really are excited to find partners who want to work with us on this as we roll it out and continue. We're looking forward to doing that moving ahead. We're happy to answer questions, any questions you may have, and I know there may be a lot, and we look forward to that. As we're doing this, I don't want to take the time of my esteemed panelists, so I want to let you guys, I want to hand over to you before, and our youth over there are reminding us why we're doing all of this, because we cannot leave behind a world for them that has greater challenges if we don't address them now. So we're lucky to have that reminder always in the background. Back to you all. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Dr. Matthews, and for highlighting the opportunities created by the UNDP Water Solutions Catalog. We will now move into the next segment of our event, a panelist-specific Q&A. In this phase, we will engage with individual panelists on key topics related to their area of expertise. To begin, I would like to invite Mr. Al-Jarouche. Mr. Al-Jarouche, how can knowledge management and information resources accelerate progress and enhance the effectiveness of IWRM globally? Additionally, how can best practices in these areas be applied to scale and accelerate the innovations shared today?
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. I would like to express my thanks to UNDP team to make this event, side event, happen. It's a truly honor to be here among such distinguished panelists and participants discussing solution to one of the most pressing challenges of our time. But if you allow me, before diving into the question, I would like to first talk about the Saudi Fund for Development and its establishment. This year, we are proudly celebrated our 50th year anniversary with 5 decades of contribution to the development sectors. SFD has supported more than 100 countries around the world with a total portfolio of more than 20 billion US dollars. Over these, in the water sectors alone, SFD has financed 170 projects with a total amount exceeding 5.2 billion US dollars. And these projects, some of them are targeting the water sector, some of them targeting the agriculture sectors, and the others with any water project related. In addition to that, on behalf of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, SFD has managed over 1 billion US dollars and implementing 62 projects in water sectors in Asia and Africa. So our work includes impactful projects like the Metalong Dam in the Kingdom of Lesotho, which supplies clean water to over 500,000 people for domestic and industrial use. Another example is which the one we are, all the Saudis employees are proud of this program. It's the Saudi program for digging and wells and rural development in Africa, which has been started in 1981. And since then, we have implemented more than 10,000 water facilities in almost 19 countries. And now we are expanding to reach 21 countries by the next year. So, addressing the question that Mr. Hamilton asked me, knowledge management, to be honest, as a knowledge management, it has to be critically decided and strategic in level. Now we have heard a lot of ideas, a lot of innovations from doctors and from the UNDP. These initiatives, these supports, best practice, a lesson learned, that we need to have a place, a platform where all those who are in need to implement water project, a copy-paste of an example that has been implemented, a project that has been implemented in a different countries. Why not we don't copy it to another countries that are suitable to implement these projects? So through my research, through my studies, through my experience in knowledge management, I found out that a lot of experience, a lot of lesson learned are not really copied and are not really accessible, are not really available to others to use and to benefit from the lesson learned in other countries. So we have heard now that UNDP have water catalogs, right? This is one platform that is really useful for those who are in need to learn more about specific project, specific technique, specific practice of implementing water projects, etc. Also, another project that I have been addressing with other colleagues and UN agencies, the one that has initiated by the South-South Triangle Cooperation, which is the Galaxy, they call it a solution lab. A solution lab basically gather all the information that you need to implement development projects in the water sectors and other sectors as well. So, to address this, the key lies in this area for knowledge management. I would have three key elements for implementing this. The first one, accessibilities. As we mentioned, if we have an accessible channels or platform to reach these ideas, lesson learned, will make things a lot easier for others to copy the best practice. And collaboration, there has to be, Dr. Matthew mentioned that the collaboration between agencies, governments, etc. We need to have a collaboration to implement the best project that fit continents that are in need to have clean water, areas that where needs a best solution, innovation to be implemented in certain area in the world. And the third one, I would say is scalabilities. Best practice must be scalable to create meaningful impacts. Take the Metalong Dam that I just mentioned. One of the SFT finance contributed to finance the Metalong Dam. This dam is not only generating energy, but also let's go back before building the Metalong Dam. There was a study by the World Bank. This water facilities had to be facilitated as soon as possible. In 1990, after the study and the feasibility study has been done, a lot of areas in the region in the Kingdom of Lesotho, they have scarcities of receiving the waters. A lot of rural area, a lot of cities around north of Lesotho, they have scarcities of watering. So that's when the idea of building the dam to implementing in the north, and also not only to generate electricity. A lot of farmers have benefited from the dam. A lot of businesses are built after the dam has been inaugurated. In addition to that, a lot of innovation starting to reach transmitting the water from the dam to other farmers, agricultures, to the houses, to the buildings, transforming the waters from channel to others. This is a solution that we can have a scalable for that. So, in conclusion, I hope my response has been clear and addressing the Mr. Hamilton questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Al-Jaroush. And we applaud SFD's past 50 years of impact. Thank you. Next, I invite Dr. Sarp. Dr. Sarp, your work has evolved from desalination innovation to a broader focus on water sustainability. What drove this shift? And based on your extensive experience of IWRM innovation, how can we pilot and scale these innovations to create globally transformative solutions?
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. So before I start, like why we convert from desalination to overall, water sector, we need to understand the water sector, water ecosystem in Saudi Arabia. When you have time, if you go on the right-hand side, our right-hand side, your left-hand side, the entire area is actually the water ecosystem and, the components of the water ecosystem. We have now Saudi Water Authority, we have Saline Water Conversion Company, we have Saudi Irrigation Organization, Saudi Water Partnership Company, and more partners there. So we have a big ecosystem, and this ecosystem needs to be binded together to work together. So that's actually, when I first heard about this panel, it's a perfect example of what we are trying to do with our transformation. We used to be just a saline water conversion company. So our job was to produce water, either from the seawater or groundwater, brackish water, mostly reverse osmosis, and then transfer this water from coastal areas or inland to the cities. And if you look at this Saudi Arabia, we are producing by far the highest amount of desalinated water from brackish or seawater, and we have the most complex and wide transmission lines. So we are talking about extensive transmission lines over like thousands of miles. So most of the water we use here in Riyadh actually coming from next to my office in Jubail or Ras Al Khair or Khobar. So if you look at these plants, these are massive plants. So when the water is transmitted here, and then we have a storage issue, and then you have to store it in a certain facilities for a longer time, so you have some sort of water security. It needs to be distributed. So storage and distribution is from the National Water Company. And the National Water Company also collects the wastewater and then treats the wastewater. And then we have Saudi Irrigation Organization receives some of this wastewater, treated wastewater, and uses for irrigation purposes. So when we look at this ecosystem, there are many players. And then because of we have this Saudi 2030 vision, which brings the country together for sustainable future, we also have with the MEWA, Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture, we have this Saudi Water Vision 2030. And a part of it was to bring everything together in an integrated water management system. That's why old SWCC became SWA, Saudi Water Authority. Now we are the binding force between the partners. So we are the regulators. We are the overseeing of the regulations quality, but we are also working on the innovation part. Again, we talk about innovation. When I first started here 8-9 months ago, our focus was desalination only. Now we are looking at how we can extend the lifetime of treated wastewater for irrigation. And Simon also already mentioned how we can reduce the leak problem, how we can reduce the non-revenue water issue, how we can extend the storage lifetime. And when we talk about storage, we are talking about around 25 million cubic meter per day storage capacity. And our transmission lines around 20 million cubic meter per day. So the scale we are working is very, very, extensive. And then because of this extensive scale, our vision is to integrate all of those. So we get the water from the source, we treat it, we bring it to the customers, to people. After they use, we collect the wastewater, treat it, and then reuse it. We are trying to bring our reuse capacity from 20% to 50%. This is part of our vision in 2030. And for this, we need a lot of innovation. And it comes to the question how we can innovate on a scalable base. If you have any chance, anyone from the audience or yourself, we have huge piloting facilities in Jubail. And part of these piloting facilities, our focus is we start from TRL 2.3, and we can bring it to TRL 9 and then convert it to a full-scale process. We have many examples. For example, we are proud of our brine mining, brine management technologies. We have a full-scale system in Hakel, in different areas of the kingdom, in Jubail. We can actually treat the brine and we can convert it to valuable materials. And we have a full-scale system. And because we have these ecosystem available to us, it's really important to be able to access these areas. So I can go and access the wastewater treatment I can access the wastewater treatment facility, take their treated water, and then before it goes to irrigation area, I can do something piloting. And then I can give it to, yes, that's and we can transfer it to the Saudi Irrigation Organization, and then they can do a full scale. So we are the binding force. My section, we are the research arm. We take it from, relatively fundamental or early stage development to full piloting, and then we can transfer, and we can help the companies who are receiving this. It could be National Water Company, it could be Saudi Irrigation Authority. We can help them how to run this system. We don't only just say, this is a great system, go do it. We can also help them how to implement, how to increase the thing. And that's one of the things that we talked before this panel, that there are a lot of ideas how we can increase our food security, which is directly related to water security. Thank you.
Dr. Sark, and thanks for helping us understand the complex IWR system here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and sharing the impressive innovations happening here. Love that in the background. Wonderful. Just like Mary said, kind of brings a smile to everyone's face. Thank you to all the panelists for the insightful presentations and responses. We're now opening the floor to the audience for a Q&A and open discussion. Please feel free to share your questions and reflections or comments on today's presentation and key topics on IWRM. Kindly raise your hand and a microphone will be brought to you. Any questions? Apparently the panel was very thorough, answered all the questions. Okay.
It's very clear.
All right, thank you. I'd like to reflect on today's session.
Actually, wait.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh.
Because we got 31 minutes here. I'm
All
watching
right.
the clock and I want to talk to these guys.
Excellent. Go ahead, Mary.
Because we need to figure out how we, okay, one question I have. You're doing the pipes, right? You're doing the knowledge management. You're fostering the innovation here. You're fostering innovation globally.
Yes.
And you've got this great idea that actually, and I've seen this because I worked on the Ocean Innovation Challenge before jumping into all of the water world. So I want to know, you were saying you can treat the water and so forth. And I have to say, I've been learning more about the technical side of water management from the kingdom than I've learned anywhere else I've worked. So would it be possible if there was a product like Ficostera's wonderful product that I've seen really make a difference? Could we take that, can we put it in the water? I want to know, could that actually work?
Of course, we work with a lot of companies. You know, the Simon knows. We start working with WRC recently. We work. Part of our job is the technology transfer.
Right.
But when we transfer the technology, we have to adopt the technology and we have to optimize the technology. So part of our job is not only we have like an ingrown, like we have homemade innovation here, but we also bring technologies around the world. We test them. We identify their, advantages and disadvantages in this region application. We focus, we optimize, and then we apply. We work with many companies, many different products. We work, from China, Korea, US, UK. We have over 40 partners in the last 5-6 years. So definitely, that was one of the things that, I wanted to talk. We can be the bridge between, innovative ideas like yours and the Saudi Irrigation Organization, because now we are the binding force or glue of this ecosystem. So definitely, this is, maybe 50% of what we do at the moment.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Sorry, Mary. I really think that this is a very, very important point. So basically, technology transfer, which is what you just mentioned, I think these type of forums are very, very important because we get in touch with different technologies, we get in touch with different agencies, which are the habilitators. And the fact that, technology now can really fly from one country to another. And the fact that a solution is done in Spain, in my case, or in whatever, and can be brought elsewhere, I think this is very, very important because a solution or a problem such as the water scarcity cannot be solved by just one technology in one country. So we really need to spread out the technology. And for this, we need a combination of, OIC, the COP, the guys locally, and the technologies to make everything together happen, because that's the only way that technologies are going to be spread out internationally, and that's the only way that the problem going to be having a feasible solution. Otherwise, we are going to be speaking, and nothing is going to be done. So we really need to have this cooperation between different agencies and different organizations, and you really tackle a keyword, which is technology transfer. We really think that that's the way to move forward.
Yeah, actually, this is a very good opportunity, this panel, actually, because we have a group of very distinguished panelists who are talking about innovation. And in the meantime, we have a body that can take this innovation and expand them and scale them. And and my question is, can we go? Yes, I know that you're working to have innovative solutions for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but the Saudi Investment Bank Fund can help also replicate this outside to the other countries that are in need to these innovations. So I think we need to make this kind of cooperation and collaboration between the different parties here to also not only have this innovation available in the kingdom, but also to look outside for these countries in Africa that the Saudi Investment Fund is helping to implement and replicate these innovative solutions to help them have better management of water resources. Because as I mentioned in my presentation, if we will keep working business as usual in the water management, will not be. The problems are accelerating because of the climate change and the population increase. So you have to move faster and make leapfrogging to help achieve some development that can reduce the future impacts of these challenges?
I 100% agree, and I think that's part of our Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture's vision 2030 is to bring everything under one umbrella, and then we can expand. We are already working with a couple of other countries. For example, we just signed a new agreement with Bahraini
Very good.
company because they also have the same brine management problem.
Right.
So we are working with Morocco in one
Good.
big company who has a big issue with the brine management and mining. So again, we need to be global, and we can learn, and then we can teach as well. So that's definitely what we are.
And this is where, like UNDP, because we're already on the ground there. We've got the country offices,
Yeah.
and we know the challenges. I mean, our country offices work hand in hand with the governments, and they understand the challenges and the unique conditions of that the governments are facing. One of the things I think we want to be really careful about, I mean, Simon was talking about the challenge of regulations, and this is one of the things, I mean, I've honestly found, I love the innovation space. I absolutely adore it. We have a lot of technological innovations. We also need the regulatory innovations and the policy innovations. And one of the big issues is when it comes to getting investment, there is no return on investment for regulation innovations. I mean, in the longer term, absolutely, there's a huge return on investment. And a lot of times I'm seeing that the private sector is coming to UNDP and saying, we want to work with UNDP. And I'm like, okay, tell me why. And they say, well, we want to be able to access these countries, but we need to make sure that our investments are de-risked, that we're not going to go in and set up, whether it's a desal plant or an agriculture or pipe systems and all of this. We don't want to go in and set it all up and then have the regulations not be able to support the work we're doing. And there are times I look at them and I'm like, are you looking for us to help you kind of skirt the regulations? And because of the environmental and social governance of so many of the really big companies, they're no longer, they will not say that's what we want. They'll say what we want is we want the enabling environments to support our work there, to be able to upscale the work and replicate the work we're doing. Because honestly, I mean, guys, let's think about this. We've all got kids and grandchildren and nephews and nieces and school kids running around. Their world, the future of their world, and honestly, the peace and stability of their world depends on what we're able to figure out now and how we're able to replicate and scale all of that. So we've got to get the regulations, we've got to get the technology, we've got to pilot it, we've got to test it, we've got to expand it. The work that you were saying about the fund working in 40 different countries, that's amazing. Let's make it 170.
Right.
And the issue is, in some parts of the world, there's not necessarily the same sets of problems. If you look at, say, Indonesia, just because the World Water Forum was in Indonesia in April, May, recently this year, and we were talking with our country office there, and they were saying we don't really have an issue of water scarcity. We have an issue of water pollution and not being able to get the water to these very, very remote communities in a way that's safe and healthy. And so we've got to figure that out. So, but they need the pipes. Yep. They need the innovations. They need the support and the knowledge management and honestly, the financial support.
Right.
They need the solutions, and they need the technical guidance. So I've just taken over Austin, and they're flashing the lights at me. But honestly, I'm really excited. Guys, let's just go do this and take care of it and figure it out, because my granddaughter wants me to retire before she graduates from college, okay? And she's 9 months old.
We have time.
We have time. Okay, we've got it. Austin, back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Matthews. And thank you for everyone for the thoughtful discussion. I think Engineer Assoud's remarks framed IWRM's importance when he said, if we fail to manage water, we will fail on climate change. And I think this shows the kind of broad impact water has on our world and our society. And also, I just wanted to reflect on how we're talking a lot about interconnectedness and collaboration and partnership, and how we need to take local solutions and take them globally. And I loved how Dr. Sarp talked about how him and his colleagues are working with Bahrain and Morocco on brine management and mining, and that's just delightful to hear. So as we close, let us build on these discussions and sharing best practices and working together towards innovative, sustainable water management solutions. Thanks again for your engagement, and special thanks to our panelists and speakers for their valuable insights. Safe travels, and I hope you enjoy UNCCD COP16 in Riyadh. Thanks.
Thank you, Austin.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Good job.
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, the session has now finished. Please vacate the room to allow for preparation for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, the session has now finished. Please vacate the room to allow for preparation for the next session.
طيب السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. صبحكم الله بالخير. Good morning everybody. I can see some audience are non-Arabic speakers. Probably we do have translation devices. So if you want to use it, then they are available. But I guess we're gonna go ahead in Arabic language. والله يعطيكم العافية وصباح الخير جميعا. حياكم الله. أنا اسمي عامر عبد العزيز الرجيبة. أنا الرئيس التنفيذي للتخطيط في الشركة السعودية لشراكات المياه، والشركة السعودية للمياه جزء من قطاع المياه، ووظيفتها الرئيسية هي المشتري الرئيس، بمعنى أنها تطرح المشاريع بتمويل وتنفيذ من القطاع الخاص، ثم تشتري الإنتاج لصالح قطاع المياه وباتجاه المدن المستهدفة بهذا الإنتاج. وهذا ينطبق على محطات التحلية ومحطات المعالجة وبقية أجزاء سلسلة الإمداد مثل خطوط النقل والخزانات الاستراتيجية. وإحنا اليوم في جلسة اللي نأمل إن شاء الله أن تكون مفيدة للحضور. عنوان الجلسة هو تحسين استخدام مياه الصرف الصحي المعالجة لتحسين مرونة الأراضي في المناطق القاحلة. بمعنى أبسط هو تعظيم الاستفادة من المياه المعالجة والمتاحة على مستوى وطني في كل مناطق المملكة العربية السعودية. ويسعدني ويشرفني معي في هذه الجلسة من المشاركين أبدأ بالزميل علي المطلق. المهندس علي المطلق ماجستير في الهندسة المدنية، وله خبرة طويلة في قطاع المياه، وهو الآن مستشار مع برنامج UNDP في وزارة البيئة والمياه والزراعة. ومعي زميلي أيضا المهندس سفيان بودي، نائب الرئيس للعمليات في المؤسسة العامة للري، خبرة أيضا أكثر من 20 سنة في الغاز والبترول والاتصالات وقطاع المياه أيضا. معنا الزميل المهندس خالد الحيدان. خالد الحيدان يمثل حلقة مهمة وجديدة على القطاع في الفترة الأخيرة. المهندس خالد الحيدان مهندس كيميائي Chemical Engineering، وعنده ماجستير في إدارة الأعمال، له خبرة طويلة أكثر من 25 سنة في عدة قطاعات، وعمل في سابك ومعادن وعدد من الوظائف في القطاع الخاص. وهو الآن الرئيس التنفيذي لتعظيم الاستفادة من المياه المجددة على مستوى المملكة. زميلنا عواض العتيبي الرئيس التنفيذي لشركة مياهنا، وشركة مياهنا شركة من القطاع الخاص طبعا، وهي لاعب مهم في قطاع المياه على مستوى المملكة. هي شركة مدرجة في سوق الأسهم السعودية، أدرجت حديثا. المهندس عواض عنده أكثر من 20 سنة في الخبرة العملية، عنده ماجستير في الهندسة المدنية، وعمل في البتروكيميكال، وسبق له العمل في الصندوق السعودي للاستثمار، السعودي انفستمنت ديفلوبمنت فند، وكذلك في أكوا باور. وهو رئيس لمجلس إدارة وعضو في مجالس إدارة لعدد 7 شركات. زميلنا أيضا محمد حلواني الرئيس التنفيذي لشركة توزيع. شركة توزيع في الفترة الأخيرة من أكثر الشركات نشاطا على الأقل في العمل مع الشركة السعودية لشراكات المياه، وهي تعمل مع الشركة في عدة مشاريع في مختلف مناطق المملكة. زميل الأستاذ محمد حلواني عنده ماجستير في إدارة الأعمال، وله 20 سنة وأكثر في الخبرة العملية، وله خبرات طويلة في تطوير الأعمال والاستشارات. أخيرا وليس آخرا، الزميل محمد خوجة زميلي في الشركة السعودية لشراكات المياه، المهندس محمد عنده بكالوريوس في الهندسة الكيميائية، وله أكثر من 25 سنة خبرات عملية سبق له معظمها في التشغيل والصيانة والإنشاء وأيضا الشبكات، وبالذات في معالجة الصرف الصحي. هذا باختصار تعريف بسيط في الحضور، وسنبدأ الآن في محاور الجلسة. الجلسة فيها 4 محاور، استخلصنا منها عدد من الأسئلة نعرضها على الزملاء الكرام تباعا، ونبدأ على بركة الله. السؤال الأول أبدأ مع زميلي علي المطلق من برنامج UNDP في الوزارة، وهو مستشار له خبرة طويلة. والسؤال الأول هو: ما هو أثر المياه المجددة على العرض والطلب على مستوى المملكة؟ يعني لو بصيغ السؤال بصورة أبسط أقول: ماذا لو تمكنا من تجميع كل الصرف الصحي على مستوى المملكة وأصبح بالإمكان معالجته ثم إعادة استخدامه في المناطق المستهدفة؟ كيف سيكون هذا الأثر على العرض والطلب، خصوصا إذا عرفنا أنه القطاع الزراعي في المملكة العربية السعودية هو أكبر المستهلكين للمياه، وهو معظم الاستهلاك في هذا أكثر من 80% يأتي من المياه الجوفية الغير مجددة. فكيف سيكون الأثر والقيمة المضافة لإعادة استخدام المياه في المملكة إذا تمكنا من ذلك بحول الله وقوته؟ تفضل أخوي علي.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته، وأسعد الله صباحكم جميعا بالخيرات والبركات. من المعروف أن المملكة تعاني من شح في المياه المتجددة، ما عدا ربما المناطق الجنوبية الغربية، كما أن الفترة الماضية قد شهدت استنزافا كبيرا وحادا للمياه الأحفورية أو المياه الغير متجددة. حقيقة للتغلب على هذه المشكلة تم القيام بعدة جهود في هذا الصدد، منها العمل على إنشاء السدود لعمليات الحصاد المائي أو حصاد مياه الأمطار، وكذلك تم التوجه أيضا إلى إجراء الدراسات. أجريت عدد من الدراسات على عملية إعادة استخدام المياه المعالجة. كان الهدف من إعادة استخدام المياه المعالجة هو حقيقة مختلف الأغراض، وعلى رأسها القطاع الزراعي والقطاع الصناعي والبيئي والقطاع الحضري داخل المدن. من أحدث هذه الدراسات دراسة شاملة تم القيام بها في الوزارة لمقارنة أو لدراسة العرض والطلب على المياه المتجددة الناتج عن محطات الصرف الصحي. غطت هذه الدراسة الفترة من 2025 إلى 2075. تم في هذه الدراسة دراسة 126 موقع محطة، وتم من خلال هذه الدراسة مقارنة أو تجميع الطلبات الموجودة، عملية حصر للطلبات على المياه المجددة، وكذلك عملية حصر لمحطات المعالجة وطاقتها الاستيعابية الحالية والمستقبلية والتوسعات التي فيها. تم إعداد التصاميم الأولية لأنظمة النقل اللازمة لنقل المياه المعالجة على مدى العمر الزمني اللي هو 50 سنة للمشروع. تم الخروج بحوالي 194 نظام نقل متكامل، بما فيها محطات الضخ والخزانات اللازمة. كانت أطوال الخطوط الناقلة حوالي 10,700 كيلومتر. تم الخروج بالبديل الأمثل لكل نظام ناقل، وتم التوصل إلى 126 نظام ناقل بأطوال حوالي 6,700 كيلومتر. كانت الطلبات التي تم تجميعها حوالي أو أكثر من 577 ألف طلب لإعادة استخدام المياه المعالجة، وتم تخطيطها بالكامل لجميع مناطق المملكة من 2025 إلى 2075 بإذن الله تعالى. إن تحدثنا بلغة الأرقام فمن المعروف كما أشار المهندس عامر أن قطاع الزراعة حقيقة هو أكبر القطاعات المستهلكة للمياه، وقد تبلغ عملية الاستهلاك أو نصيبه من الاستهلاك أكثر من 80 إلى 85% من مصادر المياه المختلفة، وتكون النسبة الباقية لباقي الاستخدامات سواء صناعية أو بيئية أو حضرية أو غيرها. إذا رجعنا إلى الأرقام والمستهدفات في الاستراتيجية الوطنية للمياه، نجد أنه في 2023 كان المستهدف للاستهلاك الزراعي 9.38 بليون متر مكعب بالسنة، ولكن في حقيقة الأمر تم استهلاك 11.77 بليون كيوبيك متر. المستهدف في 2030 بإذن الله تعالى أن يتم النزول بهذا الرقم إلى 6.9 بليون متر مكعب في السنة. إذا رجعنا إلى مياه الصرف الصحي وما يتعلق بها، نسبة التغطية بشبكة الصرف الصحي في عام 2023 كانت تستهدف الوصول إلى 65.5%، وقد تم الوصول فعليا إلى 64.1%، وهذه نسبة مقاربة للمستهدف. الطموح بإذن الله تعالى أو مستهدف الاستراتيجية بإذن الله تعالى هو الوصول إلى 95% تغطية بشبكات الصرف الصحي في 2030. بالنسبة لإعادة الاستخدام، كان المستهدف في 2023 هو إعادة استخدام ما نسبته 23% من المياه المنتجة، وتم بحمد الله الوصول إلى أكبر من هذا الرقم قليلا، حيث وصلت نسبة إعادة الاستخدام إلى حوالي 25.75% من المياه المعالجة. والاستراتيجية الوطنية تستهدف الوصول إلى 70% بإذن الله تعالى في عام 2030 من استهلاك من المياه المعالجة، ونطمح إن شاء الله تعالى إلى أكبر من هذا الرقم. بالنسبة لكميات المياه المعالجة المنتجة، بلغت في 2023 بلغت 2.05 بليون متر مكعب باليوم، وتم إعادة استخدام أكثر من نصف بليون حوالي 0.53 بليون متر مكعب باليوم. في 2030 نستهدف الوصول إن شاء الله تعالى إلى استهلاك حوالي أو إلى إعادة استخدام حوالي 2.3 بليون متر مكعب باليوم. هذا الرقم أو هذا المستهدف أو هذا المتوقع بإذن الله تعالى في 2030 سيؤدي إلى تقليل الكمية المستهلكة لأغراض الزراعة من الهدف اللي كان 6.9 بليون متر مكعب بالسنة في 2030، سيؤدي بالنزول بهذا الرقم إلى حوالي 4.9 بليون متر مكعب بالسنة بليون متر مكعب بالسنة، وهذا سيؤدي إلى نقص بحوالي 28.5%. من المتوقع بإذن الله تعالى أنه في عام 2050 تصل كميات المياه المعالجة حوالي 4 بليون متر مكعب في اليوم، وفي 2075 كذلك من المتوقع أن نصل إلى 5 بليون متر مكعب في السنة. وأرجو إن شاء الله تعالى أن تتحقق هذه الطموحات وأن تؤدي إلى الحد من استنزاف المياه الجوفية أو حتى المياه السطحية واستخدامها للأغراض الأخرى مثل أغراض الشرب أو أغراض الحقن وغير ذلك. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا أخوي علي، المهندس علي، جزاك الله خير على التفصيل الجيد. ويعني تبعا لهذا كان في نكتة قديمة على قضية إعادة الاستخدام، وهي فيها نكتة يعني متعاكسة الحقيقة. يقول خلونا نستخدم المياه أكثر حتى نستطيع أن نعيد استخدام أكثر، فنسرف في المياه من جهة ونعيد الاستخدام من جهة أخرى. لكن دائما الاتزان هو المطلوب، لا شك في الاستهلاك أو في إعادة الاستخدام. شكرا للزميل علي المطلق، وأنتقل إلى زميلي سفيان، المهندس سفيان بدعي من المؤسسة العامة للري، نائب الرئيس للتشغيل. والسؤال اللي أطرحه على زملائنا في المؤسسة العامة للري، كونهم مسؤولين عن إعادة الاستخدام الآن بشكل كامل، وبالذات في النشاط الزراعي، من أكبر المشاكل اللي تواجه إعادة الاستخدام هو المشكلة الجغرافية، بحيث تتواجد محطات الصرف الصحي في مكان والمناطق الزراعية في مكان. والسبب في هذا أن المحطات تخضع لمعايير مختلفة عن المناطق الزراعية. المحطة يجب أن تكون خارج المدينة، يجب أن تكون باتجاه الجاذبية الأرضية لجريان المياه الصرف الصحي الخام، بينما المناطق الزراعية يجب أن تكون هي في أماكن خصبة، في أماكن ذات تربة فيها جودة عالية للزراعة، فالاثنين لا يلتقون في معظم الأحيان. فسؤالي للزملاء في المؤسسة العامة للري، كيف يمكن معالجة هذا التحدي، خصوصا في ظل استعداد المملكة العربية السعودية لتعظيم الاستفادة من هذه المياه ورفع خدمات الصرف الصحي إلى أعلى درجة ممكنة تصل لل 95% في عام 2030. تفضلوا مهندس سفيان.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. شكرا مهندس عامر، شكرا للسادة الحضور على حضوركم في ورشة العمل، ويشرفني اليوم استعرض معكم منجزات وأعمال المؤسسة العامة للري فيما يخص تعظيم الاستفادة من المياه المجددة. ببدأ قبل الإجابة على سؤالك مهندس عامر بالتطرق إلى مدى أهمية المياه المعالجة. إعادة استخدام المياه المعالجة هل هي رفاهية ولا هل هي حاجة؟ إذا نظرنا وين تقع إعادة استخدام المياه المعالجة في منظومة المياه، في سلسلة إمداد المياه، تأتي في آخر نشاط في سلسلة إمداد المياه. ما يعني أنها هي أقل أهمية من هالجزئية، لكن اللي تأكد عليها أنها هي جدا حيوية في تعظيم الاستفادة من الممكنات المتاحة والمكاسب من كل اللي يتوفر من سلسلة الإمداد، إما في تعظيم الاستفادة منها في إغلاق الفجوات أو في منع الأثر البيئي أو الأثر الاجتماعي أو الأثر المترتب على هالجزئية. لما نجي فيما يخص منظومة إعادة الاستخدام، لما نتصور ما هي منظومة إعادة الاستخدام، هي عبارة عن ننظر إلى المنظومة إعادة الاستخدام، هي عبارة عن إمداد يكون من محطات المعالجة اللي تنشأ أساساً بناء على طلبات خاصة بالاحتياج الحضري ونسبة تواجد الكثافة السكانية في المنطقة زي ما تفضلت مهندس عامر. وعندنا الطلب اللي هو موجود غالباً من القطاع الصناعي أو القطاع الزراعي، واللي يكون متواجد في منطقة بعيدة جغرافياً عن منطقة إنشاء المحطات، فبذلك يكون في حاجة لإنشاء بنية تحتية تربط بين المنظومتين هذه، لكي نتمكن من إنشاء البنية التحتية اللي تربط بين المنظومتين ونعظم الاستفادة من مصادر المياه المعالجة المتاحة. لما ناخذ هالافتراض هذا ونرجع ونشوف خريطة المملكة العربية السعودية، أكثر 2.25 كيلومتر مربع، عندنا أكثر من 125 محطة معالجة موزعة في النطاق الجغرافي في المملكة. إذا بنحقق مستهدفات الرؤية في هالجزئية، معناته أنه نحتاج نصل عام 2030 إلى 70% من إعادة الاستخدام. للوصول إلى هالمؤشر هذا في خلال 6 سنوات من الآن، معناها نحتاج إنشاء بنية تحتية مترامية الأطراف في المملكة بخلاف صعوباتها الجغرافية والميدانية. إضافة إلى ذلك تحتاج استثمارات رأسمالية بشكل كبير في هالناحية. طيب، عشان نوفر الاستثمارات الرأسمالية ونوفر البنية التحتية المرتبطة بهالجزئية، معناته أن قدامنا تحدي. هالتحدي كيف راح نتغلب عليه كمؤسسة عامة للري؟ هنا يجي بأربع محاور نعمل عليها. المحور الأول هو التخطيط المستمر لها الجزئية. التخطيط المستمر يمكن أول منجز فيه كان في التعاون بقيادة الزملاء في منظومة الوزارة في إعداد دراسة العرض والطلب. دراسة العرض والطلب عملت منجز كبير جدا ورئيسي في أنها حددت درست الطلب ودرست العرض المتاح إلى عام 2070. بناء عليها صارت عندك محددات ومرتكزات وفرضيات لكل محطة منها المحطات، مشاريع يمكن تنفيذها، محسوبة قيمة التكلفة التقديرية، محسوب المستفيد اللي منه، محسوب الشبكات المرتبطة فيها. طيب هل المؤسسة العامة للري تأخذ المشاريع هذا وتبدأ تنفيذها على طول؟ لا، نحتاج أن احنا نعمل لها على قولتهم فاين تونينج في هالناحية، اللي هو بما يترتب عليه أنه نتأكد أن المشاريع هذه تنفذ بناء على أولويات تحقق مستهدفات الاستراتيجية للمؤسسة العامة للري. عندنا مستهدف خاص بإعادة الاستخدام، ممتاز. عندنا مستهدف آخر متعلق بزيادة الرقعة والقطاع الزراعي في المملكة. عندنا مستهدف ثالث داخليا في المؤسسة يتعلق بالاستدامة المالية لتتمكن المؤسسة من تنفيذ المشاريع بصفة مستمرة. فهالثلاث مؤشرات تسقط فيها كل المشاريع وتطلع عندنا حزمة خاصة بالمشاريع ذات الأولوية للمؤسسة العامة للري. بناء عليها تنفذ هالمشاريع على خارطة الطريق وتوضع في المحفظة الخمسية والخطة الخمسية اللي تابعة للمؤسسة العامة للري. طيب سنصل في نقطة ما إلى نفاذ الميزانية المحددة للمؤسسة العامة للري. هل نتوقف في الجزئية؟ لا، لابد نفكر في أفكار خارج الصندوق. من هالجزئيات اللي نعمل عليها الثلاث محاور الأخرى اللي هي الشراكات. النقطة الأولى تحفيز الجهات الحكومية الهيئات الملكية والبلديات للمشاركة في إنشاء البنية التحتية، وهذا الحمد لله تمكنا فيه في المؤسسة العامة للري في تحقيق مستهدفات كثيرة وإنجاز بنية تحتية، سواء بالشراكة مع الزملاء في الرياض الخضراء عن طريق الشراكة في إنشاء بنية تحتية متكاملة في الرياض، بحيث أن شبكة المؤسسة العامة للري الحالية ترتبط مع شبكة الرياض الخضراء، ونعظم الاستفادة من حوالي أكثر من 2,400,000 متر مكعب فقط لمنطقة الرياض، بحيث برنامج الرياض الخضراء يركز على نطاق التشجير لمدينة الرياض، والمؤسسة العامة للري تركز على المشاريع الحيوية والميجا بروجكت مثل القدية، الدرعية، مشروع المربع، بالإضافة للمشاريع الصناعية اللي موجودة في الرياض سواء مشاريع الكهرباء أو مشاريع الطاقة. إضافة أخرى عندنا مشاريع عملنا فيها مبادرات مثلا مع أمانة المدينة المنورة في تعظيم الاستفادة من البنية التحتية. المؤسسة العامة للري بدل ما تدخل وتنشئ شبكة مرادفة لشبكة أمانة المدينة المنورة، فالمدينة تتولى إنشاء البنية التحتية للشبكة داخل المدينة، والمؤسسة العامة للري تركز على المستفيدين الزراعيين اللي في ضواحي المدينة. بكذا حققنا هدفين. الهدف الأول هو توفير المياه للقطاع الحضري. الهدف الثاني هو تنمية القطاع الزراعي في حاضرة المدينة. طيب النقطة الثالثة، طيب الآن أنجزنا المنجز كامل مع الجهات الحكومية. طيب القطاع الخاص وين من هالجزئية؟ عملنا ضمن الإجراءات المتاحة والتشريعات المتاحة في توقيع اتفاقيات مع المستفيدين الصناعيين اللي البزنس موديل عندهم، سواء شركات طاقة، سواء شركات تعدين أو شركات بترول، بحيث أن كل شركة هذه تدرس الخط المناسب له، إذا كان من ناحية جدوى مالية ممكن يوفر لهم التكاليف، والمؤسسة العامة للري توافق معهم وتمضي معهم في الإجراء، بحيث ينفذ الشبكة، ينفذ البنية التحتية، ينتقل للمؤسسة العامة للري ويبدأ يدفع فقط التكاليف المترتبة على الشبكات هذه. فيما يخص النقطة الرابعة اللي راح نجي فيها، أثناء تنفيذ المؤسسة العامة لمشاريعها نحرص في التنفيذ زي ما تفضلت سعادة المستشار، إنه المؤسسة العامة للري تختار أفضل الطرق اللي تناسبنا في إنشاء بنية تحتية تكون كوست افكتيف والافشنسي فيها عالي. من أي ناحية؟ من ناحية إنه تقليل اختيار أفضل خطوط الإمداد وأيسرها اللي تزود أكثر عدد من المستفيدين. الجزئية الثانية في حيث أن احنا نعمل على تقليل التكاليف التشغيلية الخاصة بالمنظومة من حيث إعداد فلسفة تشغيل مرنة، والإضافة إلى استخدام التكنولوجيا الحديثة في أنظمة المراقبة والتحكم في الناحية. الجزئية اللي نجد أنها لا زالت عندنا مجال للتحسين هي العمل على الشراكة مع القطاع الخاص بشكل كامل، بحيث أن تعهد جزء من المشاريع المحفظة، لأن ما راح نقدر نعظم أكثر الاستفادة من هالكميات بدون مشاركة القطاع الخاص. هالعمل هذا يتطلب برضو أن احنا نعمل على جزئيات، وهذا قاعدين نعمل فيما يخص تحديث التشريعات التنظيمية اللي تسمح للقطاع الخاص بالمرور، إما عن طريق الزملاء في الشراكات أو عن طريق استحداث أنظمة وتشريعات تدعم هالجزئية. في الختام في هالناحية، إذا ما أخذنا تجربة المؤسسة في هالجزئية وقارناها بنقطة مرجعية، خلينا نقول من 2018 كانت 650 ألف متر مكعب، الآن وصلنا 1,600,000 متر مكعب هالسنة، حوالي 3 أضعاف 3 أضعاف ما كان قبل 6 سنوات. ومشاريعنا تحت الإنشاء الآن. نتوقع بنهاية عام 2026 بإذن الله وبحول الله سنتجاوز 3 مليون متر مكعب، مجرد انتهاء بس فقط الجزء الأول من مشاريعنا التنموية، وإن شاء الله في نهاية عام 2030 بنكون حققنا أعلى المستهدف، لكن بالتأكيد بيكون شراكة القطاع الخاص عامل أساسي في الوصول هالجزئية. شكرا جزيلا.
جميل جميل، الله يعطيك العافية مهندس سفيان، وإن شاء الله نسمع في قادم الأيام المزيد إن شاء الله من التطور في هذا الموضوع. أنتقل إلى زميلي المهندس خالد الحيدان. خالد الحيدان هو الرئيس التنفيذي لبرنامج تعظيم الاستفادة من المياه المجددة، وهو جهاز جديد نسبيا على الوزارة، لكن سيلعب دورا رئيسيا في هذا الموضوع وينتقل بالعمل في هذا القطاع، بيقدم نقلة غير تقليدية في قضية إعادة الاستخدام. فيعرفنا الزميل خالد عن البرنامج وكيف يمكن يعظم الاستفادة من المياه المجددة، وما هي التطلعات في هذا الموضوع على المستويين المتوسط والبعيد. تفضل مهندس خالد.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أسعد الله صباحكم جميعا. شكرا مهندس عامر على الاستضافة وعلى المقدمة. أنا فقط أحب أعرج على أهمية المياه ووجودها في المملكة وندرتها في المملكة. المهندس علي أشار في البداية إلى ندرة المياه في المملكة، ولكن قيمة المياه في المملكة العربية السعودية بشكل عام هي أعلى كثير من قيمتها لدى كثير من الدول بسبب ندرة توفر المياه، سواء الجوفية أو السطحية أو حتى المتجددة. هذا أولا. ثانيا، المملكة ترتيبها الثامن فيما يسمى بالجهد المائي ووتر ستريس على دول العالم، يعني من أقل دول العالم في الووتر ستريس، وهذا يعني أنه المستهدفات وتحقيق المستهدفات يتطلب جهد جبار من جميع جزئيات المنظومة ومن جميع شركات المنظومة بما فيها القطاع الخاص. البرنامج هو امتداد لعمل الوزارة ومنظومة الوزارة، وبالذات دعم للمؤسسة العامة للري لتسريع مشاريعهم. فالهدف هو تعظيم الاستفادة من استخدام المياه المتجددة، وعندما نقول متجددة يشمل 4 أنواع. أولا المياه المعالجة، ثانيا المياه مخفضة الملوحة، ثالثا وهذا سيكون بعد 2030 المياه السطحية سواء كانت الأودية والسدود أو حتى المتجددة في الساحل الغربي، لأن هناك مياه جوفية متجددة غير المياه الجوفية. بالنسبة كيف يحدث البرنامج نقلة، طبعا هناك عدة مستهدفات ومشاريع للبرنامج، لكن لضيق الوقت نحب نعطي مثال فقط راح بإذن الله تعالى سيرى النور قريبا، اللي هو المدن الزراعية والأجرو سيتي. الفكرة كالتالي: تاريخيا في المملكة وفي كثير من دول العالم داب المزارعون أنهم يستخدمون المياه الجوفية غالبا أو مياه الأمطار. الصورة في ما يسمى المدن الزراعية والمدينة الزراعية ستكون مختلفة، بحيث أن الدولة ممثلة في الوزارة أو أحد جهات الوزارة ستوصل المياه إلى حدود المدينة، بينما المستثمر أو المزارع أو الشركة الزراعية ستبدأ فقط أو ستنشئ البنية التحتية المطلوبة للري، سواء كانت رشاشات أو شبكات داخلية، وتبدأ بعملية الزراعة. طيب ماذا يعني ذلك للمزارع وماذا يعني ذلك للدولة؟ بالنسبة للمزارع سيكون هناك توفير في التكلفة الرأسمالية المتعلقة أولا في البحث عن المياه، ثانيا في حفر الآبار للوصول إلى المياه، ثالثا في شراء المضخات والمكائن اللازمة لضخ المياه، رابعا وهي تكاليف تشغيلية، التكاليف المتعلقة بالطاقة أو الديزل أو الكهرباء المطلوبة لتشغيل هذه المضخات. فبالتالي البدء في العمليات الزراعية لدى المزارع أو المستثمر أصبح أسرع، فبالتالي صار الاستثمار الزراعي أفضل وأكثر جاذبية. طبعا سيرافق ذلك أنه المزارع أو المستثمر سيدفع تعرفة بسيطة للمياه وكذلك لإيجار الأرض على مدى طويل. لكن خلينا نروح للجانب الآخر، ماذا في ذلك للدولة أو للوزارة؟ أولا استخدام أمثل للمياه، في كثير من المياه حاليا تصب في البحر. ثانيا تحقيق للمستهدفات الأمن الغذائي، سيسمح بزراعة ما كان بالسابق غير مسموح في بعض المناطق مثال الأعلاف والقمح، لأنك الآن ستستخدم مياه سطحية ولا صح التعبير متجددة وليست جوفية استراتيجية. فهذا الهدف الثاني والفائدة الثانية. ثالثا سيكون هناك بلا شك مساهمات في أهداف السعودية الخضراء، لأنك تزيد من رقعة المساحات الخضراء. رابعا أنت تساهم في إيجاد وظائف للشباب والشابات السعوديات. خامسا أنت تنشئ بنية تحتية طويلة جدا من المدينة إلى خارج المدينة ليس عدة كيلومترات وإنما عشرات وربما مئات الكيلومترات ستكون شريان للتطور وتحقيق المستهدفات الزراعية والصناعية والتعدينية والحضرية وبلا شك الزراعية. فمن خلال هذا المثال المدن الزراعية سيكون مجدي للدولة وكذلك مفيد وأكثر جاذبية للمزارع أو المستثمر. هذا باختصار أحد توجهات أو أهداف البرنامج. وأخيرا وليس آخرا، المؤتمر هذا أهدافه بيئية ما في شك، وتسليط الضوء على جهود الدولة وجهود الوزارة في ما يتعلق بالبيئة والاستخدام الأمثل للأراضي. من خلال المدن الزراعية لدينا في المملكة من مساحات شاسعة عظيمة غير مستفاد منها، فمن خلال المدن الزراعية سيكون هناك استخدام أفضل وأمثل وأحسن للأراضي، وبالتالي سيكون هناك better utilization of the land as aligned with the project or the objective of this conference. نسأل الله العزيز التوفيق للجميع سواء في القطاع الحكومي أو إخواننا في القطاع الخاص.
إن شاء الله. شكرا مهندس خالد، وإحنا أيضا نتطلع أن نشوف هذا البرنامج يعني يكون بالقدر اللي نجح فيه على الأقل البرنامج الصناعي في المدن الصناعية، ونشوف المدن الزراعية هذه وتنتشر بالسرعة المطلوبة بالأهداف التي يتطلع لها البرنامج. ننتقل إلى القطاع الخاص. في عندنا شركتين مشاركين في القطاع الخاص هنا، الزميل عواض العتيبي والزميل محمد حلواني من شركة مياه هنا وشركة توزيع. أنا عندي سؤال للشركتين، بحكم أنهم قاموا بإنشاء وتشغيل ويديرون الآن محطات معالجة صرف صحي على الأقل مع الشركة السعودية لشركات المياه غير مشاريعهم الأخرى. لكن احنا معنيين الآن بمحطات معالجة الصرف الصحي. والسؤال للزملاء في القطاع الخاص، وأبدأ مع المهندس عواض العتيبي رئيس التنفيذي شركة مياه هنا، أنه من أكبر الإشكاليات في المضي في هذا المسار اللي هو تعظيم الاستفادة من المياه المجددة هو التكاليف وقضية استرداد التكاليف. فإذا توفرت حلول أصلا تقلل هذه التكاليف فتكون هذه التطلعات على المسار الصحيح. سؤالي للزملاء، وأبدأ بالزميل عواض، أنه كيف يمكن الاستفادة من محطات معالجة الصرف الصحي في غير المعالجة؟ هم الآن يستعيدون التكاليف عن طريق معالجة المياه وينتجون مياه معالجة يعاد استخدامها، لكن هناك منتجات كثيرة يمكن الاستفادة منها من محطات معالجة الصرف الصحي، المخلفات البيولوجية وبقية بعض العناصر الكيميائية اللي ممكن استخلاصها، بالإضافة إلى إنتاج الطاقة الكهربائية عن طريق الغازات المنبعثة من المحطة وغيرها. سؤالي كيف ينظر القطاع الخاص في هذا الموضوع، وكيف قيم على الأقل في المملكة العربية السعودية كمثال واسترشادا بالأمثلة اللي معمول فيها في الخارج. تفضل مهندس عواض.
السلام عليكم. صباح الخير للجميع. أتمنى الصوت واضح إن شاء الله. أولا أشكرك أبو خالد عند جميع الأخوان المنظمين على إتاحة الفرصة للمشاركة والتحدث اليوم. للإجابة على السؤال أبو خالد، أتوقع أنه يجب أن ننظر من عدة زوايا. يمكن أحب أني أبدأ من حيث ما انتهى الأخوان على أهمية المياه المعالجة. اليوم المياه المعالجة هي واقع يجب أن ينظر له كثروة، كمصدر متجدد من المياه الذي يجب استخدامه وتمكين إعادة استخدامه بشكل متوسع. يجب أن تصبح استهداف إعادة الاستخدام هي هدف وضرورة وليست رفاهية كما ذكر الأخوان. جانب مهم أيضا هو النظر إلى الجانب التشريعي والتنظيمي وضرورة التكامل بين الجهات المعنية لزرع وخلق متطلبات إعادة الاستخدام والاستفادة من المياه المعالجة كجزء من أنظمتنا وتشريعاتنا فيما يتعلق بأصحاب المصلحة. اليوم نشاهد أمثلة ناجحة كثيرة في المملكة. شاهدنا وكنا جزء أيضا من سلسلة نجاح في المدن الصناعية في تحقيق نسب عالية من إعادة استخدام المياه بشكل مباشر. وصلنا إلى نسب تفوق مستهدفات 2030 في بعض المدن الصناعية، تجاوزنا أكثر من 75% مياه معالجة. طبعا هذا لا يمكن أن يحصل إذا لم يكن مدعوم بجوانب جدوى اقتصادية تمكن وتجعل الاستثمار مجدي للجميع. فالنقطة الثالثة يمكن اللي تلعب دور مهم أيضا هي عملية أهمية الاستثمار في التقنيات والأساليب الحديثة للمعالجة. طبعا هذا يزيل هاجس لدى المزارعين ومعيد استخدام المتعلق بسلامة المنتج. هذا أيضا يمكن الجدوى الاقتصادية بتوفير تكاليف، بتخفيض المخاطر البيئية خلينا نقول الديسبوزلز. نقطة مهمة أيضا في هذا الجانب اللي هي عملية إعطاء الفرصة للقطاع الخاص من ناحية تمكين البزنس موديل الناضج للقطاع الخاص، ليتمكن القطاع الخاص من ضخ الأموال والاستثمار المباشر في الحلول المتوفرة. اليوم مهم جدا أنه يكون فيه وضوح في موضوع التزام جهات معنية بإلزام المستخدمين وتشريعات تصب في إعادة الاستخدام تمكن من خلق السوق. يجب أن يستثمر القطاع الخاص كعادته دائما، لأن القطاع الخاص لديه الريسورسز، لديه القدرة في البحث والتطوير، لديه القدرة في التشغيل، لديه الريسورسز، ولديه أيضا المرونة في التأقلم مع احتياجات المشاريع واحتياجات السوق مهما كانت صغيرة. فخلق فرص وعمل ايكو سيستم ناجح وجذاب للقطاع الخاص مهم جدا. ربما في بعض القطاعات تحتاج إلى دعم معين، هذا الدعم ممكن يكون في على صور دعم تشريعي مباشر أو دعم معنوي ومادي وملزم لبعض المستهلكين للاستفادة من الحلول. نقطة أيضا مهمة اللي هي الأويرنس والتوعية بأهمية استخدام المياه. ربما هناك كثير من القطاعات يترددون، ينظرون القطاع للمياه المعالجة كمادة غير آمنة أو كمياه لا يمكن استخدامها في قطاعات كثيرة، بينما المنطق والتجربة والواقع اليوم أثبت أنه جودة المياه المعالجة لا تقل بأي حال من الأحوال عن جودة مياه الشرب. وفي بعض الأحيان في بعض الاستخدامات الصناعية تكون جودة المياه المعالجة بدرجة أعلى من متطلبات مياه الشرب. طبعا الجوانب البيئية عامل مهم جدا. أرجع وأكد على دور التشريعات والتنظيمات في خلق البيئة الناجحة للمستثمر، ومن ثم وضوح الرؤية على مدى طويل بالنسبة للحكومة، زي ما نشاهد اليوم في برامج الرؤية، في الاستراتيجية الوطنية للمياه. هناك مستهدفات طموحة، وعندما اليوم ننظر أنه زي ما ذكر المهندس علي أنه 2030 المستهدف لإعادة المياه المعالجة يتجاوز 70%. 70% ليست بسعة المعالجة اليوم، احنا نتكلم عن سعة ربما تقرب إلى أنها تصبح مضاعفة في عام 2030، وبناء عليه تخيل 70% معالجة عام 2030 هو هدف طموح ويحتاج دعم وتضافر جميع الجهود بما فيها القطاع الخاص. كممثل القطاع الخاص نحن حريصين وعملنا استراتيجياتنا في الاستثمار في جزء المعالجة، في جزء توسيع وتعظيم الجوانب المالية لخلق البزنس موديل المناسب لإعادة الاستخدام. جوانب النقل، ويمكن أن ذكرها الزملاء قبل، تواجد أو موقع إنتاج المياه المعالجة بالنسبة للمستهلك النهائي هو يمثل تحدي اليوم، وجزء كبير من تكلفة إعادة الاستخدام مرتبطة بتكاليف النقل. هذه الأخوان في هيئة الري، الأخوان في المسألة العامة للري، الأخوان في وزارة المياه، عند الجهات أيضا في شركات مشكورين، نظروا بعين الاعتبار للممكنات. وضع بعض المشاريع الاستراتيجية المستقلة، وضعت بعض المشاريع المرتبطة بمشاريع المعالجة الصرف الصحي كما يحدث مع محطات المطروحة من قبل شركات التي تمكن وتفتح الباب لإعادة الاستخدام. نتوقع بمشيئة الله أنه في السنوات القادمة سنرى دخول خلينا نقول كثيف من القطاع الخاص في موضوع الاستثمار المباشر. القطاع الخاص الآن يستطيع أن يأخذ جزءا من المخاطرة في موضوع العرض والطلب بالنسبة للمياه المعالجة، لكن في حدود ما تسمح به التشريعات. أتوقع أن لدينا عمل كثير مرتبط بالتوعية، عمل كثير مرتبط بتكامل التشريعات، وأيضا خليني أقول دمج أصحاب الصلاحية وأصحاب المصلحة للوصول إلى حل ونموذج مجدي اقتصاديا للجميع. شكرا لكم.
شكرا المهندس عوض. وفعلا أحد الأهم النقاط اللي أحيانا يبدأ العمل ولا ينتبه لها إلا بعد ما يعني تبدأ المشاكل إذا جاز التعبير، هي قضية الدعم التشريعي. صحيح، أتفق معك تماما، وأظن أن الوزارة أصبحت الآن أصبح لها تركيز عالي على هذا الموضوع في قضية التشريعات، والآن لدينا منظم مستقل للمياه نتأمل أن ينظر في كل هذه الجوانب بحيث يضع القطاع الخاص على أعلى جاهزية ممكنة في تعظيم الاستفادة من المياه المجددة. أنتقل للزميل محمد حلواني أستاذ محمد حلواني متخصص في إدارة الأعمال ويرأس هو الرئيس التنفيذي لشركة توزيع، وأيضا هم الآن معنا في الشركة السعودية لشركات المياه في أكثر من مشروع كلها في محطات المعالجة. فأعتقد أنه عندهم وجهة نظر عميقة في هذا الموضوع، ولعله يعني أكرر عليه نفس السؤال كونهم شركات متخصصة، هو كيف يمكن استثمار في محطات المعالجة بحيث تخفض التكاليف للمياه المنتجة، الأمر الذي يسهل على المستخدم. يعني لو أقول الكلام هذا بطريقة بسيطة، أقول ماذا لو استرد المستثمر كل التكاليف والأرباح من المحطة نفسها بحيث أستطيع أن أعطي المياه المعالجة للمستفيد بشكل مجاني؟ هل بالإمكان خلق هذه الحالة في المحطات؟ يتفضل الزميل محمد حلواني يجيب على هذا السؤال.
شكرا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الصوت؟
أي.
بسم الله الآن الصوت واضح. طيب، بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أول شيء شكرا مهندس عامر وشكرا للزملاء، وبصراحة أنا فخور جدا يعني بحضوري هذا المنتدى وللإظهار للعالم يعني كيف جهود المملكة العربية السعودية في مجالات السستينابيليتي والووتر بشكل عام. طبعا مهندس عامر، عشان أجاوبك على سؤالك يعني ممكن أبغى أرجع بالذاكرة لنا جميعا لعام 2016-2018. يعني لو جيت تسأل ما هي وجهة نظر القطاع الخاص، أنا أتوقع القطاع الخاص مر في ال8 سنوات الماضية في 3 مراحل. خلينا نسميها مرحلة ما قبل الرؤية، والمرحلة الثانية اللي ما بين الرؤية والاستراتيجية الوطنية للمياه، والمرحلة الثالثة اللي هي ما بعد الاستراتيجية الوطنية للمياه. طبعا الوضع كان قبل الرؤية فيجن 2030 كان طبعا في جاب كبير بين القطاع العام والقطاع الخاص في اللانجوج، في الكوميونيكيشن، في طموح القطاع العام وطموح القطاع الخاص. القطاع الخاص كان هدفه خلينا نقول مادي بشكل يعني مباشر. القطاع العام عندهم بعض المستهدفات، بعض المؤشرات الأداء يبغوا يوصلوا لها، وما كان جزء المياه المعالجة له تركيز كبير بشكل عام، لا من القطاع العام والخاص. كان التركيز المياه الجوفية موجودة، سهل الوصول ليها، الواحد يحفر 40-50 متر ممكن يلاقي مياه نظيفة، فليش أروح يعني لموضوع المياه المجددة والمياه المعالجة؟ لها يعني برضو محاذير كانت نفسية إن صح التعبير عند أغلب الناس. طبعا لما جاءت رؤية المملكة 2030 وضحت المستهدفات بشكل عام، برامج جودة الحياة، الاستراتيجية الوطنية للمياه. بدأ القطاع الخاص يفهم ما هو توجه الدولة، وهو الخطوة الأولى وجهة نظري عشان يكون في تكامل ويتم الوصول إلى الهدف المرجو، يكون في رؤية واضحة القطاع الخاص يقدر يخطط بناء عليها. هذه النقطة الأولى. لما تم عمل الاستراتيجية الوطنية للمياه بدأ القطاع الخاص يفهم بالضبط ما هو توجه الدولة بمؤشرات أداء واضحة، بمؤشرات أداء فيما يخص المياه المجددة وأغلب مؤشرات الأداء الأخرى. برضو وزارة البيئة والمياه والزراعة مشكورة، برضو أعطت هدايا إضافية للقطاع الخاص بعمل بترتيب منظومة المياه عن طريق الشركة السعودية لشركات المياه، شركة المياه الوطنية، المؤسسة العامة للري. فصار في مانديت معين لكل جهة في منظومة المياه. هنا القطاع الخاص بدأ يخطط 10 سنين قدام. القطاع الخاص يحتاج تخطيط مسبق، يحتاج يعرف هو رايح فين. لما الشركة السعودية لشركات المياه نشرت ال7 years خطة العمل لمدة 7 سنوات وما هي المشاريع التي سيتم طرحها للقطاع الخاص، بدأ القطاع الخاص يبدع. بدأ القطاع الخاص يفكر كيف يقدر يحط أفضل التكنولوجيز الموجودة في العالم على أساس يقدر يفوز في المنافسات. وبصراحة هذه كانت النقطة الفارقة في القطاع الخاص. بعد الاستراتيجية الوطنية للمياه بدأت تشوف محطات فيها بيوغاز، فيها سولر للطاقة الشمسية. اليوم أغلب محطات الجديدة في القطاع الخاص بتتكلم على 50 إلى 60% استهلاك طاقة نظيفة من داخل المحطة عن طريق البيوغاز، عن طريق الطاقة الشمسية. والآن بدأ القطاع الخاص بحكم أنه صارت عنده المشاريع مدة 25 سنة، بدأنا نشوف حلول لمعالجة موضوع الحمأة وللوصول إلى مرحلة الزيرو لاندفيل، بحيث أنه يتم استخدام الحمأة لاستخدامات معينة. وإحنا كقطاع خاص بنتكلم الآن مع الجهات المسؤولة لرؤية بعض الحلول للحمأة. فبصراحة هذه من أهم الأمور اللي أعطت القطاع الخاص التخطيط المسبق على أساس يبدأ يشوفوا إيش أفضل التكنولوجيز. بناء عليها بدأت أشوف إبداع، بدأت أشوف تكنولوجيز جديدة في السوق. أنواع التكنولوجيا المستخدمة في الفترة الحالية مختلفة عن ما قبل رؤية 2030. بدأ القطاع الخاص يسافر في أنحاء العالم يشوف ما هي أفضل التكنولوجيز. هذه الناحية الأولى التجارية. فجوابا لسؤالك مهندس عامر، إحنا كقطاع خاص بس نحتاج وضوح الرؤية، وحتبدأ تشوف القطاع الخاص يعمل جنبا إلى جنب مع القطاع العام. اليوم لأول مرة تشوف القطاع الخاص والقطاع العام يتكلموا نفس اللغة، عندهم نفس المستهدفات. إحنا كقطاع خاص بدأنا نجيب أفكار للقطاع العام تكون ذات مردود تجاري، والقطاع العام بدأ يدرسها. إذا كانت تخدم الرؤية يتم العمل على التشريع على أساس يتم تطبيقها. هذه جهة جدا ممتازة. طبعا في ناحية ثانية القطاع الخاص برضو مهتم فيها، اللي هي الناحية الاجتماعية. بصراحة بسبب سعودي جرين انيشيتيفز بدأ القطاع الخاص برضو يبادر إنه المشاركة في حملات التشجير. الجميع صار، أي جهات مدن صناعية، المدن السكنية، أي أحد كان يقدر يزرع شجرة معينة بدأوا الناس يزرعوها. الناحية الثالثة من وجهة نظري أيضا المستفيدين، زي ما تفضل المهندس عواض، الأويرنس اللي سوته الاستراتيجية الوطنية للمياه بصراحة كان مفيد جدا، واختصر على القطاع الخاص يعني سنوات كثيرة. بسبب معرفة المستفيدين بالتشريعات وبمؤشرات الأداء على في الاستراتيجية الوطنية للمياه، الآن أصبحوا جميع المستفيدين بدأوا هم يسعوا ويستثمروا، سواء إذا كانت منشأة صناعية أو منشأة زراعية، بدأوا يستثمروا الاستثمارات المطلوبة لهم ليستطيعوا الاستفادة من المياه المتجددة، ويعني ويوقفوا سواء مياه الشرب أو المياه الجوفية. فهذا هو بشكل عام. فبصراحة يعني كقطاع خاص احنا بصراحة بنعيش مرحلة غير عادية. بصراحة جدا فخورين انه احنا موجودين في هذه المرحلة، انه بنساعد القطاع العام للوصول الى المستهدفات. شكرا لكم.
شكرا للزميل محمد حلواني. نتأمل إن شاء الله أن تكون مشاركة القطاع الخاص في هذا المشاريع يعني فاعلة أكثر، ليس فقط للمعالجة وإنما تمتد لبقية أوجه الاستثمار في القطاع. أنتقل لزميلي محمد خوجة من الشركة السعودية لشركات المياه. وفي الواقع أخوي محمد كان المفروض تجلس في النص، لأنه أنت فعلا حلقة الربط بين القطاع العام والقطاع الخاص. فنبغى تحدثنا عن كيف أثر يعني اليوم في حسب ما جرى على الأقل في ال5-6 سنوات المضت، القطاع الخاص تمكن من إنشاء عدد من المحطات الكبيرة، أعتقد أكثر مما أنشئ في 30 سنة الماضية إذا مش أكثر. فواضح أنه أثر مشاركة القطاع الخاص في هذا المجال مشاركة فعالة وناجحة، ويمكن البناء عليها في الاستثمار أكثر في المستقبل. نبغى تحدثنا عن التجربة هذه اللي مرت فيها الشركة السعودية لشركات المياه، كيف تأثرت التكاليف، كيف صار بالإمكان إضافة أنظمة مساعدة للري، وأيضا الجانب التقني للمياه بوجود القطاع الخاص. مثل ما ذكر زميلي محمد حلواني، القطاع الخاص أصبح يعني حريص على أنه يأتي بالتقنيات الجديدة، يأتي بالحلول اللي تكلفتها أقل وفعاليتها أكبر. فيتفضل الزميل محمد خوجة للحديث عن هذا الموضوع.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. سعادة المهندس خالد أصحاب السعادة، شكرا لهذه الاستضافة. وإذا حبيت أتحدث عن الشركة السعودية لشراكات المياه في جذب الاستثمارات الأجنبية للدخول إلى المملكة، كان لها دور بارز في إحضار أفضل الشركات العالمية اللي لها ممارسات عالمية، استطاعت من خلال ممارساتها العالمية من استحداث تقنيات جديدة. هذه التقنيات عملت على تخفيض تكاليف معالجة المياه الصرف الصحي، عملت على تخفيف التكاليف بشكل واضح من خلال استحداث أنظمة في المعالجة البيولوجية. لعلنا نعرف جميعا أن المنظمة البيولوجية أو ما يسمى بالبايورياكتور هو أكبر جزء في المحطة بيستهلك طاقة كهربائية، والطاقة الكهربائية هذه هي التي بتكلف في إنتاج معالجة مياه الصرف الصحي. استطاعت الشركات العالمية بالتقنيات الحديثة اللي هي موجودة فيها إلى أنها تقلل زمن مكوث المياه في أحواض التهوية، وبالتالي تقليل في تكاليف معالجة المياه. فكان عندنا مجموعة من المشاريع اللي هي ناجحة ودخلت التشغيل في جدة، في الطائف، في الدمام، مياه معالجة ثلاثيا مطابقة لمواصفات الري الغير مقيد، إضافة إلى التشريعات الجديدة التي تنص على أنه يكون فيها بعض المعايير التي لم يكن ينظر لها في السابق، بحيث أن المواد الهيفي ميتالز أو غيرها من المواد المسرطنة لا سمح الله أن تكون خالية في هذه المياه إذا حصل وأنه استخدمت في أغراض مختلفة. الشركة السعودية لشراكات المياه الآن بطور إخراج 3 محطات للتشغيل التجاري في المدينة المنورة، في بريدة، في تبوك. هذه المحطات كلها مرتبطة بنظام نقل لمياه المعالجة. قامت بإنشاء خزانات، هذه الخزانات توزع بعد كذا بالشراكة مع الزملاء في المؤسسة العامة للري إلى المستفيدين منها. الشركة السعودية من خلال جذبها للاستثمارات المحلية والأجنبية استطاعت أن تخفض في تكاليف إنشاء الخطوط. تخفيض إنشاء تكاليف الخطوط أثر على سعر الموية المعالجة. استطاعت الشركة السعودية مع المستثمرين في أنها تستفيد من الطاقة المتجددة، سواء كانت البايوغاز، غاز الميثين، أو الطاقة الشمسية، في أنه محطة زي محطة تبوك تستطيع أنها تعالج مياه الصرف الصحي دون الحاجة إلى شبكة الكهرباء إلا في حالة الطوارئ. 1,000,000 متر مكعب من المياه المعالجة تنتجها الشركات العاملة مع الشركة السعودية لشراكات المياه تصل إلى 1,5 مليون في وقت الذروة. هذه المياه في تكلفتها وصلت في جدة إلى 85 هللة للمتر المكعب لمدة 25 سنة، شاملة للإنشاء، المعالجة، تكاليف التشغيل والصيانة، كل ما يتعلق بسلاسل الإمداد. في أننا نحصل على موية بهذا السعر يعتبر سعر جدا مغري وجدا ممتاز. والشركات بالتقنيات اللي جابتها استطاعت أنها تخفض أيضا الفوت برنت للمتر المكعب الواحد. وصلنا في محطات الشركة السعودية لشراكات المياه إلى أنه المتر المكعب الواحد من المياه الصرف الصحي الخام ممكن أنها تعالج في مساحة أقل من 0.5 متر، وهذا رقم كبير، رقم للي اشتغلوا في الصرف الصحي ويعرفوا المساحات وضيق المساحات وأننا كيف ننشئ محطات معالجة داخل المدن. هذا رقم كبير. اسمح لي طويل العمر أني أجاوب على سؤال سألته الزملاء عن هل في احتمال أنه محطات المعالجة تنتج مياه مجانية. هذه واحدة من المستهدفات اللي يتوقع بإذن الله تعالى مع الاستفادة من البيوغاز الموجود في المحطات، مع غاز ثاني أكسيد الكربون الموجود في المحطات، مع المناطق الزراعية والمناطق القريبة اللي بتنتج مخلفات يمكن الاستفادة منها، وتصبح هذه المحطات محطات منتجة للكهرباء وتبيع الكهرباء وتكون المياه مجانا إن شاء الله. أتمنى أن يكون أوجزت وأعطيت فكرة عن الموضوع.
شكرا أخوي محمد. والحقيقة هذا الهدف أنا أتصور أنه في المتناول إذا تركزت الجهود كلها في هذا الاتجاه. أعتقد القطاع الخاص دائما جاهز، هو يحتاج للدعم التشريعي، يحتاج للفرصة عند البرنامج، يحتاج للتمكين من المؤسسة العامة للري، وبطبيعة الحال الخطط الاستراتيجية من الوزارة اللي تمكن القطاع كله يمشي في نفس الاتجاه. أنا باقي لنا إحنا 20 دقيقة. قبل أن أبدأ بأسئلة نستدرك فيها على الزملاء من خلال كلامهم، إذا في أي سؤال من الحضور فليتفضلون، أو نكمل الأسئلة مع الزملاء الحضور. إذا في أي أحد له رغبة يسأل تفضل مشكورا، أو نكمل الأسئلة. تفضل طال عمرك. عليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
يجيب لك.
السلام عليكم.
السلام ورحمة الله.
شكرا على هذه الندوة. سؤالي موجه للأستاذ محمد حول معالجة مياه المسالخ وأسواق الأسماك. ايش هي الآلية اللي عندكم في معالجة، أو نقول بما معناها هل هناك فيها طرق تختلف عن الطرق الأخرى في معالجة مياه الصرف الصحي المنازل والتجارة؟ هذا واحد. اثنين، هل هناك رسوم على توفير المياه المعالجة للمؤسسات الحكومية في موضوع ري التشجير على الشوارع العامة والحدائق؟ شكرا لكم.
في محمدين، محمد حلواني ومحمد خوجة.
واحد منكم
إلا تحب.
أنا أعتقد أنه السؤال زميلنا محمد خوجة في الشركة السعودية لشراكات المياه.
يتفضل.
وسؤالك أخي الكريم أتوقع الزملاء في الري والوزارة هم المعنيين فيه، لأنه إحنا نعالج الصرف الصحي، أو الشركة السعودية تتعامل مع المياه المستهلكة على المستوى البلدي. نعم. من الأحياء السكنية والتجارية. فبالنسبة للمسالخ أعتقد الزملاء في الوزارة والمؤسسة العامة للري ربما عندهم جواب لهذا الموضوع.
فيما يخص المقابل المالي احنا عندنا
المقابل المالي الجزء الثاني لا بأس به.
أما المسالخ لا.
المسالخ
طيب
لا.
تسمح لي أجاوب عليها طول العمر؟
تفضل تعال.
طبعا المسالخ لها تقنية في معالجة الصرف الصحي، ولعلنا في مكة المكرمة وفي موسم الحج عندنا المسلخ المركزي بينتج مياه أو فيها محتوى عضوي كبير. نعم، في واحدة من التقنيات الآن الحديثة اللي دخلت في المملكة وموجودة، الظاهر العارض هنا موجود عندنا في ضمن العارضين، باستخدام النانو تكنولوجي استطاعوا أنهم يحولوا مياه المسالخ إلى مياه جيدة وصالحة لإعادة الاستخدام. نعم هناك تجارب، لكن مشاريع الشركة السعودية لشراكات المياه، مشاريع الوزارة تعتمد على معالجة مياه الصرف الصحي المنزلي وليس الصرف الصناعي. ولعل أنه هذا النوع من المياه بيتجه إلى الصرف الصحي الصناعي. نعم.
بالنسبة للمقابل المالي أعتقد مهندس سفيان.
فيما يخص المقابل المالي، يمكن المؤسسة العامة للري تتبع إلى التشريع اللي يعتمد مجلس الإدارة الخاص بالمقابل المالي للخدمات اللي تقدمها. تم تقسيم المستفيدين ضمن منظومة المياه إلى 3 مستفيدين: زراعي، حضري، وصناعي. فيما يخص الزراعي فحاليا مجاني ما عليه أي رسوم. فيما يخص الحضري يقصد فيه المنتزهات والطرق والشوارع، فهذا عليه رسوم بالمتر المكعب. الغرض من هالرسوم هذه أنه يكون في كفاءة في استخدام المياه المعالجة. كل ما كانت المياه مجانية خاصة للقطاعات الحضرية والجزئية، كل ما كان فيه خلينا نقول عدم يعني حسن استخدام للمنظومة هذه. في الأخير الري أو المقابل المالي اللي ناتج من الحصول على هالمياه المؤسسة العامة للري يذهب إلى وزارة المالية. نفس الشيء التكاليف تدفع من وزارة المالية، لكن متخذ القرار يقدر يعرف وين حجم الصرف يكون في الجزئية. فلما كل جهة حكومية، كل بلدية، كل أمانة، كل هيئة تطوير تعرف الكميات اللي تحتاجها وتحجيزها للاستفادة من المياه المعالجة، تدري أن فيها مقابل مالي مرتبط فيها، تأثر ميزانية الجهة الحكومية أو البلدية هذه، راح تتأكد أنها ما راح تطالب إلا بالكميات اللي يحتاجها فعليا. في الجهة الأخرى احنا عندنا إمداد، فالمستفيدين اللي لهم أولوية راحت عليهم فرصة كان طالب فيها مستفيد آخر، فبذلك لما حوكمنا الطلب نفسه قدرنا نوفر إمداد القائمة مستفيدين أكثر من هالناحية. أتمنى أن تكون وضحت الصورة يا طول.
جميل جميل. أنا عندي سؤال ربما يهم الكثير من المهتمين في هذا الموضوع، وهذه قضية تقبل المجتمع لإعادة استخدام أو لاستخدام المياه المعالجة. ما لا شك فيه أنه كان في شيء من الرفض لهذه المياه على اعتبار أنها مياه غير صالحة لا للاستخدام الزراعي ولا بطبيعة الحال ليست للاستخدام البشري. لكن أعتقد أن اليوم بالمعايير التقنية وبالتشريعات وبالحاجة اللي ظهرت بشكل واضح تغير الحال. إلى أي مدى تغير الحال؟ أتصور الزملاء المهندس علي، المهندس سفيان، المهندس خالد ممكن يعني يجيبون على هذا السؤال. إلى أي مدى تغير المجتمع للاستفادة من هذه المياه؟
هو حقيقة كان فيه وجهات نظر متباينة ما بين المستخدمين. هناك من أحس بقيمة هذه المياه ورغب في إعادة استخدامها، وهناك من كان لديه تخوف من إعادة الاستخدام لعدة أسباب، سواء كان الشك في نوعية هذه المياه أو مدى صلاحيتها للاستخدام وغير ذلك. كذلك ربما الاعتبارات اجتماعية عند البعض أو شيء من هذا القبيل. حقيقة تم القيام بالكثير من الحملات التوعوية سواء من خلال الوزارة أو من خلال الزملاء في المؤسسة العامة للري. نتج عن هذه الحملات التوعوية المتواصلة تغيير في وجهة نظر من كانوا لا يحبذون إعادة استخدام المياه المعالجة، إلى درجة أنه تحولت وجهة نظرهم أو مرئياتهم إلى المطالبة بالمياه، بدلا من أن كانوا يعترضون على استخدام هذه المياه. بعد اطلاعهم حقيقة على تجارب ناجحة، يعني لدينا تجارب ناجحة في الرياض من أكثر من 30 سنة ربما أو أكثر، في سقيا المزارع في شمال الرياض. أيضا هناك التجارب في باقي المناطق، ولعل الزميل المهندس سفيان يتوسع في الحديث عنها.
تفضل مهندس سفيان.
الله يحييك يا باشمهندس. يمكن الحديث هذا في الموضوع هذا شيق بالنسبة لنا المؤسسة العامة للري، يمكن يعكس تجربة مرينا فيها في الجزئية. يمكن المؤسسة العامة للري بدأت في توفير المياه المجددة للمستفيدين منذ يمكن عام 2002، أول مشاريعنا في المؤسسة في إعادة الاستخدام.
هذا غير مشروع الري والصرف اللي أحساء سابقا.
مشروع الري والصرف سابقا اللي على يم الملك فيصل رحمة الله عليه عام 1972 كان بناء على المياه الآبار. الآن الحمد لله جميع منظومة المؤسسة العامة للري يمكن في مركزنا الرئيسي في الأحساء نستخدم إلى ما يقارب 400 ألف متر مكعب يوميا، نغذي فيه أكثر من 14 ألف حيازة زراعية، أكثر من 3500 هكتار. في السابق كنا نواجه فعلا قبل عدة سنوات يمكن أكثر من 10 سنوات كنا نواجه في تحدي فيما يخص تقبل بعض المستفيدين للمياه المعالجة. عملت المؤسسة العامة للري على عمل دراسات مستفيضة مع جهات عالمية وجامعات سعودية والكليات الزراعة بذلك وأبحاث مستفيضة في هالناحية، تعاون يعني خط ساخن مع منظمة الفاو في هالدراسات. جلبنا خبراء من هالجزئية لعمل دراسات تثبت لنا احنا قبل المستفيد ان المياه هذه آمنة. اللي درست بها اللي خلصت عليها الدراسات هذه انها اثبتت انه المياه هذه آمنة لإعادة المياه المعالجة الثلاثية، آمنة لإعادة الاستخدام متى ما طبقت وحكمت بالطريقة اللي تنفذها المؤسسة العامة للري. الجزئية اللي احنا نعمل فيها في المؤسسة العامة للري ليس إمداد المستفيد فقط بالمياه، عندنا في كل محطة لكل موقع تنفذ فيه المؤسسة كل ساعة عندنا اختبارات. على مدار اليوم عندنا أكثر من 400 اختبار كيميائي للتأكد من جودة المياه اللي تستلم من الزملاء في شركة المياه الوطنية أو من المستثمرين في هالناحية. قبل لا نعمل الاختبار، قبل لا نضخ المياه للمستفيد نتأكد أن المياه هذه مطابقة لإعادة استخدام المياه الثلاثية، ثم نضخها في المنظومة إلى المستفيدين. عملنا يمكن عدة دورات تنظيمية، عملنا مزارع نموذجية ترشد المستفيدين على كيفية عمل منظومة وشبكات إعادة الاستخدام، عملنا لقاءات وبرامج توعوية للمجتمع في هالناحية. أخذنا مزارعين من مناطق جديدة نبدأ نخدمهم، أخذناهم وعملنا لهم زيارات للمواقع الأخرى اللي قاعدة تستفيد من عندنا، وخلينا المزارع يتكلم مع المزارع، يتكلمون بنفس اللغة في هالناحية، لين صار تقبل عندنا في هالجزئية. بدينا نصدر في هالثقافة للمناطق الثانية. الحمد لله أغلب المناطق اللي تخدم فيها المؤسسة العامة للري كان سابقا يعتبر يعني رفاهية أن ما حد يحتاج يستفيد منها. الآن الويتنج ليست عندنا وصلت إلى شكاوي، يعني ما عاد نقدر، يعني الطلب أكثر من العرض المتوفر المؤسسة. أعتقد في المملكة العربية السعودية تجاوزنا أنه تحدي، أصبحت يعني التحدي في توفير هذه المياه للمستفيدين إن شاء الله.
جميل جميل. الأخ خالد الحيدان ذكر أنه القضية الآن بدل ما يروح المزارع ويحفر البير وكذا ويتكلف كل العناصر اللازمة لإنتاج المياه، الآن لما تجي له المياه جاهزة، كيف لمستوا الإقبال في اللحظة اللي إن شاء الله يتم فيها تطبيق هذه الفكرة؟
أولا قبل الإجابة على السؤال أنا ودي أضيف للي ذكر الأخوان.
تفضل.
فيما يتعلق بتغير مفاهيم تقبل المياه المعالجة على المستوى الدولي، ثم على المستوى العربي، ثم على المستوى المحلي. على المستوى الدولي تستخدم المياه المعالجة في أستراليا من عام 1958 ميلادية. دول كثيرة تستخدمها من عشرات السنين مثل الصين، فرنسا، إسبانيا، حتى في أمريكا. دول عربية مثل مصر والمغرب أيضا تستخدم المياه المعالجة، وبعد خلطها بمصادر أخرى في الزراعة وفي زراعة منتجات سوقها في أوروبا. محليا مثل ما ذكر الأخوان الآن، خلاص الحسا اللي ناكله الحمد لله مياه معالجة. وادي الحمض في المدينة المنورة مثال آخر. وادي بن هشبل في عسير مثال ثالث. هذه كلها أمثلة أثبتت تقبل المجتمع وتغير مفاهيمه، والتجربة خير برهان. هذا فيما يتعلق بتقبل وتغير المفاهيم. الشيء الثاني، وقبل أيضا الإجابة على السؤال، أنا أعتقد أنه أو نقترح أنه نشر استخدام كلمة المياه المتجددة أو المجددة بديلاً عن المياه المعالجة هو فكرة الحقيقة لها قبول، لأن الجديد يبقى جديد. ولاحظنا قبولها لدى كثير من الأخوان في الشركات الزراعية اللي الآن نعمل معهم لإطلاق المدن الزراعية. أخيراً إجابة على سؤالك بمدى تقبل الفكرة، الحقيقة بدون استثناء جميع الشركات الزراعية رحبوا بالفكرة. هذا أولاً. ثانياً، هناك حاجة ماسة لزراعة الأعلاف في المملكة العربية السعودية. زراعة الأعلاف ومنعها أدت إلى ارتفاع أسعار اللحوم في المملكة. أسعار اللحوم في المملكة عالية نسبياً، واستيراد الأعلاف يكلف أيضا الدولة بشكل غير مباشر بسبب الدعم. فلذلك وبالذات لشركات الألبان، لأنهم لديهم الكثير الآلاف بل عشرات الآلاف من الأبقار المطلوبة لها أعلاف. فبالتالي فكرة إعادة إحياء زراعة الأعلاف بالذات هي مرحب فيها بشكل أكيد وواسع لدى الشركات الزراعية، وستساهم بإذن الله في أولا تخفيض استيراد الأعلاف من خارج المملكة، ثانيا تساهم بالأمن الغذائي، وكما تعلمون اللحوم هي من أهم عناصر الأمن الغذائي.
جميل جميل. طبعا المعروف أنه على مر التاريخ القطاع الزراعي هي مركبة أساسية في الاقتصاد دائما، وستبقى مركبة أساسية في الاقتصاد، ولا بد من الانتباه للمشاكل المصاحبة لهذا القطاع والمسارعة في حلها. وإن شاء الله المملكة العربية السعودية في الاتجاه الصحيح بتشارك كل القطاعات. احنا باقي لنا 5 دقائق، اذا في احد عنده سؤال او انتقل للقطاع الخاص. تفضل تعمرك.
صاحب.
السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام.
اخوكم محسن المكرمي. اليوم نشهد مشاركة القطاع الخاص في إنتاج المياه المتجددة وأيضا في نقلها، طبعا في مشاريع طرحتها الآن شركة السعودية شراكات المياه النقل. سؤال المؤسسة العامة للري، ما هي رؤيتكم في طرح مشاريع في إدخال أو في إشراك القطاع الخاص في توزيع المياه المتجددة للمستفيد النهائي؟
والله سؤال جدا ممتاز. إذا تبغى رأيي الشخصي، أنا مؤيد أن دخول القطاع الخاص في رفع مستوى تنفيذ المشاريع وتغطية الاحتياج لتنفيذ المشاريع في أسرع وقت هو شيء مطلوب. لكن في الأخير إحنا عندنا تشريعات، عندنا أنظمة، قد ما نقدر نتعامل ضمن الحدود اللي تسمح فيها التشريعات والأنظمة نعمل فيها. في نفس الوقت إحنا نعقد ورش العمل، نعقد الاتفاقيات، نستكشف المجالات المتاحة للوصول إلى تحديث للتشريعات والأنظمة اللي تساعدنا في الجزئية. منظومة الوزارة بنيت على أساس أنه في ذراع تنفيذ المشاريع والممثل في الشركة السعودية لشراكات المياه. بقية منظومة الوزارة لها طريقتها وطريقة تنفيذ المشاريع حسب الاشتراطات اللي في وزارة المياه. لا زالت فيه نقاشات، فيه بحث للأفكار والفرص، بحيث أن تكون بإمكانية تنفيذ المشاريع هذه عن طريق القطاع الخاص، وإن شاء الله أنها بتشوف النور في المستقبل إن شاء الله.
مما لا شك فيه المشاهد للتجارب القائمة اليوم يلاحظ النجاح فيها بشكل جلي جدا. الإشكالية أو معظم الإشكالية هي في قضية تغطية التكاليف، ونتوقع الآن بمساعدة القطاع الخاص والتعاون مع الشركة السعودية لشراكات المياه التكاليف هذه كل ما لها وتنزل، يعني تأخذ في اتجاه النزول حتى نصل إلى نقطة تتعادل فيها على الأقل التكاليف مع العوائد على مستوى القطاع. تفضل تعمرك.
لعلي أضيف إضافة بسيطة. حقيقة إعادة استخدام 1 متر مكعب من المياه المجددة يعني بالمقابل توفير 1 متر مكعب من مصادر المياه الأخرى، وهذا مكسب. المكسب الآخر أيضا إعادة الاستخدام سيخلص البيئة من هذه المياه التي كانت ستلقى فيها سواء مسطحات مائية أو بيئة، وهذا مكسب آخر. أيضا إعادة الاستخدام لأغراض مدرة أو مفيدة للاقتصاد أو يكون من وراءها مردود اقتصادي سيعود بالنفع على عملية المعالجة وسيقلل من تكاليف المعالجة. إذن هي فوائد مركبة من عملية إعادة الاستخدام، ولذلك إعادة الاستخدام أمر حتمي بإذن الله تعالى.
شكرا للجميع. تفضل.
عندي إضافة مهندس عامر. طبعا هذه قصة بسيطة صارت لشركة توزيع قبل عام 2017، أتوقع بين 2014 و2015. طبعا واجهتنا مشكلة كبيرة في التشريعات في هذاك الوقت. كان اجتمعنا مع الغرفة التجارية في مدينة جدة مع لجنة مصانع الخرسانة الجاهزة. يوجد في مدينة جدة أكثر من 90 إلى 100 مصنع خرسانة جاهزة في منطقة واحدة موجودين، والمجموعة المصانع قريبين جدا من محطة معالجة ضخمة اللي هي محطة معالجة المطار. فصار اتفاق تجاري بين شركتنا و90 مصنع من مصانع الخرسانة الجاهزة لاستهلاك المياه المجددة، المسمى الجديد اللي المفروض أن تبدو. طبعا وقتها كانت المسؤولة عن المياه المعالجة في هذاك الوقت كانت جهة أخرى غير المؤسسة العامة للري. لم نستطع، يعني ذهبنا لهذه الجهة وعرضنا عليهم أنه سنتحمل كامل التكاليف، كل التكاليف لتوصيل لهذه المصانع وأخذ المياه المعالجة، فقط لما نعرف كم السعر على أساس نقدر نقفل الديل، يعني تكلوز الديل مع 90 مصنع. وجلسنا على هذه المفاوضات أكثر من 3 سنوات وما وصلنا لحل. هذا الكلام في 2014.
لا قبل 10 سنوات أنا أتصور الموضوع تحسن.
طبعا مختلف جدا الآن.
أنا لا يسعني إلا أن أشكر الحضور الكريم. تفضلي طبعا، تفضلي.
السلام عليكم. أنا ما حضرت المحاضرة كاملة، بس كنت بأسأل على التريتمنت للحمأة اللي تطلع ناتجة عن تنقية الماء. أعتقد سمعت جزء صغير عن البايوغاز، فهل في مشروع اوريدي كان مجدي في إنه يتحول إلى غاز تو إلكتريسيتي؟
أعتقد الزميل محمد خوجة يمكن يجاوب نيابة عن الشركتين. تفضل.
بالنسبة للسلج والاستفادة من السلج، نعم المشاريع الجديدة بتعتمد على إن معالجة السلج عن طريق الانايروبيك دايجستن، بحيث انه ينتج من عندنا سلج آمن بيئيا وينتج غاز الميثان لأغراض إنتاج الطاقة. من المرحلة الثانية اللي بعد كده انه السلج اللي خارج من الانايروبيك دايجستر وبيروح للدي ووترنج بيتم عملية تجفيفه لنصل إلى تركيزات 90% من الجفاف، بحيث انه يكون آمن للدفن مباشرة. إضافة إلى أنه إذا في أي جهة من الجهات تحتاج إلى أنه تكون نسبة الرطوبة أقل لتستفيد من الحمى، فالنظام المستخدم الآن في التجفيف في معظم محطات المعالجة بتسمى سولار دراير. سولار دراير الجرين هاوس حق السولار دراير. الحمأة آمنة 100% الآن في جميع المحطات، بيستفاد منها في جميع الأشكال، سواء إنتاج بلاط أو إنتاج طاقة.
كل الشكر والتقدير للحضور الكريم، كل الشكر للزملاء المشاركين في الجلسة. أتمنى أنه في فائدة ما سمعته من هذا النقاش، ونتأمل أن نلتقي إن شاء الله في مناسبات أخرى لمناقشة هذا الموضوع المهم جدا. شكرا لكم.
شكرا.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session has now finished. Please vacate the room to allow for preparation for the next session.
أهلا بكم، ويشرفنا حضوركم في جلساتنا الحوارية في يوم الصمود المنظم من قبل المركز الوطني لتنمية الغطاء النباتي ومكافحة التصحر، ممثل بالإدارة العامة لمكافحة التصحر، حيث نلتقي اليوم للحديث عن قضايا التدهور ومكافحة التصحر وتبادل الآراء والنقاش العميق والحوار البناء، ونتطلق إلى أن تكون هذه اللقاء مصدر الإلهام والتطوير. قبل أن نبدأ أود أن أقدم لكم نبذة عن مواضيع الحوار. سوف نتطرق اليوم للحديث عن المسارات لتحقيق أهداف تحييد الأراضي وتدهور الأراضي، والمنهجيات المتبعة لتقديم تدهور الأراضي، ومراقبة زحف الرمال وأفضل التدابير للتخفيف منه، الأولويات الاستراتيجية والخطط لمكافحة التدهور والجفاف. كما نتطرق اليوم للتدابير اللازمة لرفع القدرة للتكيف لمواجهة مختلف أنواع الجفاف. كما يسعدنا أن نفتتح هذه الجلسات بكلمة من المهندس صالح الضيف الله، مدير إدارة مكافحة التصحر، فليتفضل مشكورا.
I think reporting process will start.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يشرفني أن أرحب بكم جميعا في الجلسة الحوارية التي تقام ضمن الفعاليات المصاحبة لمؤتمر الأطراف السادس عشر لاتفاقية الأمم المتحدة لمكافحة التصحر. هذا الحدث يمثل فرصة ثمينة للنقاش التحديات الكبرى التي يواجهها العالم، وهي تحديات تهدد بيئتنا واقتصادياتنا بل ومستقبل البشرية بأسرها. إن التصحر والجفاف وزحف الرمال لم تعد مجرد قضايا بيئية، بل هي أزمات تنعكس آثارها على الأمن الغذائي والمائي وعلى التنمية المستدامة وحتى على استقرار المجتمعات في منطقتنا والعالم. نواجه هذه التحديات بشكل مباشر. في الجفاف يؤثر على مصادر المياه والزراعة والغطاء النباتي، بينما يشكل زحف الرمال خطرا حقيقيا على الأراضي الزراعية والبنية التحتية والمدن. وإلى جانب ذلك يزداد التدهور السريع للأراضي نتيجة الاستخدام غير المستدام للموارد الطبيعية، مما يعمق من أضرار البيئة ويزيد من تعقيد الحلول. لكن هذه التحديات على صعوبتها ليست مستحيلة المواجهة. لدينا الأدوات والمعرفة والإرادة للتصدي لها. إن تحسين إدارة الموارد المائية وتبني تقنيات الزراعة الذكية يمكن أن يساعد في مواجهة آثار الجفاف، بينما يمثل التشجير وبرامج تثبيت الكثبان الرملية باستخدام أساليب مبتكرة خطوات مهمة في الحد من زحف الرمال. كما أن الاستثمار في استعادة الأراضي المتدهورة وإدارة المستدامة لها يمثل عنصرا أساسيا لتحقيق التوازن بين تنمية الإنسان وحماية الطبيعة. نحن هنا اليوم نتبادل الأفكار والخبرات ونعمل معا على وضع حلول عملية لمواجهة هذه القضايا، حيث ستتناول الجلسات الحوارية عددا من المحاور المهمة، من بينها كيفية التكيف مع الجفاف وتقليل آثاره، ومناقشة خططنا الاستراتيجية لمكافحة التصحر، بالإضافة إلى تعزيز الأهداف الطويلة للحد من تدهور الأراضي وتحقيق استدامتها. إننا بحاجة إلى تكامل الجهود على المستويات المحلية والدولية، وإلى تفعيل الشراكات بين الحكومات والمؤسسات العلمية والقطاع الخاص. ختاما أود أن أعرب عن شكري وامتناني لكل من ساهم في تنظيم هذه الجلسات وكل المشاركين الذين يجتمعون هنا اليوم لإيجاد حلول مشتركة. آمل أن تثمر هذه النقاشات عن رؤية واضحة وإجراءات ملموسة تعزز جهودنا في حماية بيئتنا وضمان استدامة مواردنا للأجيال القادمة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
الحضور الكرام، نفتتح أول جلساتنا بعنوان Prefer Approach to Assess Land Degradation، وندعو المتحدثين الكرام بالصعود للمسرح وتقديم خبيرة الاقتصاد البيئي لدى الإدارة العامة لمكافحة التصحر دكتورة أماني العساف.
In the edge. Dear distinguished audience and speakers, I would like to start now the first session, preferred approaches to assess land degradation. I would like to introduce our speakers, Dr. Neil Sims, and he is research manager from the Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organization, Australia. Dr. Omar Raja, and he is advisor at the National Center for Land Cover Development and Combating Desertification. Beside that, Mr. Sami Shahri, Director of Land Management from the NCVC, and Dr. Nabil Zghayer, expert remote sensing from TILAD Group, and also a consultant at NCVC. First of all, I would like to ask Dr. Sims to start his speech. Please go.
Thank you very much. I believe you can hear me. That's very good. Thanks so much for the invitation to be here. And I need to apologise to you all. I have to leave very soon after I talk. I've got a plane to catch, but I'll stay around as long as I can today. So thank you very much. Is there a presentation on?
I think you need to see it from the screen.
Yes. This is not happening. Is there a control for the presentation?
You need to go up to the stage.
Go up to the
yes.
lectern?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Let's try this.
The green.
Not working yet. That's okay.
Just.
This is somebody else's presentation.
No,
We just go through?
No, this
Let
is
me
not
see. Uh-huh. Bear with us, people. Sorry about this. I'll just
the second one.
Skip through. Because I think we did, the organisers here kindly changed the order for me to accommodate my travel needs, but I think maybe the slide order didn't move for us. Let's see how we go. This might be a movie. I'll just wait for a minute. Yep, no worries. Thank you. It's been fascinating here. It's been... this is my first time to Saudi Arabia, and so my first time in Riyadh. We are on the right one. And I have really enjoyed it. I will miss the dates. I love them. I will miss the coffee. It's beautiful. And meeting all of the people here has been a real honour and a pleasure. So thank you so much for organising this great event. So today I'm going to talk about, I was asked to talk about some alternative approaches to measuring the indicator. And so I'll take you through a couple of my thoughts on what we have now, some of the gaps in the data that we're trying to address, some new technologies and data sources that I think might be useful for us, and then just a few thoughts about how we can get a deeper engagement on this issue, because compared to some of the other COPs and those issues that we're dealing with, we don't quite have the same traction, and I think there's a couple of reasons why. This slide at the start here is really, this is the planetary boundaries. Maybe some of you have seen this, and this chart really indicates how far past sustainability we've gone in so many areas. I've spent a long time using remote sensing to map ecosystems and their condition and dynamics. None of the evidence or the news that we're hearing about the condition of our planet is getting any better. And so Earth observation and these technologies and these efforts here are going to be more important than ever going forward. So with the indicator at the moment, so you may know how this works. We have the target 15.3 in the Sustainable Development Goal program, that is on land degradation neutrality, which is basically a net zero land use planning program. So you balance your development with your restoration. And then there's one indicator to measure that, which is the proportion of land that is degraded over total land area. And I was lucky enough to lead the project to develop the methods that we use to monitor for this indicator. There are 3 parameters we call sub-indicators that we measure: land cover and land cover change, land productivity, and the third one, carbon stocks above and below ground. At the moment, there's not a good data set for that, and so we use soil organic carbon stock as a surrogate for this one. It is still difficult to measure. These productivity metrics are statistical ways that we interpret some of the data to identify degradation. I won't go into that too much today. Now, we have an arrangement with CEOS, the Committee on Earth Observation Satellites, and they are a great organisation, really good for engaging, connecting between space agencies and activities like this one. Through them, we have developed this data requirement sheet. The methods to report on the indicator, it's a thick book and it's very boring. You get about halfway through and then you don't want to read anymore. This is short though. This is much shorter and a good succinct description of the indicator and the data gaps and needs. And it identifies a few. First, land degradation is a change over time from something that you liked better to something that you don't like as much now. And in order to identify that, we need a long time series of data. For Earth observation needs, for example, there aren't many data sets that span that period from 2000 to now. And so what we need is a way to combine data sets of different resolutions and frequencies and spectral characteristics so that we can harmonise the information we retrieve from them over time and get a more consistent impression of land degradation. We provide default data sets to countries to use, which is essentially an estimate from the UNCCD of the extent of land degradation in a country. Those data sets are global, but they're quite coarse resolution. Works fine for very large countries, doesn't work so well for small island developing states, for example. But you hear a lot about the requests for high resolution data. Of relevance to Saudi Arabia is that when the methods really are best suited to countries that have quite a bit of vegetation cover and have a seasonal productivity dynamic so that we can compare productivity year to year over time. That doesn't really happen where your vegetation cover is very low, such as in hyper-arid areas, and there's quite a lot of thinking around how we can integrate a hyper-arid kind of activity into these integrating bodies like the Group on Earth Observations Land Degradation Neutrality Program, which I co-chair. That's very active here, and it's been great to engage with all of these people here. Tropical systems also don't have that, of course. They have very high productivity over time. There's some adapting of the methods that we need for that. There's a lot of different products that people use, and so that reduces confidence that we can be definitive about the extent of land degradation. Many different approaches, and we need to harmonise that to give our stakeholders confidence in our assessment. Soil organic carbon is very difficult to assess. I know I have some experts here in the audience who know a lot more about that than I do. And we don't have a full carbon data set, above and below ground carbon data set. This last point on climate calibration, in some countries, the impacts of just changes in water availability affect a very large area, and so much larger than, say, development for agriculture. If we can understand and separate the driving forces between climatic factors and agricultural drivers, for example, then we can have a much better understanding of the degradation, which makes it better to address the degradation, which is ultimately what we need. Now, there are a few new data sets that I think might be able to help with some of these. You might be familiar with hyperspectral data sets. Hyperspectral satellite imagery measures the colour of the things on the ground in many colours. That lets you separate the contents between pixels. It lets you identify differences in their content much more accurately than with coarser resolution data, fewer wavelengths. There's some really nice satellites either launched or sort of in prep, and I'll show you some data on that later. High spatial resolution is something that is increasing. We are getting smaller pixels with many of our data products. High resolution is a double-edged sword. It's great for revealing detail in the landscape, but it can complicate the act of identifying where you are in an image. And that can complicate modelling. So if, for example, my pixels are very small, I have to have a very accurate GPS and a very accurate map to know exactly where I am. That can be really important if we're doing modelling at tree scale, for example. The other thing about high resolution data is with coarser resolution data, it sees communities, vegetation communities, trees and the grasses and the shrubs and the combination of moisture and all of those things. When we get to very high resolution data, this pixel here could be just a tree and this pixel here could be just the sand. And so identifying the community ecosystem structure can actually be different with high resolution data. So there's things to think about there. It's not the answer to every problem. High frequency data, looking at the Earth very frequently can be really useful. One thing in particular is that when we try to look at land productivity dynamics, some of these dynamics are very fast, and actually we want to capture the peak, the highest productivity. If we don't have many opportunities to see the ground, we might miss that peak or miss the high productivity time. And things like Starlink, for example, you know, the sort of Wi-Fi, if we had a camera on them, for example, we might be able to get lots of looks. That kind of thing is developing. Thermal information, we don't use any of that in the indicator at this stage. Haven't even really thought about it. And I think for hyper-arid areas, it might be very useful, for example. There is also some uses of thermal data to calibrate your productivity data. You can calculate silicon indexes and things like that from thermal data. That might be very useful in Saudi Arabia. And then synthetic aperture radar. So the SIDS, the small island developing countries, often say we need high resolution, but actually I think what we need to do is see through the clouds. We can't do that with optical data like Landsat and these other things, but we can do it with synthetic aperture radar. We can see at night and we can see through the clouds. There's some fantastic new synthetic aperture radar data sets. One was launched this week. Sentinel-1C was launched this week while we were here. And then there's 2 more coming. They have different wavelengths. We'll be able to combine them to get this kind of vegetation profile happening in combination. There's quite a bit of work to be done there, but I think this is a potential and something really useful for these cloudy areas. It is also very useful for looking at moisture. So an aridity element can be examined through the radar data. It doesn't provide the same type of data as Landsat or the optical ones, but very complementary. Here's one of the hyperspectral satellites that I think might be really useful, EMIT. It is a sensor that's currently on the space station. It's kind of an experimental thing. It's a hyperspectral sensor, 285 bands, 60 metre pixels. There's some physics involved with getting very fine bands and very small pixels that are hard to beat. But it is specifically designed for mineral dust mapping. So sand, storms, transport, sources and sinks of these things. Looks like very nice data, and there is a plan to get this sensor launched in an orbital system in the near future. I think that will be very useful for this region. So that's a good one. What else is next? And of course, here's the coverage in red. We get good coverage in this region from EMIT. You can get this data now. So it's freely available out of the NASA systems. So this should be something that might be of interest in this region. And certainly in Australia, where I'm from, you know, we have this same problem as well. Again, the synthetic aperture radar data, the different bands, each satellite appears to have one wavelength band. So Sentinel-1C was the C band that was launched this week. We're L band and P band, and you'll see my very amateur graphic here of how they penetrate differently through a forest canopy to give, and in combination we can maybe interpret things about the structure. S-band, there is one satellite that CSIRO sort of coordinates, Novasar-1. S-band is normally used for the communication aspect, but actually in this satellite it's the imaging aspect. Now radar data has been pretty yucky for years and years and years. Coarse resolution, you never could see it. But now it's getting much better, and we're getting these really high-resolution data sets that can reveal a lot. Synthetic aperture radar data really is that structure and the moisture. It's a great complement to the colour of things from things like Landsat. And here's a bit of some of these missions that are coming up soon. So launched in 2025. So, from next year, we'll be able to have some really great data sets, I think. Here's another thing that I think might be very helpful. One of the great challenges, I'm certain it's in this area, is that we go out and we collect the field data about the vegetation cover in the pixels that we're looking at. In Australia, it's just too hot. It's dangerous, and I have to fill in lots of paperwork to go out into an area, where it's very dry. These technologies here, terrestrial. I'll go back. The laser scanners. In the past, this is like a theodolite. It stands on a stand. It provides beautiful information. We can interpret this in terms of the height, the cover, the wood density, wood volume, different strata, all kinds of information out of this. Now, typically, these systems have been very expensive. They remain very expensive. But now we have them from UAVs, some new sensors from UAVs. This is the terrestrial LiDAR sensor, and this is the UAV one. The data are virtually identical now, and what I think that means is that we can rely much more on this data as being very accurate from the UAVs. This data set here is 1 kilometre by 1 kilometre. It was collected from the UAV in about 30 minutes. Very fast. We're getting for validating our maps and our models and our cover estimates, I think this information is more accurate than field data. Typically, what we've done is we've sort of done a correlation between aerial imagery or something like that and our field data, and we consider the field data the truth. But I've done enough field data measurement to know that if you have 3 people walking behind me and I say this is a 60% cover, the 3 people behind will go, it's 40, 80, 20, right? It's very rubbery. I think the errors are in the human estimation, not in this data. And what we could test is, let's just use this, collect a lot more of this UAV data and use that as the baseline. If we can rely on it very accurately, it might save a lot of our time and energy in the field there. And here's just a couple of examples. So this is coloured by height. So you can imagine that this is the forest taken from straight above the forest, and we then look through the sides. So this is height in colour, and this is just individual trees coloured. You can do lots with this data. It's fantastic. Not very cheap, but fantastic data, and I think this is something we could use here. Now, here's another problem that we share between Australia and this region. So in the Australian National Report on the indicator, we have a soil organic carbon. Now, this area here is the lowest vegetation cover in Australia. That's where our vegetation cover is lowest. And if we look here, what this is this is from our national report on the indicator, and is showing the region where we have the most significant change in carbon stocks, most apparent significant change. In the indicator, we use a threshold of 10% stock change is a significant change. And the problem is that when we get very low soil organic carbon stock levels, 10% of that is a very small number. And then we're bouncing up against the sensitivity of the detectors and the sensitivity of our approaches. And you'll see here we get as much improvement as we do degradation. I think that's all a mix. So how do we fix this, right? One of the ways we're thinking about doing this at the moment is actually changing the threshold of detection for a significant change using the statistics. So this is a very rubbery graph that I made just over the last couple of days. I apologise. But what we're showing here basically is different thresholds of change and then the different distributions of the thresholds of change. There may be, and this graphic doesn't do it justice, and I apologise, but what we might be able to do here is identify that below a certain soil organic carbon stock level, we need to adjust the threshold for a significant detection because we can't detect it very accurately, and you'd wonder if it makes any difference. A 10% change in a very small amount may have no real impact in terms of the effectiveness of the soil to support biological activity. That's something we can work on together there. I'd like to do that. Now, land productivity, we often talk about NDVI. Some of you may know this. It's a combination of near-infrared and red light that is very representative of the dynamics of plant growth. So plant growth vigour and biomass are represented by something like an NDVI. There are many indices that you can use. Some are better suited to areas with low cover, some are better suited to areas with high cover. The NDVI is pretty good across most of them. But there are other ways to represent that data. There are always shortfalls, and I think we'll probably hear about some of the shortcomings of these systems in the rest of the presentations today. This is one called fractional cover, and it incorporates lots of data sets and quite an extensive field data collection program. But what it basically shows is, instead of productivity levels really, it shows the proportion of cover. So blue is non-photosynthetic vegetation, so brown or senescent vegetation that might be lying around. Bare is bare soil, and green is green vegetation. So you can see the distribution of these features, and you can interrogate this data set to reveal the composition of each pixel and that change over time as well. And so here we go. You may recognise that location. It looks pretty red to me, so that's about the reddest place I've seen, so congratulations. And then, again, we focus in on Riyadh. Just quickly here, there is a timeline down the bottom, and I don't show it here very well, but you can access this data now from the GeoGlam RAP portal, and it's very easy to represent changes over time in these fractions of green and non-photosynthetic and bare soil. And yes, one more thing. When we're thinking about the degradation of the land, the condition of the land, there are lots of other ways to represent that. This is a graphics describing a method called the Habitat Condition Assessment System. Uses lots of remote sensing and field data to essentially look at the ecological integrity of pixels as compared to a reference site. And so, very complex process, but what you end up with is a range of reference sites that we consider in excellent condition here, and then this is the analysis, purple being not very good and green being good. Now, this is not representative of vegetation cover, it is the intactness, the similarity of the region to a reference region of a similar type. A completely new way to think about it. We are doing this in Australia now. Now, for land degradation neutrality, we need lots more data than this, and we can build on some of these things. I won't go into that now because I know I'm taking too long. Thank you so much. Sure. This is my last slide. Our task for communicating the challenges of supporting the land is now harder than it is for communicating the challenge around climate change, because we are starting from a newer base, really. There are many drivers that are different. There is unambiguous agreement on the drivers of climate change and lots of information to measure those changes. We don't have anything like that for land degradation. What there is in the climate space, there is a thing called the Climate Model Intercomparison Program that looks at lots of different models all at once, and it produces a graph like this. So for someone that's wanting to interpret what their condition of their land might be, I'm making this up, this is a climate graph, we can say this is the average, and then we have this range of potential outcomes over time, and we can even forecast what our outcome might be like. We don't have anything like that for the land. This is just a climate space. So I have argued before, I think now we might need a land degradation model intercomparison project. This is something I think we could lead here. That is all. Thank you so much for letting me go a bit over time.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Sims. Thank you for the informative talk. We will open the session now for quick 1 or 2 questions for Dr. Sims before he is leaving. Okay, Dr. Sayed.
I think it's coming.
Thank you very much for your presentation, nice presentation.
Thank you.
You highlighted several types of satellite data. My question regarding the land degradation factor. I see the soil organic carbon that you represented. I'm interested know the model that you derive the soil organic carbon? Is it based which satellite that you used, and also the unit that you measure the soil organic carbon? But because it is very important factor.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm not an expert in the soil organic carbon assessment, but what it uses is very much like the IPCC methods. So it has, we make an estimate of a soil organic carbon based on the land cover type, and then we adapt that measurement based on what we know in terms of climate erosion factors, land use factors, any history of fires, things like that. So it's actually a model. I mean, it only uses imagery in as far as defining the extent of the land cover type.
Okay, do you validate this model outside Australia?
Well,
yes, because the problem here in Saudi Arabia, a big part of the KSA is the missing data regarding the soil organic carbon. And if we use it, train.earth, also there are a lot of error in soil organic carbon.
Soil organic carbon is really hard, man. I really envy you guys who commit your life to working on it, because it can be highly variable from 1 metre to the next in the ground, and it can be highly variable over time. It can remain very stable for a very long time, even if you clear all of the vegetation on top of it, or it can disappear in an instant when the fire comes through, right? So very difficult to measure. It's a significant challenge. Modelling it, I think, is the best way. Thank you for your questions.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sayed.
Thank you.
Quick question and a brief answer.
Yes, sorry.
Hello, many thanks for this presentation, or nice presentation. It's focused for degradation using UNCCD methodology, but we need to highlight about the percentage for every factors in these models, because every factors, I think it's not have the weight in the model, and also most of these factors is not fine. As we mentioned, trend earth, most of this factor like land cover, it's not fine. It's also, as you mentioned, it's depend on the source of image.
Yeah.
So when we use every image or satellite image, we must be have a weight for every element in this case. How impact in the final degradation?
So you're saying a weighting in the pixels for each of the...
Yeah, the source data or input data, it may be different when we have a fine data or not fine data, so must be have a percentage weighted vector in this model.
There's lots of... we can... Get in touch with me. We can definitely talk about that.
Yes,
but
this is very technical question.
Yeah. It gets very
Nasser,
difficult. We are thinking about how to represent this exactly as you are thinking now. So we've got a lot to talk about. I'm sorry I don't have
contact
longer to...
Dr.
I'm so sorry.
By email, and he will give you... thank you, Dr. Neil.
I will have to leave, unfortunately. Thank you
so
all
much
very
for your time.
No, thank you.
Have a nice
Cheers.
day. Okay, now Dr. Omar Raja for the second presentation. Dr. Omar, 10 minutes, please. First one. Presentation number 1. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum to all. Before we get the presentation, I will talk on behalf of Mohandas Saleh,
Yeah, we have.
the kind of difficulties that we had as end users of the data producers and the analysis side. Because one of the main functions of National Center for Vegetation Cover is to develop the national reports as well as produce land degradation neutrality targets and its monitoring. And when we were into it, we realized that about 42% of the total land area, land cover, and land productivity data was missing for KSA. So that triggered us to approach UNCCD as well as other entities to look for solutions. Accordingly, we organized a workshop of international experts, about 60 of them, 15 from Saudi as well, to talk on the difficulties that we have as end users of the data that we have and the analysis that we do of the satellite imageries. So just to skip the initial part,
Yes.
keeping the time constraint,
Yes.
I will go straight to the workshop that we organized and its findings. So we had all the three types of elements that are involved in producing the data, analysis of data, and then users and practitioners with us in a workshop that was held this year in August. We are grateful to the National Center for Vegetation Cover as well as MIVA and the UNCCD to putting together all these people together to discuss some solutions that may come out of this workshop for the end users.
Yes.
So the major outcomes of the workshop that we had from the experts was to look for alternate and innovative solutions for hyper-arid areas in particular, because this is the area where we have very little data available and the quality of the information is not good enough to take us forward. So the gaps in the data, how to meet it with the ground truthing is also essential. That was the second recommendation that came out of it. Then there is a need to have a user-centered design approach from the outset. When we start with a certain objective to measure either land degradation, land cover, or land productivity, then we need to have a clear objective what we want to achieve out of it. It may be land use that we may end up with, but we have to decide from the beginning what we want to have from it. Then future partnerships is also essential because JRC, Trends.Earth, CSIRO, and other agencies all are working on data, different tools. So what we want to know from all of them is which is the best tool that works, because everyone has its own tools and elements to work on. So there were 4 or 5 recommendations that came out of the workshop. One of the major one was to have a proposal for the future where we can identify the deficiencies and inaccuracies in national and global data sets. Because if we go for very intensive data set, very high resolution one, it is very costly. So we have to look beyond certain things that we can replicate in other countries beside the Saudi as well.
Yes.
So the second point that we want to have is to have a design a monitoring network for the region. Thirdly, to have alternate monitoring methodologies, enhance our current monitoring methodologies as well as our future ones, and how to correlate with the ground truthing models. Then these were the 3 sort of enablers, we can say: strengthen dialogue between scientists, mobilize different stakeholders and partners, and also, since we are the COP presidency, we can take the lead for 40% of the land area which is hyper-arid at the planetary level, so that to assist other countries as well, especially when we have the Middle East Green Initiative with us as well. So this is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Omar.
Thank you.
Thank you for keeping the time. Mr. Sami, please. Yes. 3. Number 3. Check here. Yes. Good.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. تقييم التدهور في المملكة العربية السعودية له أهمية بالغة، بما أن المملكة العربية السعودية تقع ضمن المناطق الجافة أو شبه الجافة، فهي أكثر عرضة للتصحر وتدهور الأراضي. تقييم تدهور الأراضي يساعد على وضع استراتيجيات فعالة لمكافحة التصحر وإدارة الموارد وزيادة الوعي بأهمية استصلاح الأراضي. طيب، كما يدعم أيضا تحقيق رؤية المملكة العربية السعودية 2030. أهداف تقييم التدهور في المملكة العربية السعودية: تقييم الوضع الحالي أولا اللي هو الوضع الراهن، بعد ذلك يتم تحديد النقاط الساخنة، النقاط المتدهورة، بعد ذلك الأسباب المباشرة وغير مباشرة لتدهور الأراضي، بعد ذلك مراجعة ممارسات إدارة الأراضي على المستوى الإقليمي والعالمي، أيضا حوكمة آليات تنفيذ هدف الحياد في تدهور الأراضي. المركز الوطني لتنمية الأوطان النباتية ومكافحة التصحر يعمل على العديد من المشاريع لتقييم التصحر وتدهور الأراضي في المملكة العربية السعودية. لا زال العمل جاري على المشاريع، من ضمن المشاريع مشروع تدهور الأراضي في تقييم تدهور الأراضي ومكافحة التصحر. المشروع لا زال العمل جاري عليه. تم تحديد الوضع الراهن، بدأنا في عمل المسوحات الميدانية. المسوحات الميدانية كانت في النقاط المتدهورة 1076 نقطة متدهورة. تم زيارة هذه النقاط وتم أخذ عينات للتربة والنبات من هذه النقاط. في النقاط الغير متدهورة كانت 696 نقطة غير متدهورة. تم وصف النبات السائد في هذه النقاط. هذه العملية استغرقت الكثير من الوقت، كانت المدة خلال 208 أيام عمل فقط. الآن مع الدكتور نبيل إن شاء الله بيكمل الشرح التفصيلي للمنهجية في عملية التقييم الوضع الراهن اللي حصلت في المشروع، أو منهجية تقييم الوضع الراهن في المشاريع الأخرى. شكرا لكم.
Dr. Nabil, please go ahead. 5 minutes, please.
شكرا.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you for the audience to be here. I will continue the presentation of Sami, and we will focus on the assessment of land degradation. I mean the evaluation of the current status of land degradation in Saudi Arabia. Of course, the approach used, it's following the good practice guiding version 2, when we focus on 3 indicators. The one, it's the trend in land cover, then the trends in the soil organic carbon, and then the trends in land productivity, in which there are sub-indicators for the 3 land productivity regarding trajectory, state, and performance. And to all of the 3 indicators, will compute our final indicator, or SDG 15.3.1, which is the proportion of degraded land over total land area. So, the aggregation of the three sub-indicators, as you know, following the good practice guiding version 2, is using the one-out, all-out approach. The baseline period for land productivity trend is from 2000 to 2015, as well for the land cover change and as well for the soil organic carbon change. For the reporting period for consistency for land productivity, we did 2008 to 2023, and for land cover change, we did for 2015 to 2023, both for soil organic carbon and land cover change. The first indicator, which is very important, it's the land cover date. The land cover data, we use the global data, the GLC called GST. The data are derived from Landsat data. There are almost 36 land cover type. The first step is to aggregate this 36 land cover type to 7, the 7 that are used by UNCCD. And then we used the transition matrix done by the National Saudi Arabia report in 2022. So we did, first of all, aggregation of the 36 into 7, and then we used the transition matrix done during PRES 4 in 2022 reporting. For soil organic carbon data, we used the same approach of the GPG version 2. What we did, as Neil said this morning, that we used like transition of land cover data, and for each transition there is a coefficient, okay? And this transition are a factor of climate factor. We have climate factor and management factor. UNCCD did not publish in the good practice guideline the management factor. So only due to the lacking of data, we use only climate factor, which are IPCC global climate data. Saudi Arabia already within 3 global climate data. So you see here their factor, this factor in this table, sorry, in the previous table, we have this coefficient, which are a factor of transition matrix, and then there is inside the matrix factor which are related to the global climate factor. And we use a reference, soil organic carbon, derived from SRIC at 250 a meter. There is a very important information that this coefficient are a literature review, and they are published by UNCCD and as well used by IPCC, and this coefficient are the result of 20 years of change. I mean, the change between each land cover to another land cover using this coefficient takes 20 years. So it's important to consider this, this aspect. For land productivity data, as I mentioned it at the beginning, we have 3 sub-indicators. The first one is the trajectory. The trajectory for Landsat, we used Landsat imagery, Landsat 7 and Landsat 8 at 30-meter spatial resolution. For trajectory measuring, for 16 years, both in baseline and reporting period, we used the Menckend non-parametric method for trajectory, okay? And for the state, which reflects the recent change within the same period, whether baseline or reporting. So we made the comparison of mean NDVI percentile in the baseline and target period. And for performance, what is the new, maybe comparing to the national reporting done in 2022, is that we used national soil data which reflect the soil units. We have 50 soil units combined with 7 land cover. So in total we have 350 soil units. So the performance parameter or indicator is very important. It has not a temporal philosophy like trajectory or state, rather it has a local or spatial philosophy to compare between land unit together. And of course, for the aggregation of the trend, state, and performance, we used the good practice guideline version 2 of UNCCD, unlike Trans-Earth. Okay, so the results. Here is the results rapidly of the trends in land cover during baseline, during reporting. We have 3 types of legend, whether degrading, stable, or improved. This is the result of trends in soil organic carbon, both in baseline and reporting. Here is the result of trends land productivity during baseline and report. And you know that comparing to soil organic carbon trend and the land cover trend, the land productivity or trends in land productivity has the most weight comparing to the two. And if we look for the trends in land productivity, you see for trajectory, state, so the first one is trajectory, the trend. The second one is the state. This is during baseline. I mean, recent change. The baseline node that is from 2000 to 2015. So we are looking for the period from 2013 to 2015, comparing to 2000 to 2012. Okay? And the performance, you see, using the aggregation of UNCCD in GPG2, you know that performance has the most effective way, both for baseline and as well for reporting period. Okay, so it's very important. It's very important to select which method we need for the aggregation of the 3 sub-indicators in trend land productivity. So,
Dr. Nabil, we have limited time, please, for you.
Yes. So this is the final indicator, SDG baseline, SDG reporting period, and this is the final results, okay, statistical results for each indicator, land cover, soil organic carbon, land productivity, SDG for both baseline and reporting period. This is the last slide, current situation. I mean, now we are doing fieldwork. So fieldwork are currently processed, and the fieldwork data we serve for SDG sub-indicator validation. This is very, very important. Land cover transition matrix, we need to be harmonized with the soil organic carbon transition coefficient with the different stakeholder, okay? We need to have one transition matrix which is valid by all of stakeholders. And currently, we are working on data, raw data of Landsat. Here you see current working on harmonizing raw data between the different satellite sensors. For instance, Landsat 7 and Landsat 8. Before to work on indices, which indicator is the most important? We need to work on raw data. You see here, Landsat 7 and Landsat 8. We have the red band and we have the near-infrared band. I made a comparison between the 2 periods, the 2 satellites, for the same period, for instance, in 2016. And you see there is some discrepancy between the 2 data. So we are working on how to harmonize these 2 satellites before to work on indicates. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Nabil.
Thank you.
Considering the time, we will open the session for any questions, just 1 or 2 questions from the audience. And please avoid technical questions. Okay, no questions? طيب تفضل دكتور منصور.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام.
شكرا على العروض المقدمة. سؤالي للأستاذ سامي هو تطرق إلى عندكم مشاريع في تقييم التصحر. وش المناطق اللي بدأتوا فيها في تقييم التصحر؟ المناطق اللي بدأتوا فيها.
المشروع المملكة العربية السعودية كاملة. هذا المشروع الأول يشمل جميع مناطق المملكة العربية السعودية. المشروع اللي تطرقنا للنقاط كانت النقاط على مستوى المملكة العربية السعودية كاملة. تم أخذ عينات للتربة والنبات من جميع النقاط. العمل لا زال جاري على عكس هذه النتائج وتحليلها في مختبرات متخصصة، ومن ثم تصحيح الخرائط اللي تكلم عنها وتطرق لها الدكتور نبيل، اللي هي الوضع الخرائط الأولية اللي تطرق لها الدكتور نبيل. بعد نتائج التحاليل للنبات والتربة يتم تصحيح الخرائط الأولية. فجميع المناطق المملكة العربية السعودية كانت الدراسة شاملة. لا زال في مشاريع قادمة بإذن الله تكون بشكل أدق وبمساحات أصغر في جميع المناطق، وتكون مقسمة على مناطق بشكل جغرافي يعني أضيق.
شكرا لك مستر سامي. Question here, please briefly.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Thank you very much for the very nice presentations. Quickly, Dr. Nabil, in your opinion, to which extent with 30-meter resolutions we have overcome the problem in these hyper-arid regions and the no data on the land productivity maps?
Dr. Nabil,
yes, thank you for.
please.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Amin. Yeah, thank you, Mustafa, for your very important question. I think that a lot of discussion regarding spatial resolution, you remember during the last reporting that where we used global data models of 250 meters, are not sufficient maybe to better characterize spatial variability of land productivity data, or land cover, or the soil organic carbon. I think we use it now, the Landsat data, to estimate the change of land cover change and the land productivity with the 3 sub-indicators, as well for the soil organic carbon, which use, of course, indirectly the information from land cover data. I think that the information is enhanced. I mean, the variability is enhanced. We can see more detailed results within the mapping process. And the introduction of land units from the soil, national data has improved a lot the final results. But as I said at the end of the slide, since Landsat data are not one satellite, more than one satellite, to cover the whole period from 2000 to 2023. We have Landsat 7 and Landsat 8. So there is a combination of the two information, the bands from the two satellites. So it's very, very important before to focus on indicators, we need to harmonize this data. We already tested harmonized data in US, but did not work so much here in hyper-arid areas. So now we are working how to harmonize these two data to rely on this data, raw data, before to work on indices. And between parentheses, we tested as well the soil adjusted vegetation index, SAVI, and results are comparable. So there's no better information from SAVI, for example, comparing to NDVI. Better, we need to work on raw data, and then we will see how to improve using, do not forget, please, using the fieldwork data. We have a lot of fieldwork data that will help us to better improve our sub-indicators. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nabil. Thank you for the distinguished audience for attending this session. I would like to remind you there is a second session now, start with Dr. Omar Raja. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for those who are not with us, Dr. Omar and Dr. Sims.
Yes, thank you.
For that, we welcome Mr. Abdullah Al-Mansi to start with the presentation. Thank you.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. حياكم الله جميعا. أنا هنا بعطيكم مقدمة سريعة على أهداف تحية تدهور الأراضي للمملكة العربية السعودية، المشروع اللي تم في المملكة العربية السعودية. أول حاجة، ما معنى تحية تدهور أراضي؟ تحية تدهور أراضي يعني الأرض إما تكون مستقرة أو تكون متحسنة. في الدورة الثانية عشر لمؤتمر الأطراف كوب 12 لاتفاقية الأمم المتحدة لمكافحة التصحر التي عقدت عام 2015 تم الاتفاق على الغاية 15.3، وهي من غايات أهداف التنمية المستدامة التي تحتوي على المؤشر 15.31 المؤشر المختص في تحية تدهور الأراضي. وبناء على ذلك حددت المملكة العربية السعودية أهدافها الطوعية لتحية تدهور الأراضي والمساهمة في تحقيق هذه الغاية، حيث أنه اعتمدنا 5 مراحل واعتمدت من UNCCD وعكست على الموقع من المنهجية. رقم 1 إنشاء مجموعة عمل معنية بتحية تدهور الأراضي وتنظيم ورش عمل أكثر من 20 جهة مختصة. 2 تقييم الوضع الراهن لتحية تدهور الأراضي استنادا على مجموعة بيانات من 2015 إلى 2023. رقم 3 تقييم اتجاهات تدهور الأراضي، حيث يتوقع تحية تدهور الأراضي بنسبة 1.2% إذا بقي الوضع على ما هو عليه مستقر. رقم 4 تحديد العوامل المباشرة وغير مباشرة لتحية تدهور الأراضي، إما عوامل اجتماعية أو اقتصادية. أخيراً الهدف الخامس وهو تحييد الأهداف الوطنية الطوعية لتحية تدهور الأراضي للوصول إلى الحياد 2030 إن شاء الله. طيب، مين هم أبرز الجهات ذات العلاقة؟ أبرز الجهات ذات العلاقة هم مستخدمون الأراضي والجهات الحكومية والمؤسسات غير الربحية وشركات التنمية ومقدمون الخدمة في القطاع الخاص. الاستراتيجيات والخطط الوطنية الداعمة لتحقيق تحدية تدهور الأراضي هي الاستراتيجية الوطنية للبيئة والاستراتيجية الوطنية للمياه ومبادرة السعودية الخضراء وخطط التنمية الغطاء النباتي والاستراتيجيات المحميات والاستراتيجية الوطنية للزراعة. الحين معنا المهندس أسامة حيعطيكم ديتيل للمشروع وإحنا فين وصلنا. الله يعطيكم العافية.
Thank you, Abdullah.
شكرا مهندس.
My name is Usama Al-Ghazi. Is it working? Yes. Hi, my name is Usama Al-Ghazi. I'm a part of strategy and team who has supported the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture as well as the National Center for Vegetation Cover to set the targets of the land degradation neutrality. Today, you know, the environmental agenda in Saudi Arabia has evolved a lot, be it at a national level or even at a regional and international level, starting with Vision 2030 to the National Environment Strategy, and where the 5 environmental centers have been set up, to the Saudi Green Initiative that has a target to plant 10 billion trees, equivalent to more than 40 million hectares of degraded land, as well as the national sectoral strategies, including the agriculture, the water, the food security, the combating desertification, and others. In parallel, at a regional and global level, Saudi Arabia has been a pioneer on that agenda, being with the Middle East Green Initiative or the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as the G20 Riyadh Summit, where the G20 Global Land Initiative has been initiated. As Abdullah mentioned, to set the targets of land degradation neutrality in Saudi Arabia, we followed the UNCCD approach to set those targets. The first 5 steps are to set the land degradation neutrality targets. The last 5 steps are to achieve those land degradation neutrality. So in the next slides, we're going to focus on each of those steps. In step 1, it's important to involve all key stakeholders. As Dr. Luke has mentioned, today the governments cannot do it alone. We need the private sector, we need the universities, we need the authorities, royal reserves, international organizations. And actually, this is what we've done here as part of this project, where we developed an LDN working group involving all the, as much as possible of the relevant stakeholders. In addition, we've launched an inception and consultative workshop to really walk them through all the different phases of the project. In step 2, this is where we define the indicators that will be used to really define the land degradation neutrality. We've defined the data sources, and in here we had 2 different sources with different specifications. We went with the most detailed and the higher quality data. We agreed on the baseline year, which was from 2015 to 2023. And of course, based on all these metrics, we've defined the baseline values. In step 3, we needed to understand the trends of land degradation occurring in Saudi Arabia. How much are we expecting, how much of land are we expecting to be degraded between 2023 and 2030? In order to really neutralize it and rehabilitate as much as possible to neutralize this effect. Based on the analyses, we realized that we're expecting around 2.3 million hectares to be degraded between 2023 and 2030. This is based on historical trends, which is equivalent roughly around 0.3 million hectares per year. So the minimum that we need to achieve the land degradation neutrality in Saudi Arabia is to rehabilitate 2.3 million hectares. Of course, based on the ambitious plans and objectives and strategies that we have in Saudi Arabia, this target will be achieved. We're going to achieve more, but in order to achieve, we need to commit to this 2.3 million hectares. In step 4, we had to really understand the causes, the pressures of land degradations that are occurring in Saudi Arabia. And accordingly, we had 3 different types of pressures. The first one is the natural and environmental pressures, like the extreme climate conditions, the nature, the geographical location and topography in Saudi Arabia, as well as plants-related hazards. The second type is related to socioeconomic pressures and human pressures, like the unsustainable grazing, the habitat conversion due to human activity, as well as the demography and population growth, which puts additional pressures on the natural resources and urban encroachment, in addition to limited community awareness. And the third type of pressures is the institutional one, related to making sure that we have the right policies and the right regulations in place. In parallel also, in addition to understanding the pressures, we had to really understand the current framework, be it from laws and regulations and implementing regulations, whether they allow it or not. And indeed, the regulatory framework in Saudi Arabia around land degradation is pretty evolved. Of course, sometimes there could be certain improvements, but we are in a good state at that level. In step number 5, this is the step where we need to define the targets and define the means to achieve those targets. But as we said at the beginning, the Saudi Arabia has a lot of plans, existing plans and strategies that we can benefit from and really, extract the targets from them, including the National Environment Strategy, the Saudi Green Initiative, the National Water Strategy, Food Security, Agriculture, National Strategy for Natural Pastures, the Combating Desertification Plan, and the Forest Strategic Plan. And so accordingly, we extracted 77 related targets based on the ARR approach, that the one that Dr. Luke has mentioned, that first we need to avoid land degradation. Second, in case land degradation happens, we need to reduce it and mitigate it. And third is to reverse it. Then, based on those 77 targets, we shortlisted them into 16 targets. And this is based, first of all, we eliminated redundancy. Of course, there are certain overlapping targets between the different strategies, so we extracted these. And then we prioritized the impact on LDN. So in total, we had 16 targets categorized along 8 categories, with 6 being national and 10 specific targets. Very quickly, the different categories are land use planning, sustainable land management and conservation, terrestrial ecosystem restoration, rangeland conservation and restoration, agriculture land conservation, forest conservation, valley conservation, and drought mitigation. If I have to stop here at specific metrics, I would stop at the rehabilitate the 2.4 million hectares of rangeland areas through vegetation cover improvement. I would stop also at the increased protected areas to reach 30% of Saudi Arabia's total land area, the 2.8 million hectares in forest and 1.8 million hectares in mangrove. Those are, would give us a direct sense whether we will be achieving the targets, the 2.3 million or not. Of course, we have targets that will provide the achieving neutrality and more than that. What's beyond setting the targets, and this is what Saudi Arabia is focusing on today. They have shifted focus on achieving land degradation neutrality. Starting with mainstreaming LDN in land use planning, we really need to use the LDN as a planning tool and across infrastructure projects, across natural reserves, across agriculture and others. And this is, let me move to the next one, which summarizes what we have been doing. The LDN working group that we have institutionalized and set up, we can benefit from it to really mainstream the LDN in Saudi Arabia. The step 7, and we've already started also looking at that, we can benefit from the existing strategies, plans, SGI, NES, combating desertification plan to really detail and articulate the detailed steps of achieving LDN. Step number 8 is to facilitate action towards land degradation neutrality. Here is about building partnerships and is about raising the right awareness. Also, given the busy agenda of Saudi Arabia and the prominent one, we can benefit from the existing programs as well. In addition to step 9 and 10, where we need to ensure that we are monitoring the progress as well as reporting it to the relevant entities. I think, for the sake of time, we believe, indeed, Saudi Arabia is on the right path to really push this agenda. In terms of land degradation neutrality, we've set the targets. Now it's really about execution, and we're already doing that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mohandas Abdullah and Mohandas Osama. So we have got a few minutes left with us. If there are any questions from the audience, we would welcome that.
Habibi.
There are two things. Either you understand it completely or the other way around. So I think our panelists have done a very excellent job in explaining what they were trying to explain and put it across on LDN. So we do not have any questions from the audience. So we put our hands together for our panelists. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
نبدأ الآن الجلسة الثالثة تحت عنوان Adaptation Measure to Devolve Resilience Agents Different Type of Drought. ندعو متحدثينا الكرام التوجه للمسرح ويستكمل الدكتور راجع عمر الجلسة.
Assalamu alaikum jamian. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us for the third session. Moving on, we are now going to the adaptation measures to develop resilience against different types of drought. In this regard, we have got panelists from the national level, from the academia, as well as from the international centers. So we invite them all. First of all, we would like to welcome Dr. Mark Sabuda, Director, National Drought Mitigation Center, Nebraska, USA. Next would be Dr. Andrea Torre, Member, Science Policy Interface of UNCCD. He is also the Senior Scientist for European Commission Joint Research Center. Next, please welcome Dr. Abdur Rahman, Professor, Water Management Department, King Saud University, Riyadh. Please welcome Engineer Muhammad Al Saeed, Director, Drought Management, National Center for Vegetation Cover. And lastly, Dr. Muhammad Al Sherbani is drought expert in environmental horizon, agriculture, water, and climate from, please. So we would first like to start our session with Dr. Mark Sabuda, who would be talking on developing resilience against drought at the international level, especially the efforts that are being made by the Drought Center in Nebraska. So we welcome Dr. Mark, please.
Do I go to the podium?
Yes, you can use the...
Thank you. Good afternoon. Very honored to be here, and I appreciate the invitation to participate in this panel. So I'm going to give you a few perspectives of the work we've done around the world. The Drought Mitigation Center's been around since 1995, and I've been at the Drought Center since 1995. I'm presently the director of the Drought Mitigation Center, and I'm going to go through here and talk a little bit about who we are and what we do. So one of the challenges with drought is that there are different kinds of drought, and they cover a wide spectrum of space and time. So traditionally, most people think of drought as only being a slow onset disaster. And that's still true. But with climate change and warming temperatures, we're seeing a change in the way water goes through the water cycle. This has led to a more frequency of what we call these rapid onset droughts or flash droughts. So I think we need to start thinking of drought in a little bit different context than the traditional way of just these things take months or years to develop. We do have these very quick-hitting droughts. And so unlike all the other hazards that we deal with, they typically have a relatively small spatial footprint and a relatively short time footprint. Drought, however, can last from days to decades. And so that's a challenge in how we manage it, and that's a challenge on how we adapt and become more resilient to it. So speaking of definitions, the other challenge with drought is that it's often associated with these other terms up here in this table, some of which are natural, some of which are anthropogenic. So drought, we're looking at more of a temporary feature of the climate. You can have a drought in a desert, you can have a drought in a rainforest, but this is also a very arid climate compared to a rainforest. So droughts are different based on the ecosystems that they occur in. Water scarcity is the other one. You could have normal rainfall for a region and still be short of water. That doesn't necessarily mean it's a drought. It just means you don't have enough water supply to meet demand. So these are sort of the interactions between these sorts of terms that makes drought comes in and is oftentimes a multiplier effect or a compounding of impacts due to drought on all of these issues, whether it's desertification, whether it's aridity, whether it's water scarcity, or just drought itself. So in the last decade plus now, there's been a little bit more of a consensus in the coming to what we call the 3 pillars of drought risk management. Pillar 1 is often referred to as the monitoring and early warning aspect of drought. Pillar 2 gets to the impacts through risk assessment and vulnerabilities. And Pillar 3, we look at planning, mitigation, and response. So this came out of a high-level meeting for drought policy in Geneva, hosted by the World Meteorological Organization in 2013. And we just had the Plus 10 meeting also in Geneva back in October of this year. So this has really advanced and brought people together on sort of, we're talking the same language now, which I think is very important. This kind of shows that roadmap, explaining what those 3 pillars do. There's a whole bunch of resources at what's called the Integrated Drought Management Program, IDMP. IDMP is a joint effort that came out of the high-level meeting. It's organized by the World Meteorological Organization as well as the Global Water Partnership. And then there are many associated groups that are partners and participants in that effort, including our center, the National Drought Mitigation Center at the University of Nebraska. Many resources are available, freely available at the idmp.org website, the portal. One of these that starts to get into building resilience is about drought planning, drought mitigation. So there's a lot of good guidance materials there on that website that I would encourage you to check it out. One of which is based on the original 10-step process that Dr. Wilhite, who was the founding director of the Drought Mitigation Center and worked in the drought area before retiring for over 45 years. This document is one of the original guidance documents that led to the 3-pillar approach. But that's not the only one. There's literally dozens. They're all available on that website for free. If you Google Integrated Drought Management Program, you will find that, but you'll also find a lot of very interesting material that can help on drought policy and planning, adaptation and resilience. This is a good example. Many of you probably aren't just focused only on drought. You may be interested in flooding as well. And so this conundrum of too much, too little often happens in the same country in the same year. This is very, very often the case. It's not like you're only dealing with drought or only dealing with flood. Many managers in different ministries and different NGOs are dealing with both of these, and often at the same time. So this is one of the guidance documents that came out from the World Bank, along with partners at the Global Water Partnership, Deltares, and GFDRR, to sort of issue this, what they call this EPIC project that looked at dealing and integrating into a broader multi-hazard sort of approach versus just one hazard at a time. And you can see here on this scale, it's dealing with all these spheres of influence, whether you're a natural ecosystem, production agriculture, an urban center. And I think that's what makes this document pretty relevant for some of the issues we deal with when we're helping a country develop a drought plan or other groups that are dealing with drought or floods. Now, originally, you know, maybe when I first started, there weren't a lot of drought indicators available. It maybe makes me sound a little old, but there wasn't even email and there wasn't the internet yet. So just to think about where we've come in the last 30, 35 years is pretty amazing. So oftentimes we were looking, one of the first things I did when I started was, how many drought indicators can I look at? There were just like 3 or 4, and they came in the mail because there was no email. So it's very hard to have a near real-time early warning system to build up some resilience when you're at that sort of a lag in time. Now, of course, we can get huge data sets, satellite data sets, model data sets, in situ data sets every day and at very large scales, covering the entire globe. In fact, we're working on many projects where we're developing these combined drought indicators that rely on this convergence of evidence approach, meaning we simply don't want to look at one indicator only to make that decision. We're trying to use multiple indicators to give us greater confidence of what type of drought it is, how intense it is, and what amount of area that it's covering. And so there are all these types of droughts, as was mentioned, to kick off this project by Mr. Omer, including meteorological, agricultural, hydrological, but more recently, emphasis on, I talked about flash droughts early on, and ecological drought as well. So we want to look at all the aspects of the hydrologic cycle. And that's what we're doing here in this figure, is looking at different data sets, combining them using machine learning and other techniques, including expert judgment as well, to make a little bit more informed assessment of drought conditions in a particular region or country. So this is kind of what those outcomes look like. When you combine them together, it's more on a gridded basis. And we have worked with several countries over the last 25 years. But in the last 10 years, we've seen a lot more of an automated approach on a gridded basis using machine learning to generate maps like these, where they've come to the drought center and we've worked to train. We've gone there. We've done a lot of exchange of ideas and data. And we have built these drought early warning systems for several countries now in several regions, including, this is just an example of 4, but we've probably worked with around 24 countries over the last 10 years to stand up these sort of early warning systems. But that's not the only, that doesn't mean the work is done. So I talked about the 3 pillars. That kind of covered pillar 1. But now what? What do we do with that information? Someone has to distill that information and make it usable. We want to make sure the decision makers and the policy makers take that information. We want them to be able to do their job better, use it to inform a drought planning process. And here's a couple examples of what we've done with the World Bank in Southern Africa. I've circled the 2 in red as 2 examples. On the top is an example of how the country of Zimbabwe took an early warning system like this and was trying to push it through the parliament and government to make it their official drought early warning system. In the second case below it, that was in Eswatini. This is an example of taking a map like this for Eswatini, which we helped them develop. They run it operationally now themselves, so we don't have to, because it's open source. And then they use those maps that are generated by the National Emergency Management Authority, and they send those maps to the Ministry of Agriculture, who puts it in the bulletin for the producers on the ground. This helps them make decisions on seed choice, when to plant, when to irrigate, etc. So this is a good example of taking an early warning system and making it an early warning information system. So I think the key word there is information. We don't want to just dump a bunch of maps in their lap and say, here you go. We want to be able to make information out of those to add value. And then the last couple slides here, I'll spend talking finally on the emphasis of impacts. And I think we need to monitor and track impacts in the same way that we do precipitation or temperature or wind, and we don't do that, not well enough. So we have started a database. Well, our first database actually started about 20 years ago now, back in 2005. And now in the last few years, we've pushed to more of a using people on their cell phones to do crowdsource collection of impact data. They can load up a photo, they can tell us their thoughts on how dry they think it is or isn't. And then we just announced in a side session yesterday, last evening, on what's right now a prototype for the UNCCD in our partnership with the Observatory of Sahara and Sahel, is a African drought impact tracker. So we're standing up, that prototype right now is in place. We're working on the networks that will feed the data and information into it, tapping into networks on the ground from citizen science and professional networks both, and then start to collect that and put that into a database hosted by the OSS in Tunis. So this is just getting underway. We hope to really start to see information flow into this tool as early into next year. And then finally, how do we tie it all up? So I've kind of covered pillar 1 with drought early warning. I've covered pillar 2 with impact collection to understand where we're at risk and vulnerable to drought. And then finally, to tie that all together, you need to have a drought plan. And that can come in a variety of scales. So it's not just a national, it doesn't just have to be a national plan. You could have a water basin plan, you could have an urban center plan, you could have, actually down to the individual. And we do see these scales of planning across this entire spectrum, and still at the national scale, of course, as well. But in the last, say, decade or so, we've really seen it focus not just on nations, but on subnational. And then across the finish line, implementation. That's taking the final step, the final mile of the marathon, if you will, is getting that information or science to action, making it usable, as I talked about up front. So ultimately, we want to get to the steps 5, 6, and 7, where they have a plan and they can share that in a transparent way with the public. And here's all these challenges. We're not going to go through all of them, but obviously you're well aware of these. You probably deal with them, that we have to deal with now. And a changing climate is making that even more challenging and addressing all of these challenges that I've listed here. But hopefully we've shown you some examples of ways we can take this sort of data and make it usable information. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mark. It was a comprehensive outlook on the work of your center. And one thing that we would like to see is that center working in Saudi as well, because we see it's working in other places. So we would love to see you here as well. So next we go on to Dr. Andrea, who will be talking on water management to control drought, use of AI system in drought monitoring. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with you all here today. I'm going to give you a brief overview of the use and the potential opportunities for the use of artificial intelligence methods and tools into the big realm of drought. As you have already seen by my colleague Mark, drought is really complex, and this is why in the last years we have been doing efforts and initiatives to try to enhance, let's say, standard methodologies, integrating in an optimal way also new opportunities coming from the artificial intelligence field. So why the AI? And why drought? So drought is such a complex hazard that is affecting all the different systems, socioeconomic sectors, financial systems, ecosystems, populations, and so on. So to understand and quantify the drought risk and evaluate and then monitor, we have been starting exploring how to integrate our approach that, for instance, we use at the Copernicus Global European Drought Observatory, how to boost these standard methods with the use of AI to tackle the entire broad spectrum of drought risk. And of course, we have not been working alone. And here you have just a few initiatives that have been focusing on different climate extremes and the use of AI to model, to characterize, to improve our knowledge and our understanding of drought, but also other extremes such as heat wave. You have, for instance, projects like CLINT, XIDA, looking at the attribution also of these extremes, but also at initiatives from the UN side, looking at the broad approach of artificial intelligence methods and approaches in natural disaster management. And the recently launched a global initiative on resilience to natural hazards through AI solution that is indeed focusing a lot on all these different aspects related to challenges in modeling, but also challenges in applying these models, for instance, to quantify and evaluate drought risk. When it comes to the application of artificial intelligence approaches, then basically it's not just about running a single method or running a program that is basically implementing an AI. We have plenty of different approaches, and when it comes to the application of AI into the development, we need to get back to the processes, to the biophysical processes that behind our problem. We need to analyze and understand in a way that we can select or develop the best and the most appropriate AI methods that is indeed trying to reflect the complexity in all these physical and biophysical processes. But also we need to take care of data. We need to take care of the spatial and the temporal dimension. And we need to take care of the output in a way that then we can indeed communicate and support actions based on such methods. And when it comes to data, of course, data and AI are somehow intrinsically coupled. This means that we need to make sure that our data, the data that we use, are indeed covering and in a way also characterizing the entire, or in the best possible way, the entire range of aspects of our problem, in this case drought, but also that our data are not affected by structural bias, by human bias, bias in data, for instance, the usual problem in having unbalanced samples that can indeed then introduce issues in the training of your artificial intelligence approach, but also statistical and computational bias. And then we can use our AI approach, for instance, to evaluate the drought risk. And here it is just an example of an hybrid approach that has been developed and implemented, building on expert knowledge, building on statistical traditional approaches, and using AI to derive and estimate drought risk in 5 different sectors all over Europe, covering public water supply, energy, agriculture, but also ecosystems. Thanks to the collection and the efforts in collecting drought impact data, This is just another example that we have released just a few days ago of all the different drought impact data that we have been collected, and now has been made publicly available for the broader community to start also, exploring and exploiting the potential behind this data. But of course, the use of AI goes also well beyond. The use of AI is also important if we want to look at future risk, and if we want to design, test, and evaluate adaptation strategies. This is an example of climate suitability for the production of a specific crop, in this case wheat, durum wheat. And we have been characterizing the end of the century climate suitability by using an AI approach trained with the last years of observations. And the red is characterizes all those areas where basically, if we keep with the current emission scenarios, we are going to lose the suitability to this specific crop. And in blue, you have regions that might become suitable for the cultivation of a specific crop, thanks to the application of expert knowledge and, again, specific and tailored AI methods. But also we can use artificial intelligence tools to enhance our monitoring and our prediction system. This is an example that we are about to release in the coming weeks, of an AI approach that has been developed by using the work of experts in the last 20 years. Experts that were characterizing areas where extremes such as drought and heat waves were creating impacts in the agricultural sector. And now, thanks to this method, we have the possibility to really have in a few seconds an estimation of areas that are going to be affected by drought, but not just by the hazard, but also having a potential impacts in the entire agricultural sector. And thanks to these methods, we can also understand better what are the drivers, because making sure that an AI approach is from one side explainable, but also interpretable is fundamental when we want to build action and strategies based on these AI approaches. And also, the AI gives the possibility to go beyond this determinism and to have also a probabilistic view of this complex problem. And this is just an example of these areas that can be affected by drought, heat waves, and other extremes, with all the different probabilities that such an approach can provide. Then we can still convert into a binary information, but we have indeed a much better understanding of what could happen. We can use, as I said, AI also to monitor and enhance our systems. This is another example that we have developed a couple of years ago that is able to identify the onset of a drought and track the evolution of a drought. It can be adapted to different types of drought according to the specific use that the different requirements are. But also we can combine and take the best of different approaches to characterize complex problems. For instance, if we want to understand the concurrent drought events all over the world, we can develop hybrid approach, like in this case, bringing traditional statistics, advanced statistics that has been developed in the last decades to characterize these sort of problems connected with extremes together with AI, to then understand how the different regions of the world are connected in terms of likelihood of having concurrent drought events, but also other types of events. To understand also better how these concurrent events can be reflected into shocks, for instance, affecting the global commodity market. And then we can use AI also to enhance the data and the forecast to get much better information that we can use to boost and support the action at a local scale. This is an example that comes from a recent study, actually a couple of different studies that we have been doing to enhance the resolution of seasonal forecast, providing information on the coming 6 months, trying to boost what was available and reach indeed a much higher spatial scale by using an optimized AI approach. Then we can go beyond and also try to build models, again hybrid models, that can indeed integrate our theoretical understanding of all the different processes, behavioral models, and AI, to understand, for instance, what is the impact of specific users that are acting on the land and on water resources, like farmers, and then quantify the effects of their actions and their decisions into the biophysical system. And finally, there is an entire new area of development that is related to digital twins, so the so-called digital replica of the Earth system, where indeed we can leverage all the different opportunities offered by AI. Thanks, for instance, to initiatives such as Destination Earth, where we are going to have access to a platform where we can indeed test, implement, develop this sort of digital replica of the different components of the Earth system, and then boost our, let's say, knowledge, but also giving us opportunities to test different resilience strategies. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Andrea, for providing a comprehensive detail of work that JRC is doing to use the data available for artificial intelligence use for drought monitoring. And now we welcome Dr. Abdul Rahman to look at the academic side from the Saudi, the activities that we are doing on drought.
Thank you very much. أشكرك. بس ابغى اتدرب على كيف احرك
هذا
جست اوكي ولا هذا كذا. طيب اوكي. السلام عليكم ورحمه الله وبركاته، واسعد الله مساكم جميعا. طبعا انا اكاديمي الى حد كبير، لذلك سيكون هناك سؤال في وسط العرض، فجهزوا انفسكم للسؤال. لذلك اقترح على الجهه المنظمه، وفعلا اعتقد انه جيد، تطلع جائزه مثلا ايفون مثلا 16 الحين، واللي يجاوب على السؤال هو اللي ياخذ الجائزه عشان نطلع من النوم والتعب والهذا. لذلك اتمنى ان العرض الجديد يكون موجود، والا بندبر امرنا كما تعودنا مع الطلاب. حقيقه انا سعيد جدا اول شيء بالمشاركه، انتم اكيد اعلم منا، وايضا اقدم شكري للمهندس محمد آل سعيد على الدعوه. وحقيقه طبعا هم عارفين من طلابي، لكنه استاذي الحين بعد ما التحق بالمركز، فله من الشكر حقيقه. بسم الله نبدا. طبعا انا ربما اخذكم بعيد شويه عن الموضوع، لكن الدكتور المحاضر الاول اعجبني، كان احضر شريحه فيها 4 صناديق او باكسز يعني، وكان من ضمنها اللي هو ووتر سكارسيتي، اللي هو ندرة المياه أو قلتها حقيقة. وأنا أعتقد أنه جيد أخذكم بجولة حول المياه، ربما أطرح طروحات اليوم تتفاجئون فيها بعض الشيء، بس قابلة للأخذ والعطاء يعني، فسامحوني وجهزوا أنفسكم. بسم الله. طبعا تعريف بسيط، أنا أستاذ هندسة، لأنه ما كان التعريف يمكن وصلا بدري، أستاذ هندسة المياه والري بجامعة الملك سعود، ومشرف كرسي العمودي لأبحاث المياه، وعندنا مسيرة لا بأس بها في الأكاديمية، ما بقول المدة ولا العمر عشان ما تهربون بس من الحرب. طيب، في نظرية جديدة، ما هي جديدة حقيقة، أطلقتها أنا ماشي ولا رجالي؟ أيوة، نظرية قبل أشهر أو فترة قليلة أطلقت نظرية المثلث المائي. والفكرة والنظرية انطلقت من لاحظت أن هناك إشكالية كبيرة في خلط أوراق بين بعض المكونات هذا المثلث، فقلت أشارككم. أنا أطلقتها قبل أسبوع في مؤتمر البطاطس في حائل لأول مرة، والآن تقريبا ثاني مرة، يعني ما خلصت أسبوع. المثلث المائي هذا نظريته يتألف من 3 مكونات، اللي هو ماء متاح، المكون الأول، ماء مطلوب، ماء مضاف. طبعا بالنسبة للماء المتاح يعني أشبع دراسات ولن نصل إلى حل مرضي ولا إلى أرقام مقنعة. ولذلك أنا أذكر كان في محاضرة جميلة للمهندس عبد الله الحصين معالي وزير المياه، أول وزارة كان إنشاء المياه. أنا أعجبني ما قاله في المحاضرة هذه قبل سنوات طبعا في جامعة الملك سعود. قال يفترض أن ننتقل من إدارة العرض اللي هو الماء المتاح إلى إدارة الطلب اللي هو في الجهة اليسار وفوق. بس الناس جاهم خلط أوراق بين الماء المطلوب والماء المضاف، فمن هنا انطلق فكرة الماء، نظرية المثلث المائي. في الماء المتاح أشبع دراسات ولن نصل إلى حل، متأكد من هذا. وبالتالي معاليه يريدنا ننتقل إلى إدارة الطلب أو المياه. بالنسبة للماء المطلوب بذلت فيه دراسات ونظريات، في اعتقادي أن احنا وصلنا إلى أرقام معقولة، أنا شخصيا راضي عنها. فأقدر أقول لكم الآن الماء المطلوب لأي نبات في المملكة منقسم على 3 فصول، 3 أجزاء، كل جزء 4 شهور. 4 شهور منها 5 ملم في اليوم كافي أي نبات، وأنا مسؤول عن هذا. وأشهر 10 ملم في اليوم، 4 أشهر، و4 أشهر 15 ملم في اليوم كافي، خصوصا في الأشجار اللي ما هي منتشرة. في اعتقادي الماء مطلوب أشبع وأعطي حقه. نأتي للماء المضاف، وللأسف أغفل كثيرا وأهمل ولا هو واضح للناس. ولذلك أنا أذكر أيام الصبا كان عندنا مزارع وكان عندنا بساتين خضراء، الآن لا وجود لها. يعني في الثمانينات والله ما مفروض أذكر الأرقام، لكن ماشي. لكن أذكر هذا والله خيرات، والأشجار والبساتين موجودة، الآن ما هي موجودة. والسبب بسيط جدا، وهو قضية الماء المضاف. طبعا بنجي لها إن شاء الله من أين يأتي الماء المضاف. ولذلك أنا أعتقد أنه الماء المضاف أربكنا في حاجتين في البلد. أربكنا في قضية استنزاف المياه الجوفية، وأربكنا في إيقاف الزراعة أو تحجيمها حقيقة. والسبب أنه ما حد وصل إلى قضية الماء المضاف من بدري. الآن أعتقد أنه وقته لنناقشه ونعطي حقه، لأنها يكلف صح، بس أنها قادرون عليه إن شاء الله. فهذه نظرية المثلث المائي، وتحتاج وقت لفهمها واستيعابها وتطبيقها، وأتمنى أنه تعطى فرصة لقضية الماء المضاف. طيب نأتي طبعا ما بقدر أغطي الماء المضاف الآن، بمرة أعرج معاكم على المياه المتاحة والمياه المطلوبة، والسؤال لا زال بيجيكم إن شاء الله الحين. طيب من ضمن القناعات اللي لازم أعطيكم اليوم معايا وتأخذوا وتعطوا يعني، وفيها ديبيت، أنا لا أرى أن التقسيم مصادر المياه بالصورة التقليدية، مياه جوفية، مياه أمطار. أنا أعتقد أن هذا قديم بعض الشيء. أنا أعتقد أن المياه المتاحة هي عبارة عن بحار أو أبحر وأنهار أو أنهر. فأعتقد البحار موجودة اللي هو تقريبا نسميها المحيطات، لكن هي أبحر، 7 أبحر، بالتالي البحار موجودة. والأنهار وضعها الله في الأرض، أنزلها الله في الأرض، وليس كما يتوقع البعض إنها هي الله سبحانه وتعالى أنزلها في الأرض. فبالتالي عندنا بحار في الأصل وأنهار، وسن الله سبحانه وتعالى اللي هو الدورة الهيدرولوجية، ووتر سايكل ووتر هيدرولوجي. وبالتالي بفضل الله ثم هذه الدورة بفضل الله ثم بفضل هذه الدورة الهيدرولوجية جاءتنا الأمطار. تمام. الأمطار منها ما يعود إلى الغلاف الجوي، هو نسبة تقريبا بسيطة، ومنها ما يعود إلى البحار، وهذا للأسف حاصل عندنا في المنطقة بالذات الغربية. في المناطق الغربية الجنوبية هدر كثير للأمطار، وكلها تصب في البحر الأحمر للأسف الشديد، يعني ما أستفيد كثير منها. أذكر في الثمانينات كنت في كولورادو ستيت، وجانا أخ من اليمن، تخيلوا باليمن، وقال عندنا مشروع تهامة للاستفادة من مياه الأمطار في الوقت اللي نحن ما استفدنا منها في المنطقة الغربية الجنوبية. فأغلبها لا أجزم بنسبة كبيرة، لكن يبدو أغلبها يروح البحر، يعود إلى البحر. الباقي من يروح؟ اللي هو لباطن الأرض، المياه الجوفية. تمام؟ طيب المياه الجوفية إما طبقات مائية غير محصورة وطبقات مائية محصورة. طيب منين تغذيتها المحصورة وغير المحصورة؟ وهذه اللي ممكن أخذ وأعطي معكم فيها. الطبقات المائية المحصورة تغذيتها من مناطق بعيدة من الأطراف وليس مباشرة من المطر. لذلك أذكر فيه لواء كان في الأحساء، وأنا في جلسة ما كان يعرف أني متخصص في المياه، تعرفون عيون الأحساء، فكان يتحدث في المجلس يقول كنا نعرف أنها جاءت أمطار على جبال السروات قبل 2 أو 3. قالوا كيف؟ قال من العيون رجعت. فالتغذية للطبقات العميقة أو اللي يسمونها عميقة أو غير اللي محصورة جاءت من الأطراف، بينما غير المحصورة جاءت مباشرة من المطر. طيب ماذا أريد أن أطرق معاكم اليوم، وهذا يهم السعودية الخضراء والرياض الخضراء. أنا باعتقادي يفترض أن لا نضخ المياه من الطبقات المائية غير المحصورة، نضخها من الطبقات المائية المحصورة عكس ما يسوق لها الآن. أنا أعتقد أن المفروض نحافظ على المياه في الطبقات المائية غير المحصورة عشان نعطي فرصة للأشجار تتعمق لأسفل، وبالتالي تستفيد من هذه الأمطار القديمة أو الجديدة، ولا داعي لنضخها من جديد وننقلها مكان آخر. ترى الأشجار تتغذى على هذه المياه الطبقات غير المحصورة. طيب يقول قائل يا أخي هذه غير متجددة. لا، الطبقات المائية المحصورة متجددة، وفي اعتقادي أنها متجددة إلى حد كبير ولا نشعر بها، لأنها هذه تغذيتها من بعيد وفرصة تغذيتها كبيرة. النقطة الثانية، إذا لم نستخدم ونضخ المياه الجوفية بالطبقات المحصورة حيضخها غيرنا، حيستفيد منها غيرنا، فلا بد أن نستفيد منها ونستخدمها بطريقة في مكان آخر. هذا بالنسبة للطبقات المائية المحصورة وغير المحصورة وتغذيتها. لذلك أنتم تسمعون كثيرا أنها مياه غير متجددة. لا، كلها متجددة. قد يكون للضخ الجائر في قطاع الزراعة يوما ما قد يكون أخل بالخواص الطبقة وكذا، لكنه تبقى طبقات مائية المياه متجددة سواء محصورة أو غير محصورة. طيب طبعا ما ودي أدخل معاكم في أرقام كمية الأمطار. أعتقد عندنا مشكلة في كمية الأمطار منخفضة جدا في حدود 100 ملم في العام متوسط. طيب المياه المطلوبة، أنا عندي سؤال عشان والله ما أطول عليكم. القطاع الحضري المطلوبة حوالي 3.5 مليار متر مكعب في السنة. طبعا استهلاك الفرد في المملكة حوالي 300 لتر في اليوم. طيب السؤال هذا سؤال عرضي وليس سؤال يعني، عشان كذا عندنا تعارض في الأرقام. لو ضربنا 300 لتر في السنة وعدد سكان المملكة، شوف كم الرقم 3.5، هل يتوافق مع 300 لتر في اليوم؟ بس اقرأ هذه الأرقام. ولذلك أنا حضرتها رغم الشباب اللي أعدوا معي جزاهم الله خير، مهندس ناصر، مهندس محمود، طالب دكتوراه فريد موجود، حياكم الله. بس أحضرتها لنقرأ هل إحنا ماشيين في الطريق الصحيح ولا نحتاج إعادة نظر في الأرقام، ولا أرقام اجتهادية. فلو ضربنا 300 في 300 يوم، ما هو بس في 360، وجمعنا وكم استهلك الفرد، هل يطلع 3.5 مليار؟ هذا السؤال. طيب القطاع الصناعي ما عندنا صناعة كثير، لذلك ما تستهلك كثير، يعني حوالي نصف مليار متر مكعب في العام. طيب ناتي للقطاع الزراعي اللي هو الطامة الكبرى وهو قطاع الري. طبعا أنا رأيي أن 11 مليار متر مكعب قليلة، أعتقد أنها توصل 15 بالراحة بالنسبة لمياه الري من الزراعة. طيب السؤال الآن، خلوني أعطيكم السؤال، أتمنى عليه جائزة، والله ما عندي جوال، لكن لنفرض أن قطاع الري اللي هو الزراعي يحتاج أو مطلوب 15 مليار متر مكعب في العام، تمام؟ السؤال، من هو اللي يأخذ هذا الماء الري؟ الأشجار، صح ولا لا؟ زي أي كائن حي، إنسان، نبات، حيوان، يأخذ 15 مليار متر مكعب، صح؟ أين يذهب 15 مليار متر مكعب بعد ما يأخذ النبات؟ هذا هو السؤال اللي أتمنى يكون عليه جائزة. ما في جائزة، تبغى تجاوب؟ واضح السؤال؟ أنتم تصورتوا 15 مليار متر مكعب، أنا أتوقع أنها توصل 20 برضه، بس عشان رسميا نقول 11 إلى 15 مليار. أين يذهب هذا 15 مليار متر مكعب في السنة؟ هذا السؤال نتركه للي بعدين يجاوب. فينا بس سؤال جيد يستحق الايفون 16. طيب أنا والله الحديث معكم جيد، لكن ودي أعطي فرصة للزملاء، والباقي أعتقد أنكم استعرضوها الكثير معاكم، لن أتقدم، عندي شرائح باقية، لكنني الحمد لله أهم شيء أني وصلت للسؤال اللي أبغى أطرحه والنظريات اللي عندي. أتمنى عرفتوا النظريات اللي عندي. نظرية المثلث المائي، نظرية أن المياه متجددة، سواء طبقات مائية محصورة وطبقات مائية غير محصورة، وهذا أدين بالله سبحانه وتعالى لأنني أعلم الطلاب عليه، فما معقول أجي أعطيكم كلام يتناقض مع ما أعطيه الطلاب، هذه حقيقة. لذلك أخشى من التسويق لقضية أنها غير متجددة تطيح علينا فرص، بس لا من ناحية توظيف الشباب، لا من ناحية الاستفادة من الزراعة، القطاع الزراعي، لا من ناحية الدراوت والأريديتي. لكن أعجبني في الشريحة اللي فيها 4 باكسز، اللي هو الدراوت وأريديتي والسكارسيتي، ووتر سكارسيتي، والرابعة أعتقد أنه يتكلم عن ديزرتيفيكيشن أو شيء، أعجبتني جدا وأتمنى تلقطوها. أعتقد أن أشرت للشباب يأخذوا هذه الشريحة لأنها ذكرتني بعض الإحصائيات. أنا سعيد جدا بهذا العرض أو بحقيقة رؤيتكم الحديث معكم، ومستعدون للإجابة على أي سؤال. والله ما أدري عاد الجواب، لكن أنا سؤالي أتمنى أحد يجاوب عليه، ولن أعطي للرجال فرصة، سأعطي للقسم النسائي فرصة. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much, Doctor. The questions raised, definitely we will try to find the answers for them. So we come to the last part of our presentation that relates to the drought planning in KSA that we are doing. So we invite Engineer Muhammad Al Said for his presentation. Thank you.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. شاكر الأساتذة اللي سبقونا وضحوا لنا، يمكن ومهدوا الكثير من الأمور، وخص بالشكر الدكتور عبد الرحمن لكلمته الطيبة، يمكن مهد لنا الكثير، وإن شاء الله نقدر نقدم جوائز مثل جوائز الدكتور عبد الرحمن. طبعا الأساتذة تكلموا عن الجفاف وطرق قياسه والى اخره. انا ممكن برجع بكم للاساس، وهو التعريف المبدئي للجفاف وشو، بدون ما ندخل في التفاصيل العلميه والتعريفات المعقده. الجفاف هو عباره عن نقص كميه المياه من المصادر عن المعدل الطبيعي، هذا بشكل اساسي. يعني لما نعرف الجفاف مثلا في السعودية غير لما نعرفه في أوروبا اللي معروفة بوفرة المياه، غير لما نعرفه في الدول الآسيوية وبخلافه. ومن هنا ننطلق للأنواع المختلفة للجفاف. نبدأها بالأهم والأشهر وهو الجفاف المناخي، واللي يعتمد بشكل أساسي على كمية الأمطار ودرجات الحرارة. هذه هي المؤثرين الرئيسيين في الجفاف المناخي، حيث أن نقص معدل الأمطار وزيادة الحرارة تؤدي إلى جفاف. ومعروف أيضا أن معدل الأمطار هو المصدر المجدد والمغذي للمياه المتاحة المستفاد منها بشكل مباشر، سواء في ري المراعي الطبيعية أو في المتنزهات والغابات أو في الزراعة بشكل مباشر، أيضا في مياه الشرب واستخدامات الصناعة وخلافه. فمع نقص الجفاف، مع نقص كمية المياه وظهور الجفاف الهيدروليجي يظهر بعده بشكل مباشر، الجفاف المناخي يظهر بعده بشكل مباشر الجفاف الهيدروليجي، وهو عبارة عن نقص كمية المياه في باطن الأرض، سواء في المخازن الجوفية اللي تطرق لها أستاذنا، أو نقص مستوى مياه الآبار أو المسطحات المائية مثل الأنهار والمياه ونضوبها. وبطبيعة الحال الجفاف الهيدروليجي والجفاف المناخي يؤدي بشكل مباشر إلى الجفاف الزراعي، وهو النوع الثالث اللي ممكن نتطرق له الآن. فيعبر عن الجفاف الزراعي في العادة بكمية أو مساحة الغطاء النباتي بشتى أنواعها، سواء كانت زراعية أو غطاء نباتي طبيعي. فالغطاء النباتي كلما زاد الجفاف قل عندنا الغطاء النباتي، وهذا يترك أثره على المرحلة الرابعة من الجفاف، وهو الجفاف الاجتماعي والاقتصادي. فالجفاف الاجتماعي والاقتصادي نتيجة للظروف السابقة الذكر، فبطبيعة الحال راح يؤدي إلى انتقال الناس لمواقع أكثر وفرة وأكثر تنوع في مصادر المياه، وبالتالي انعاش الحياة الاقتصادية والمالية في تلك الأماكن. فوجود الجفاف بشكل عام سيؤثر على المجتمع وعلى الاقتصاد على حد سواء. بناخذ ممكن نظرة عالمية سريعة عن حالة الجفاف. وممكن ما نبغى نتكلم في الأرقام كثير، لكن واضح أن المتأثر أكثر من 55 مليون شخص جراء الجفاف. أيضا الخسائر المالية تقدر والمتوقع أنها أكثر من 50 بليون دولار. 40% من الناس يقعون تحت وطأة تأثير الجفاف بشكل مباشر أو غير مباشر. أيضا خلال السنتين من 22 إلى 23 24 دولة أبلغت عن حالات الجفاف بشكل رسمي لمنظمة UNCCD. ممكن من خلال الخريطة نقدر نشوف الدول اللي أبلغت عن حالات الجفاف. ممكن كثير من الدول عندها حالات جفاف لكن ما أبلغت، نتيجة يمكن عدم تواصلهم الجيد أو عدم وجود دراسات للجفاف في تلك الدول. أيضا لو لاحظنا معدل الحرائق تنتج حرائق الغابات، في الغالب مؤشرات هذه لحرائق الغابات. الحرائق الغابات تنتج عن الجفاف. يعني إذا أنهينا مرحلة زي ما تكلمنا الجفاف المناخي والهيدروليجي وصلنا للجفاف الزراعي، احتمال حدوث الحرائق يكون موجود بشكل كبير في تلك الدول. بنلقي نظرة عن المواقع والدول اللي تقع في النطاق المناخي الجاف وشديد الجفاف. لو نلاحظ الخريطة تبين لنا درجات الحرارة. في مواقع أشد حرارة من المناطق المعروفة بكثرة الجفاف. المناطق الجافة هي الشريط الأفريقي اللي مر بالجزيرة العربية امتدادا إلى إيران تقريبا وما بعدها. لو لاحظنا مثلا أستراليا وجنوب أفريقيا أشد حرارة، لكن عندهم كمية أمطار قادرة تعوض الجفاف هذا. فالجفاف اللي عندنا شاد يعني متكاتف عليه قلة الأمطار وشدة درجات الحرارة. وبنظرة خاصة على منطقة الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا المنطقة العربية، راح نلاحظ هذا مقدار البخر النتح في شبه الجزيرة العربية هناك 3 درجات من شدة بخر النتح، من الشديد المتوسط إلى قليل. أيضا الغطاء النباتي راح يبين لك بشكل مباشر وين المناطق الجافة حول العالم. لو لاحظنا الرقعة الصفراء اللي من الغرب الأفريقي إلى الشرق الآسيوي، كل هذه مناطق جافة، ونلاحظ تأثيرها بشكل مباشر على الغطاء النباتي. أيضا قلة الرطوبة، يمكن في المناطق الجافة هذه تكون الرطوبة متركزة في المناطق الساحلية فقط، وبالتالي قلة الحلول اللي ممكن من خلالها أن نستفيد من حصاد المياه وأيضا تكثيفه وإلى آخره، ووجود أجواء صحية تساعد على الإنبات. هذه أيضا تبين نسبة الرطوبة، يتضح لنا اللون الأزرق المناطق الجافة جدا أو شديدة الجفاف. وبعد ما أخذنا فكرة عامة عن الجفاف، يمكن من خلال المشروع اللي تقوم به الإدارة العامة لمكافحة التصحر نستعرض النتائج بشكل أكبر مع زميلي الدكتور محمد. شاكر ومقدر لكم.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Good afternoon. Actually, we used 3 types of data. The first one is ground data, meteorological data, and the second one is satellite data, many sensors like Landsat and the MODIS data. And the last one is climate model for future projection. We used 3 parameters to producing the most affected areas with drought in Saudi Arabia, rainfall and air temperature and potential evapotranspiration. The potential evapotranspiration also is a complex parameter because it depend on relative humidity, wind speed, solar radiation beside air temperature. So we used these 3 parameters to to produce this map. The red area is the most affected area in Saudi Arabia, and it represents about 70% of Saudi Arabia. So this area is a harsh condition for about drought and need more actions to drought resilience. This is the reason of drought. It's totally depending on climate, and the result will appear in the second map, which represent the vegetation changing, vegetation cover changing between 2 periods from 2000 till 2005, and the second period from 2019 and 2023. We can notice that the east and center and the southern areas are most affected, which meet the first map also. We also calculated the standard vegetation, standardized vegetation index from 1991 to 2023, and we have the first period from 1991 till 2017 is about, this is the normal vegetation cover for a long time, but starting from 2018 and 2019, the curve is increasing, and also we have 2023, and we have here a very high vegetation cover in the Saudi Arabia because of increasing in rainfall in this year, which increased by 70% more than the average. Okay. Also, we used climate models to predict or to for projections for two scenarios: SSB 245, which is the normal scenario, and SSB 585, which is the worst scenario for climate changing. The all models and all scenarios from 2025 till 2075 indicated that we have increasing in drought. So we need, and also the spatial distribution of drought is increasing in everywhere in the Saudi Arabia. We know drought and degradation have a mutual impact, influence. Drought cause degradation, and degradation increase the drought severity and period. And statistical models indicated that the drought frequency and severity will increase in the future, not only in arid zones, but also in semi-arid and most areas of most areas around the world. So we have to take actions. We have to take actions towards drought resilience and management. We have to start with water infrastructure modernization, agriculture innovation systems, using agriculture innovation systems, early warning technologies, community resilience programs, and of course, research and development. We also have to take actions towards supportive policies and nature ecosystem restoration using new technologies like satellite data and the integration between satellite and the superior analyzing tools like AI, artificial intelligence technologies. Also education and empowering local communities is very important thing to start from the local community. And we have to increase using techniques like rainwater harvesting and the precision irrigation to increase water efficiency, water use efficiency. And also we have to use drought-resistant varieties in cultivation, drought-resistant analysis, resistant varieties. And we have to depend on these three pillars to get our goal. We have to strengthen our the international cooperation, increasing funding for adaptation, enhancing technologies transfer. And finally, I have a message. Drought have no borders, and can transfer from local to global. In the past, Arab countries and Gulf countries was were a green area. Now it transferred to desertification, transfer to desert. So maybe another areas around the world become transfer from green to desert. So we have to collaborate together And I remember the Food and Agriculture Organization launched an initiative called Hand in Hand. We need hand in hand to resilient drought, and we need more actions, not only just an initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, all our panelists will be available during the break that we are going to have just now before we start the next session. So we would like to thank all our panelists. Let's put our hand together for them. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session has now finished. Please vacate the room to allow for preparation for the next session.
وتقوم خبيرة الاقتصاد البيئي الدكتورة أماني العساف بإدارة الجلسة.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for staying with us for the fourth session in the Resilience Day. This session is entitled Monitoring Sand Encroachment to Choose Best Mitigation Measures, and we have our distinguished speakers, Dr. Tiba Misbah-Zada. She's a member Science Policy Interface of UNCCD and Associate Professor University of Tehran. Engineer Misfer Aziz Al-Qahtani, Direct Technical National Center for Vegetation Cover Development, and Dr. Baroudi, an expert in GIS from TILAD, and Dr. Wo Bu, Director of Institute of Desertification Studies, Chinese Academy of Forestry. Nice to meet you. I'm looking forward for your presentation and talk. So now we'll start with Dr. Tiba Misbah-Zada.
Can I go to a stage?
Yes, please.
Thank you. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, thank you so much, Madam Chair, for giving the floor. Hello, distinguished panelists and esteemed guests. Thanks for having me on the panel. Today, I want to speak about the effect of sand and dust storm in global perspective. In this panel, I would like to share my personal experiences I have gained from my project. And as a researcher in this field, I believe it has been a long journey. And by working together, we can make a significant progress in addressing global crises. And in my presentation, I will expand the effect of climate change on sand and dust storm. And also, I would review a case study for you. And at the end, we have a conclusion together. Sand and dust storm have given many local names. Examples include Harmattan, Sirocco, red, white, and yellow storm, and very well-known term in Arabic, haboob. You can see one of these haboob in a video. They are regionally common and seasonal nature phenomenon exacerbated by poor land and water management, drought, and climate change. They are originate in low latitude, and especially in arid area and desert. But nowadays, because of the climate change, intensity and frequency in drought, and also mismanagement in water and soil, we can see this crisis in humid and subhumid area. Maybe all of you heard the news in green continent, a lot of sand and dust storm nowadays happen. The duration of sand and dust storm varies from a few hours to several days. Their intensity is commonly manifested in the term of atmospheric concentration of particles and result reduction in visibility. In this map, you can see the distribution of arid land in the global area. Around 40% of the world has been located in arid area, and globally, more than 151 countries are affected directly by such a storm, and 45 countries are the source and the main source of dust storm. We can see in the map, for example, in Africa, in Middle East, in southeast of Asia, you can see a lot of source of sand and dust storm. And as you can see in the color, we have a different. Some of them is the main and hottest spot, and they emission a lot of dust and sand storm into atmosphere, and some of them has been located in low class. And now I want to say about the effect of sand and dust storm in human and also in environment. They can affect environment and also human health. As you can see, they can play a major role in the Earth's biochemical cycle, and they can move up a fertile soil from the soil surface, and also can change in the Earth radiative balance. They are a serious threat for airborne and also for roadmap in every country. Migration, poverty, and also accident in the road, and also threat for food production is another side of this sand and dust storm. They can not only happen in the earth, they can see their effect in the sea. For example, in 2023, a very huge sand and dust storm happened in Suez Canal because now I could not play it for you, but a huge clouds covered the sea and the ocean also. As you can see in this image, you can see the lift of very fine particle lifted by wind and move into atmosphere. If I want to talk about the hottest spot of sand and dust storm, we can different in different situations. For example, lifted agriculture area, coastal area, and now because of climate change and drought, many wetlands and lake has been dry, and is a very suitable source for sand and dust storm. And now what are types of wind erosion? It should be noted there is a very big differences between sandstorm and dust storm. Before to dive into this topic, I would like to share the three types of movement for every particle. The particle that has been in for example, 0.05 to 2 millimeter, they can move by saltation, and approximately 55 to 77% of movement has been occurred in this way. You can imagine this size as a sand dune. As you know, nowadays, sand dune encroachment is one of the serious in our environment, and they are threatened for road, for structure, for human health, and another situation. And the next is suspension. This suspension, the size of particle is less than 65 micron, and as you can see, they can transport from one country to another country. Why? Because they are very fine, and they can lift up quickly with wind. And with this image, you can imagine the differences between dust storm and sandstorm. It means when we have sandstorm, it occurs in a small scale, but for dust storm, they can travel, they can lift up in vertical and horizontal pattern. And the next is cryptation. The gravel are more than 2 millimeter. They can use cryptation movement, and in this way, the particles, they cannot move up and lift from the earth. They can just rolling on the soil surface. You can imagine for dust storm, the size of particle is like this. This image is a hair, sorry. If you cut and cross your hair in the cross section, and then you divide it into 5 or 4, you can, they are very small. And the size of dust storm is like this. And it means what? It means they can cause a lot of respiratory and cardio disease for human and also for plants and animals. And one of the important equations that researchers use it for investigation and assessment of wind erosion for sandstorm is wind erosion equation. This equation is a function of I, K, C, and L. I is intensity of wind, how strong and long wind blow. Scientific research has shown in the future the return period of strong wind will be increased. For this reason, we have a lot of problem in wind erosion. K is a coefficient for the soil surface. What it means? It means if we have a lot of roughness like plant or gravel on the soil surface, we can prevent this crisis. And C is an item for cover plant. What it means? It means if we plant more, we can reduce the wind erosion problem in our environment. And L is the length and steeper of the earth. Whenever we have a steeper land, we have a more wind erosion. For this reason, if we want to mitigate the effect of sand and dust storm in this way, we have to pay attention to these parameters. And now I want to show you about the direction of sand and dust storm may be happen in every part of the world. As you can see, the direction and arrow, for example, from Iraq, Saudi Arabia, they can move to Iran, and from Iran, they can enter to Saudi Arabia. What it means? It means if we want to protect sandstorm crisis, we have to make a collaboration work to prevent them. And as you can see, in 2010, we have a very big storm from east to Iran, and after past Iran, it entered to Caspian Sea, and a lot of neighbors on that area has been countered with this sand and dust storm. But this image is related to just dust storm. And another, you can see a very huge opal has been encountered Iran. And my country, unfortunately, is a very good carrier to move the dust storm from another countries. And also, not from east to our center, we have a lot of storm from southeast Iran into central Iran.
Dr. Tiba,
yes?
It's almost your time.
And at the end, I want to show you, this is the model that you can investigate and assess the sand and dust storm. I prefer to focus on my last. This slide shows about the human activity and the combination of human activity with climate change. This image shows Urumia Lake. Urumia Lake, as you know, is the largest and second saline lake in the world. And unfortunately, nowadays, because of the extra water use and also frequency in drought, many of them has been dry. Sorry. And this ecosystem was a very useful ecosystem for plant and also animal like flamingo, but unfortunately, whole of them has been dried, and is a very suitable source for dust storm and also sand storm. And it should be noted, I have to say, in a very near future, because of climate change drought, many of wetlands in different parts of the world has been dried, and a very suitable source for sand and dust storm. You can see in the next slide some image of this lake. Now you can change. Yes, this image shows this lake in the new situation. A very useful and susceptible surface to wind erosion. And yes, this is me for, and I use a new technology like using mycorrhizal fungi inside root area that can make a significant to decrease of wind erosion in this area. I have to conclusion, risk manage, if we want to control sand and dust storm, we have to pay attention to sustainable agriculture system. We have to pay attention to irrigation system, and also we have to consider to sustainable development system. Thank you so much for your attention, and thank you for Kimia, because she produced for this PowerPoint for me for one day. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Tiba.
Thank you.
Now, Jean Westphal, it's your turn.
Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يعتبر زحف الرمال وحركة الكثبان الرملية واحدة من أكبر المشاكل التي تواجه عمليات التنمية في الكثير من البلدان الواقعة في المناطق الجافة وشبه الجافة. وتعتبر المملكة العربية السعودية واحدة من أكبر البلدان الصحراوية التي تعاني من تلك المشاكل، ويبدو أثرها جليا في تدهور الغطاء النباتي بالإضافة إلى التأثيرات الاجتماعية والاقتصادية والصحية. المفروض أن في الصور نعرضها.
أوكي.
عن تأثير زحف الرمال على المناطق السكنية. تأثير المناطق السكنية على تأثير زحف الرمال على المناطق السكنية والطرق والشبكات تصريف السيول. والهدف من الحد من وضع الهدف من الحد من زحف الرمال وضع حلول مختلفة للتقليل من آثار السلبية الناجمة عن حركة الكثبان الرملية. ومن ضمن جهود المركز الوطني لتنمية الغطاء النباتي ومكافحة التصحر ممثلا بالإدارة العامة لمكافحة التصحر، تم البدء بمشروع المسح الشامل بالمملكة العربية السعودية لتحديد المواقع المهددة بزحف الرمال ووضع طرق لمكافحة زحف الرمال والحد منه، وذلك من خلال العمل على إنشاء قاعدة بيانات كمية ووصفية لأماكن انتشار الكثبان الرملية ومسارات حركة الرمال وشدتها. أيضا إنتاج خرائط تفصيلية للنقاط الساخنة والمناطق المهددة بزحف الرمال بالمملكة العربية السعودية. أيضا تقييم التأثيرات الاجتماعية والاقتصادية والصحية والبيئية لزحف الرمال. أيضا تطوير الآليات للحد من تأثير زحف الرمال. تم إعداد منهجية للحد من زحف الرمال، وأيضا خطوات للعمل على هذه المنهجية يعرض عليكم الدكتور أحمد البارودي، وأيضا أبرز النتائج التي تمت من خلال هذه الدراسة. وشكرا لكم.
Go, please.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is my pleasure to complete the presentation with Engineer Musfir. There are many approaches and tools we use to determine the sand encouragement. In this approach, we will try to answer a question about how to monitor sand encouragement in a big areas, such as Saudi Arabia, which has about 2 million square kilometers. In these methods, there are 5 parameters. We can use it in studying the sand encouragement. Include 5 parameters: climate data, topographic data, vegetation cover, soil properties, and remote sensing. I will try to summarize this parameter in detail in the following steps. We downloaded the 2 types of satellite image, Landsat 5 and Landsat 8, through the period to 2015 and 2023. And many processes were performed on this satellite. Also, we downloaded different parts of digital elevation models. Them cover all Saudi Arabia, and also many processes were performed on this dam. Also, through this dam, we extracted many morphometric parameters such as slope, direction, aspect, etc. Also, we calculate the spectral indices such as NDSDI, NDSAI through the spectral from the satellite image to produce the maps of sand dune indices. Also, we calculate the NDVI, normalized difference vegetation index from the satellite image. And the unsupervised classification of satellite image were done to produce the main features of KSA, such as roads, urban area, agriculture area, etc. To know or to know how these features changes from time to another, the change detection were done through the date 2015 and 2023. Also, we determine the location of sand dunes using spectral indices. We performing change detection process during different time period to calculate creep distance between the 2 periods. Application of spatial model to identify area. This model, or special model, we use to determine the hotspot which affected by sand encroachment. This model depends on 5 parameters: wind direction, wind effect, slope, temperature, rainfall, and NDSAI. Through this model, we can determine the hotspot of this study. We can conclude the result of this. This is the image, studying and accumulation through the satellite image, which cover about 30% of the total area of KSA. The large desert in KSA included النفود and الكبير and دهناء desert, الجافورة desert, and also الربع الخالي were studied and their area were determined through satellite aid. We can, the result indicates that الربع الخالي, the result indicates that الربع الخالي has the highest value, while the Al-Jafura desert has the lowest value. Sand dune and the distance of creep, we can determine that through satellite image. Through change detection between two periods, 1915 and 2015 and 2023. And the change detection between the two periods, we can calculate the distance of sand encouragement. As you can see from this slides, الربع الخالي have the highest value, highest distance to sand encouragement, and the Dahna has the lowest one.
Dr. Baroudi?
Okay.
Yes, please.
Also, we determine the buses and the directions, wind directions, throughout KSA during different climatic seasons, summer, autumn, winter, and spring. This also can clear wind rows to determine the wind direction. From this, in general, the main direction of the wind is north, north and west, and north and east in the KSA. This is the hotspots of our sand encouragement, which were determined according to a special model, and about 35 is high spot we found. This is some pictures through the field surveys were done in all regions of KSA. Sand encouragement mitigation practice in KSA, I will see 2 points only. Estimating green belts in some locations affected by sand encouragement in KSA. Also, estimating the first station to monitor sand movement in KSA in cooperation with the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. And this is the last SK. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Baroudi, for your informative presentation. Now is Dr. Wu Bo for having a presentation about sand encouragement in China. First, I would like to express our, excuse me, Dr. Bo, I would like to introduce our panelists to Dr. Khaled, the CEO of the NCVC, Dr. Tiba, she's from University of Tehran. She's a member Science Policy Interface from UNCCD. She provided an informative information about the global dynamics, SDS dynamics at global state or scale. Also, Engineer Misfer and Dr. Baroudi provided information about the sand encouragement in KSA and the updated information and the future plans for stabilizing the sand encouragement. Now we will have a presentation about China encouragement and their experience. Please go ahead, Dr. Bo.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very sorry. My PPT, because of some technical problem, cannot be played on the large screen. So I just raised my PPT. Yeah. It's my pleasure to be here to have the opportunity to present experience and technologies of desertification control in China. Firstly, I introduced desertification status in China. According to the data of the 6th National Desertification Survey, China have 2.57 million square kilometers of desertification land by 2019. China's desertified land is mainly distributed in 5 provinces, including Xinjiang, Inner Mongolia, Qinghai, Gansu, and Shanxi, accounting for more than 95% of the total area of desertified land. The desertification land in China is dominated by the wind erosion, accounting for about 70%. Since 1999, the area of desertified land in China has been continuously reduced in 4 monitoring periods. I summarized 3 experiences of desertification control in China. The first one is attach equal importance to ecology and the economy, and combine desertification with poverty control. After more than half a century of efforts, China has embarked on a double-win path of paying equal action to ecology and the economy, combating desertification and poverty. So China has realized the historic change from sand advancing and the people retreating to green advancing and sand retreating. The second experience is desertification control needs scientific and technological innovation. The history of desertification control in China also is the history of scientific and technological innovation. The demand for desertification control have promoted the development of scientific and technological innovation, which in turn has promoted the high-quality development of desertification control, and also the success of desertification control in whole China. The third experience is comprehensive desertification control in regional level has been driven by major ecological construction projects in China. We have the China government launched many very important ecological construction projects. For example, the 3 North Set Belt project, we also call the Green Great Wall, is launched in 1978. It will be ended in 2050. Its objective to build ecological barrier in northern China. Another project is the National Forest Protection Project. It's from 2000. Its purpose is to stop or reduce deforestation and strengthen forest tending and conservation. The third one is Green for Green project from 2000 to 2020. This the government provide free green to farmers in exchange for farmers giving up cultivation of steep slope farmland to slow down the erosion. And another project is Beijing-Tianjin Sandstorm Resource Control Project. Is from 2000 to 2022. Its purpose is to restore vegetation and improve the quality of ecosystem in the sand land in the source area. Also, we have another very important project is Grassland Ecological Protection Project from 2011. By providing subsidies and rewards, the policy encourages herdsmen to make regional use of the grassland resources to achieve the balance between grass and livestock and protect the grassland ecological environment. In China, in order to combat desertification, we established 3 systems. The one is security system. The number 2 is ecological system. The third one is industry system. The security system includes building a new oasis to alleviate the high population pressure through immigration. Build industry bases and guide people who rely solely on land to transfer to other industries. Improve the system of legislation and law enforcement. Strengthen the research on desertification control technology. The ecological system includes to establish natural reserves or desert parks for conserving natural vegetation and biodiversity, to rehabilitate desertified land by air seeding, forestation, and closure as well, to establish sand belt for protecting farmland, pasture, settlement, and urban areas. The industrial system includes the ecotourism, water-saving agriculture, efficient modern animal husbandry, fruit and dried fruit protection, and wind and solar energy. I prepared many pictures for the technologies for desertification control, but I cannot present here. I take a book. Yeah, we compiled a practical technique manual for desertification control in China. Yeah, we take someone. If you're interested, you can take some.
Yes, we would like to have copies.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Wu, for the multiple action that is done by China for combating desertification. We are luckily having 16 minutes for any questions regarding SDS global perspective. George, KSA, sand encroachment, and China experience in combating desertification. Any questions? Okay. Dr. Tiba, can you take from my side a question?
Yes, why not?
As a member of the Science Policy Interface, what is the potential for a global framework like UNCCD, okay, to drive coordinated action on sand SDS and sand encroachment? Is it there is a possibility to integrate this in the UNCCD framework?
for this very good question. You hear me?
No, we cannot hear your voice.
No?
Yes.
Now you can.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your question. Fortunately, UNCCD, I think now has been focused on sand and dust storm. And last year, we had a important session for sand and dust storm in Iran that a lot of countries encountered in. And fortunately, after that, 12th of July, named as a day for combating of sand and dust storm. What it means? It means this crisis exacerbated in the very, very near future. In the past, they are not a new crisis, but because of the mismanagement and also climate change and drought, they are exacerbated. And in the past, maybe they occurred in hot and summer season, and now maybe they occur in every season. As a researcher, I will inform all of us in the very near future. We have a lot of problem with sand and dust storm, and there is a collaboration between FAO and UNCCD, and they made a horizon from now to 2030 to combat of this crisis. It shows we have to make international collaboration against this problem. As you saw in the image, the direction, this problem is transboundary crisis. You cannot, for example, fixation on control on your country, and maybe you'll be affected from your neighbors.
Yes.
For this reason, it means we have to make together to control this. And international society like FAO, UNC, they are very sensitive to this topic now.
At least regional cooperation is needed
Yes,
for this.
exactly.
Yes. Okay. Any questions? Dr. Baroudi.
Thank you.
Okay. How do we recognize the early signs of sand encroachment? How we know that there's a location for sand encroachment?
Excuse me, can you repeat السؤال?
كيف ممكن نتعرف على العلامات المبكرة أو الملاحظات المبكرة لمناطق زحف الرمال؟
Okay.
Okay. Yes.
أتكلم العربي.
No, in English, please.
ممكن.
Okay, it's as you like.
في العلامات المبكرة ممكن أتعرف عليها من زحف الرمال في الطرق الرئيسية الموجودة عندنا ممكن تكون متأثرة تأثير مباشر بزحف الرمال ودي بنلاحظها كلنا في المواصلات العادية بتاعتنا بنلاقي تجمعات رملية على الطرق. كذلك برضو من الإنذار المبكر الموجود اللي أنا ممكن أتحكم فيه وأقول إن في زحف رمال من عدمه اللي هو تأثر المناطق الزراعية. المناطق الزراعية القريبة خاصة القريبة من الكثبان الرملية دي بتبقى أكثر تأثيرا بالتاء فبنلاقيها بيحدث زحف للرمال من الأكثر أو أقرب الكثبان الرملية على المناطق الزراعية الموجودة عندنا في أي منطقة فبالتالي أما بشوف أنا أو ألاحظ التجمعات الرملية دي سواء على طرق أو على مناطق زراعية أو في بعض الأحيان على مناطق سكنية ده بيبقى اعتبر عندي إنذار مبكر لحدوث زحف أكتر أو زحف عميق للكثبان الرملي.
شكرا دكتور بارودي. Okay, I would like to thank our panelists for their insightful presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank
We
you.
were delighted to have you here.
Thank you so much for your inviting me.
Thank you. Our audience, we still have a session now, just for 10 minutes to get our new panelists.
Okay.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you.
شكرا دكتورة.
للصعود للمسرح وتقوم الدكتورة أماني بإدارة الجلسة.
Now, for the last session in the Resilience Day, it's about the strategizing and planning priorities to combat land degradation. And we have the distinguished list. First, we will start with Dr. Ermias, and he is land health scientist with research interest in land degradation and land ecology and restoration from the Center for International Forestry Research and World Agroforestry. Later, we will have Dr. Mansour from the Directorate of Desertification Department, NCVC, and Mr. Ramsil Hijeli, Expert Strategic Planning from Strategy and. Later, we'll have Dr. Rami Ibrahim Sakran, General Manager Employment, Deputy of Human Capability Development, and in the last, we keep it for Mr. Ghulam Shah, Member Climate Change Authority, Ministry of Climate Change and Environmental Coordination from Pakistan. So now, Dr. Ermias, we will start with your keynote speech about strategizing land management and role of SPI science.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and then thank you very much also for your kind introduction. And then also particularly when I read National Center for Vegetation Cover Development, and then it has so much related to where my organization is. It's a Center for Research in Agroforestry and Trees. So there's a lot to share in terms of our vision and then also in terms of the action that we are doing together. So I don't have any presentation, but I would like to pick up a few pointers why SPI. SPI stands for Science Policy Interface. But sometimes I added also one P, Science Policy Interface, not only science and policy, also practice interface. I wish if you could add one P to it to make it complete. So why we need it? Because I also served the science policy interface of the UNCCD for 2 terms. And then now I am also have joined the Global Environmental Facility to advise, to give scientific and technical advice for JEF investment on land and drought. So in these 2 roles that I played, I have seen, coming from the science background, oftentimes we go to science, we got excited with topics, and then we put hypotheses, we tested. That's very interesting exercise by its own. But when you have a problem, this global problem of land degradation, desertification, biodiversity, and climate particularly, we say that our research, our science has to be really relevant and that should really solve basic problems that we have outside. So the first role that the science policy interface is playing is evidence-based decision making. And then if you consider, for instance, every 2 years, the country parties come up with a request. This is a knowledge gap that we have. So the science policy interface will not come by its own agenda or its own topic, but it will pick the topic from the country parties. That means it is demand-driven. So the science policy interface will work on those, key questions, key challenges identified by, country parties, to come up with, the best knowledge available so that the policy, the practice, the investment, or any decision is being made is really grounded on a solid scientific knowledge existing, very. So that is evidence bringing is a critical role that the science policy interface has been working. In general, also as a science, I think we also contributed in terms of monitoring towards the targets, because is there any cost-effective way of measuring, for instance, trends in soil organic carbon? That is one of the indicators for land degradation neutrality. So science will come up with, is there any affordable, high throughput kind of technology by which country parties could use in terms of tracking and monitoring, their LDN targets. So that's why, science will come with tools and methods, and then for measuring. The other thing is also, it's not about bringing evidence, data, and stuff like that, but we will try to also bring solutions, tested solutions. Which kind of solution could help country parties to achieve land degradation neutrality? For example, agroforestry technologies. In that case, for instance, how do they really help in terms of improving land degradation? And then if you are heard this week, and then sustainable land management, and then agroforestry, and then biomass is so critical in terms of buffering also droughts, and then very critical in terms of building resilience. So we come up with also this kind of options. If I give you one example, if you look at it, the whole global context is really changing so fast with the changing climate. So the species that we selected this year might not be suitable for the species in 10 years, because the climate and the environment might change. So how do you really prepare ourselves for the future changing climate? So the species that we grow today may not grow like 10 years ago. So that's why we're trying to bring the evidence by which, country parties and then also other development sectors could de-risk their investment today, because what we are doing today is not only for today, it's also for the future. So we try to also do that gap. So the fourth role is also bridging gaps between stakeholders. Sometimes the private sector might need to have evidence. Why should I really invest on sustainable land management? What is the return on investment? What is the risk that I'm really putting money on those things? And then there are a lot of discussions around carbon market, for example, during the climate COP. So which kind of methods could really help in terms of bringing carbon in the soil, bringing carbon into the biomass, and then how much is it really coming into the system? So I think bridging all these kind of key stakeholders, starting from the community, governments, private sector, I think science really plays a role of really making that common bridge. And then the last one that I would like to mention is also capacity building and then knowledge sharing. And then education is also the critical role that science and policy is really playing. So in general, I think what science and science policy interface is sitting in between, and then right to really support in terms of actual practices, solutions that we could do. In terms of also capacity development, like for instance, how do countries could be able to implement sustainable land management, how to track also their progress, and then stuff like that. And then also particularly in terms of policy, we are also really bringing the best evidence so that all the policies that we are setting are grounded into the existing knowledge. So that's where, in the nutshell, that the science policy interface and the scientific community are really working. However, I also heard this week that, oh no, scientists are doing their own thing, they are not relevant, and the different stakeholders has been criticizing also the science that we do, and then also the science are saying the other way around. I think the best way of having science policy practice in interface would really bring us to the table, so that we are talking more or less on the same problem, because we have a common problem that requires also a common solution. And then that's I think the role of science policy and science in general. Thank you very much, dear moderator. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mias, for the insightful information about the science and policy interaction. Now we will go with Dr. Mansour Sulaiman Al-Hawas from NCBC.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أشكر لكم حضوركم وأرحب فيكم جميعا، وأشكر المنظمين الجهود اللي بذلوها. أعرض لكم اليوم خطة مكافحة التصحر في المملكة العربية السعودية بمشاركة زميلي من استراتيجي عند الزميل رمزي. في البداية احنا في المركز حرصنا على وضع خطة لمكافحة التصحر بالتعاون مع بيت خبرة عالمي استراتيجي عند. قامت العديد من الدول بتطوير وتقديم خططها واستراتيجيتها الوطنية لمكافحة التصحر. فمنذ انطلاق اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة لمكافحة التصحر في عام 1994 إلى 2008، وهو موعد إصدار الإطار الاستراتيجي الأول لاتفاقية الأمم المتحدة لمكافحة التصحر، قامت 90 دولة بإعداد خططها الوطنية والاستراتيجية. وفي الإصدار الثاني الذي تم في 2018، الإصدار الثاني لاتفاقية الأمم المتحدة لمكافحة التصحر، قامت عدد من الدول بتحديث خططها الاستراتيجية، خططها لمكافحة التصحر، وأيضا استراتيجيتها لمكافحة التصحر. وحاليا في آخر ما تم اطلاع عليه في الآونة الأخيرة 5 دول قامت بتحديث استراتيجيتها الوطنية وخططها الوطنية لمكافحة التصحر. تم تحديث خطة مكافحة التصحر في المملكة العربية السعودية باستخدام المدخلات الرئيسية أو المحاور الرئيسية بما في ذلك حالة التصحر والاستراتيجية الوطنية وأفضل الممارسات. ومصادر المدخلات هي الاستراتيجية وبرامج العمل الوطني لمكافحة التصحر وتخفيف من آثار الجفاف الصادرة في عام 2003 الخاصة بالمملكة العربية السعودية. أيضا الخطط والتطلعات الوطنية والدولية لمكافحة التصحر وطموحنا في مكافحة التصحر. أيضا من أهم المدخلات الوضع الحالي لحالة التصحر في المملكة والمقارنات المعيارية والرؤى الرئيسية حول هذا الأمر. أيضا أهداف الإطار الاستراتيجي لاتفاقية الأمم المتحدة لمكافحة التصحر وأجندة عمل مؤتمر الأطراف. أيضا من أهم المدخلات أفضل المقارنات المعيارية المتبعة في إعداد استراتيجية دولية لمكافحة التصحر. وعلى ضوء ذلك تم مراجعة وتحديث خطة المملكة لمكافحة التصحر في المملكة العربية السعودية. الآن زميلي رمزي يستكمل معكم العرض وتفصيل هذه المدخلات.
شكرا.
اضغط على السلم.
Thank you, Dr. Mansour. Well, firstly, it's a pleasure to be here and part of the COP16 and presenting the work that we've done on the National Action Plan to combat desertification. As Dr. Mansour mentioned, there were 5 main key inputs that we took into account for the development of the National Action Plan, starting with the first one, which is the 2003 Combating Desertification Strategy. Now, this strategy has key pillars that we had to account for, and these pillars revolve around land degradation, drought, land rehabilitation, sand encroachment, enablement. Although these foundations or these pillars are key and they're still relevant to this date, there are some changes within the sector that have pushed us to review the components under those pillars. And those are mainly the environmental agenda of the kingdom, the landscape of the kingdom in terms of all of the centers that were developed, the reviews in terms of the policies and the laws, the new technologies, and finally the new UNCCD framework that was adopted in 2018. The second key input that we took into account are the major or the key local and international plans, strategies, and commitment that the kingdom undertook. So when we are to think of those key strategies or aspirations, we can think of the Vision 2030 and the quality of life, or the energy sustainability aspiration of the Vision 2030, the environmental strategy and the key components around the different type of lands, be it rangeland, be it forest, or other key imperatives that are under the strategy, and other. When you look at global or international commitments, there are commitments such as the CBD, the Rio Climate Change Convention, the SDGs. All of those are key components that we need part of our National Action Plan. Now, in terms of the baseline assessment, or one of the key components that we needed, are an understanding of where do we sit when it comes to the initiatives that we have to combat desertification. So for that, we conducted a holistic assessment across 5 main dimensions, starting firstly with the technical assessment of where does the kingdom stand in terms of land degradation. So rangelands, what part of it is degraded versus in good condition, similarly other also type of land.
Moving to the second dimension, the regulatory assessment, where we studied more than 10 laws and understood whether there are key insights or key components that needs to be refined. The third dimension is the economic and financial capability, where we're happy to say that the Kingdom has one of the highest budgets that is allocated to combat desertification and address land degradation across the different strategy that the Kingdom has. The fourth are the regional and international treaties, where the Kingdom is also a proud member of a lot of more than 10 international treaties and also has the potential of joining other international treaties. And finally, we conducted a thorough assessment of the key stakeholders that impact directly or indirectly the different pressures that lead to land degradation and desertification. Now, if we are to focus on what are the main drivers or the main pressures that impact desertification in the Kingdom, there are 7 pressures that are part of 3 drivers. Now, firstly, under natural and environmental, there are 3 pressures. The first relates to the location of the Kingdom, which is predominantly in an arid and semi-arid area, which on its own is a pressure. And then there are the extreme weather conditions, such as sandstorm, floods, and others. But then there's also plants-related hazards, and in particular invasive species that were introduced to the Kingdom over the past decades. For the socioeconomic drivers, we're looking at unsustainable grazing, mainly in the rangeland throughout the Kingdom. We're looking at the human activities and particularly economic activities such as mining or other activities that impact land, or lead to land degradation. And finally, there's community awareness and the different activities that the community undertakes that also impact and lead to land degradation. And finally, under institutional, there are the different policies that were developed, and some of those policies do not favor completely addressing land degradation, but might have a negative impact on it. The last 2 inputs are mainly studies that we've conducted on the different strategies that were developed to combat desertification, particularly the studies that were developed post-2018, which is the second UNCCD framework. We've identified the key topics and the key subtopics that we need to take into account. Now, one key takeaway from the study is that each country developed their own strategy in light of the pressures that are particular to those countries and in light of the different ecosystems that are particular to those countries. And we also looked into the key objective part of the NCCD framework that are also adopted by those countries and that we should adopt part of our strategy. And these objectives could include anything from addressing land degradation, drought, community engagement, fostering partnership among countries to address land degradation. All of this allowed us to develop 3 themes, part of our national action plan. The first theme focuses mainly on land and on how to manage better land and rehabilitate it. The second theme focuses mainly on drought and extreme weather conditions such as floods or sandstorms. And the final theme is the enablement theme that would allow us to implement properly the first 2 themes. Now, if we look at what are the objectives that we have under each one of those themes, under the first we have 5 objectives, and these objectives are mainly defined based on the type of land that we need to be taken care of. So the first 3 objectives address either environmental or natural land, such as rangeland, forest, and others. The second objective, agricultural land, and the third, urban areas and managing better the expansion of urban areas and transportation networks. The third theme focuses on reversing the land degradation or rehabilitating land. And finally, the last objective, focuses on promoting data-driven decision-making, which mainly entails monitoring and having the right governance for taking the right decisions. The second theme includes 2 objectives, one that focuses on drought and one that focuses on improving the resilience against extreme weather conditions such as sandstorm and floods. And the last theme has 4 objectives that are mainly around enablement, be it community supporting the community against desertification, having a better governance overall to limit the impact of desertification, having or developing innovation and research to further enhance the fight against desertification, and finally putting KSA at the forefront of fighting desertification on a global scale. To end it, we have started taking steps for the proper implementation of this National Action Plan. These steps, they span from having the right governance set up and developing it and implementing it, all the way to having research platform, having the right capability buildings, developing monitoring systems, having detailed initiatives that would simplify the implementation, and finally engaging the right stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Ramzi. Now we'll go to Dr. Rami Sakran.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الصوت واضح؟
نعم.
الله يعطيكم العافية وأسعد الله مساكم بكل خير. They enforced me to take only 10 minutes, so I'll make sure I have the clock here, I have the time. Let me start this speech or talk with two sayings. I'll start with the first statement. The first statement is our land and our future. And I think this is a very beautiful motto or saying or statement to have this convention goes with. I'll be speaking about three different points. They're all interlinked. The first thing, it actually relates to the strategies and to the future plans. And as Dr. Mansour and Mr. Ramzi mentioned in the strategy refresh for the land desertification, this is extremely important. And nowadays, since the vision of 2030, we see a lot of national strategies and a lot of action plans. And we see different programs for the vision. All those programs, intersect with one different, with one ministries or different ecosystems, depending on the mandate of each VRO. With all those strategies that are happening, whether the national strategy for water, the national strategy for agriculture, the national strategy for environment, and so on, within that ecosystem of the ministry of MIWA. And when we think about what I work with the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources. We have two main strategies, the national strategy for industry and the national or the comprehensive strategy for mining and mining industries. Those two strategies are very crucial for us to follow. Now, when we have those strategies, all of them, you name any strategies, whether it's sectorial or national, you have a component of that is the initiatives, the delivery of those initiatives. And with those delivery and the execution of those initiatives, there is a big component that Mr. Ramzi enforced and mentioned in his speech, which is the building of the capabilities, the capability development. And this is extremely important, and I will discuss that and why this is important to deliver those strategies. One of the VRO, one of the programs for the vision, it's called the Human Capability Development Program. And this VRO, this program, is one of the 11 programs, and it's actually shared by His Royal Highness. And that tells you the importance of this program. Now, when we talk about the capabilities development, now with those strategies, we have different initiatives. Now, this initiative, for example, the Refresh Action Plan, you will have projects and initiatives in different remote counties. Some of them in the suburbs, some of them in actually very outside remote counties and small towns. And you have people living in those counties, in those cities or those towns. And that's the importance of the community engagement. And the role of community engagement is crucial for any strategy to be delivered, for any initiatives. And a strategy is actually more likely to be successful and for the initiatives to be delivered and executed very well if the community engagement is there, if the community is engaged and they're talking about them. And I have a couple of examples I can actually discuss. I used to work for a county called Al-Ula, and they're actually somewhere there, they have a booth. So in Al-Ula, 4 years ago, I used to work there. What we did, we actually wanted to listen and hear from the local community because you have a heritage site. At this heritage site, you want it to be touristic, but you want to keep the component because you have Lahyanians and you have Nabateans for thousands of years, 2,000, 3,000 years ago. And you're going to bring a lot of people in those heritage sites. So what's going to happen to those lands? You'll have soil compaction. You'll have degraded land somehow because of traffic if you don't manage it well, if the land is not managed. So what we did back then in Al-Ula, we started something called the Coordination Council. The Coordination Council brings in the leaders of the tribes because it's a small town and you have different tribes, and the influencers of those towns, different towns within Al-Ula. And that council was important for us to cascade the message. Anything that the Royal Commission for Al-Ula wanted to do, they actually sit down with the tribes leaders and with the local community, and they deliver the message. And then they go down onto that cascading, if you will. You cannot develop a land or a county or a city without developing its people. And that's why we started back then the scholarship program, and it still exists. Different programs got started because of the local community. And I want you to imagine a place that is, being developed. You bring in different investors, different companies, and the people within that city or that town, it's not touched. And that brings in to the problems of the socioeconomics. And when you develop the people, you will develop the land. Now think about a strategy, a national strategy, for example, the action plan for the land desertification, and think about the initiatives that will be delivered and executed, and it will be delivered by the local communities, the people, we will develop them and give them the capabilities, whether it's upskilling or reskilling. And think about the socio-economic impact of those individuals and their people. Now you think about GDP, you think about the investment in terms of spending for the consumers, the employment rate, women participation, and women parity. You have all of those solved. You get crime rates go down because people are engaged within that. Personally, this is something that touches my heart because I've seen it. We've sent students studying in the US and to France, Australia. And I remember sending them in the beginning. They didn't speak English, they didn't speak French. They go and they study for a couple of years, they come back, and now if you go to Al-Ula, you land. You open the gate for the airport. The first person you see is from the local community. The driver you see is from the local community. The tour guide you see is from the local community. You go to Shar'an, which is the region that has been protected, the tour guides over there, all of them, and that's the cycle. That's where you see it. And this model has been replicated. You see it in Asir, you see it in Abha, you see it in Suda, you see it in Neom, Red Sea, and so on. I will end this session with one saying that I really, really loved. And that's why we need to protect this land. His Excellency Adil Al-Jubair mentioned, we don't live on the land. We live with the land. Thank you.
شكرا لك دكتور علي رامي سكران. Also to consider also the relational value of the communities with the nature. Now we'll go to Mr. Ghulam Shah, the certification strategy in Pakistan.
Thank you, Chair, for providing me this opportunity, and my special thanks to NCVC for inviting me to this very important, event. I would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for making very excellent arrangements for this COP. I think this is a unique COP. That's what I have learned from different, delegates who are attending this COP. My presentation will focus on, in terms of the practical experiences that Pakistan has in terms of, land degradation. So this would be basically the sequence of my presentation. I would try to cover all these topics. Just brief background of land profile of Pakistan, what are the causes of land degradation and what are the driving forces behind that, and some of the responses measures that we have been implementing. So in terms of topography, Pakistan is a country which has, one of the highest mountains in the north, K2. It is the second highest peak in the world. And in the south, we have, mangroves in the coastal area. So it's basically an oblong stretch of 1,000 miles with different ecosystems that exist in this stretch. So basically, we are an arid country. 80% of our land is arid, falls in arid and semi-arid area. And these areas are basically livelihood source of around 2/3 of population whose livelihood comes from these areas. But we also face the issues of land degradation. Currently, we have around 20% of the area facing land degradation. We have little forest, much better than Saudi Arabia, but we have at least 5% area under the forest cover in Pakistan. Much of our area, as I mentioned, is dry land, like Saudi Arabia, and these are very important lands. Particularly, they support livestock production. So nearly 88 million livestock is grazing in these areas. And that contributes around 12% of the GDP, but most of these lands are degraded because of overgrazing and water scarcity and others. And the people in these areas are largely poor, so their livelihood is depending on the natural capital that exists in these areas. So in terms of, the main reasons for our main causes of land degradation, we have a variety of land degradation. So it's wind erosion, waterlogging and salinity, and soil erosion. All these sources contribute. So water erosion is the major source, and then followed by salinity and wind erosion. The key drivers behind these, degradation are extreme events. Sometimes we face extreme drought, so there's no water. But sometimes we face extreme events like floods. In 2020, almost in 2022, we faced severe floods with 1/3 of our country, underwater, and it had impacted. I think the total losses to economy were around $30 billion because of those floods. So these are one of the major areas. Then, because we are an agriculture country, so water governance is another issue, particularly inefficient use of water resources, extraction of, groundwater resources, over-extraction also leads to the problems of land degradation. And because of our use of, water, we have these problems of waterlogging and salinity. Of course, as many other countries face, the urbanization, overgrazing, and deforestation are the other causes. Water, as I mentioned, is the key, area in many dryland areas we have, this issue because they are dependent on water resources. So if there is no rainfall, and then you can face even the problems of people migrating from these drylands to irrigated areas because there's no water for livestock, there's no water for human consumption as well. So we face intermittent droughts. Worst drought was faced in 2020, 2000 and 2002, and which impacted had a lot of impact on, particularly in southern areas in Sindh and Balochistan. And we are considered as one of the water scarce country. Currently, we are touching water scarcity, and we would maybe because of these climate change related issues, we are predicted to achieve absolute water scarcity by 2025. And because water is one of the there's a saying water is life. So it is not only important for the dryland areas, but it's also very important for agriculture areas because our most of our agriculture area, they support a lot of 50% of our economy is supported by agriculture, with a lot of around 25% employment coming from the agriculture sector. So this is very important, particularly for food security and livelihood security of the local communities. Key response measures, we have taken some of these response measures in terms of developing some policies and plans setting in line with the UN CCD convention. We have recently completed a national drought plan. We have set land degradation neutral targets, which we are in process of further refining. But I would like to share some of the examples that we have, practical activities that we have done on the ground. So this is basically the upscaling Green Pakistan program, which is one of the largest ever Pakistan's forest restoration program. And under this program, we have raised around 2.2 billion plants around the across the country. We have increased the protected area coverage from 15 to 18%. And similarly, we had previously in one of our provinces another program which was again a massive reforestation program which covered around 600,000 hectares. It was implemented in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province of Pakistan. These are some glimpses of how these reforestation programs have changed the landscape and provided a good coverage to the area. So this is again another example. The area you can see how much it was degraded before and what's the situation after we did these reforestation activities. Similarly, we have the largest ever this restoration program of mangroves. So we are perhaps one of the only country in the world maybe where mangrove cover is increasing. We have our mangroves have increased by 300% since 1990, and we have registered one of the world's maybe the first mangrove blue carbon project, which has potential to sequester around 127 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent by 2060. So this program, basically this project aims to restore 350,000 hectares mangroves along the coast. In our northern areas, in hilly areas, we have this another program which is called GLOF. It's a Glacial Lake Outburst Program. Again, this is a GCF funded program, basically building communities' capacities, early warning systems to prevent disasters from glacial lake outbursts. Recharge Pakistan is another program which we have recently initiated. Basically, this again program which tends to promote ecosystem-based adaptations in 3 landscapes across the country, with the water harvesting techniques, water management techniques, restoring degraded wetlands. So there are more details. If you are interested, we can provide more details on this. Some of the techniques that we have been using for dry lands, which is much closer to what the landscape Saudi Arabia has. So we are using different dry zone afforestation techniques, including reseeding, low delta crops, using different soil working techniques to revegetate the areas which have been degraded because of overgrazing and other overuse. Water is one of the important area. We have been using different localized techniques for water harvesting, through construction of water ponds, check dams to basically reduce soil erosion, underground water tanks to provide water for the community, for the livestock. So these are all techniques we have been using because this is again another local how we harvest the rain water to do afforestation, reforestation, or raise livestock. So I think this was the last, and we have been, we facilitated three delegations from Saudi Arabia to show all these, different areas where we have done this restoration work. And we are also part of MGI, also supporting in Saudi Arabia in MGI initiative, particularly in establishment of policies and other modalities for MGI establishment. And we would be happy to further continue our support, and if there are any plans to bring any other delegations to visit these areas, we'd be happy to support. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ghulam, for your speech. Very informative. I think Dr. Raja was pleased to see Pakistan map and information. Right? Any questions now? We still have time. Okay, I will have my slide for you, Dr. Ermias. You talked about the inter-science policy interface, and this is my favorite topic, yes. And from your opinion, how fast do the policy and decision makers respond to scientific evidence? Is it fast enough? And how we could accelerate their reaction to including scientific evidence in their decision-making process?
Yeah, I mean, thank you. So I sometimes put myself in the seat of a decision maker. Now I'm a scientist. I can say, this is nice. A policymaker should do this, should do that. And then if you take me and then put me in the minister's seat, and then I will be completely different. So that's why we need to understand. Policies cannot be changed within everyday policies.
Yeah.
So if I tell you my experience from international research, we write a project. The projects may have very good data. We publish the report. We got excited. Then at the end of the day, we will write a policy brief.
Yes.
Then you write policy brief, and then it is just based on very narrow angle that particular thing said. It might not be repeated next day. So as a policymakers, I think policymakers need to digest, understand, check, cross-reference, triangulate, and then make that strategic decisions. So there is a kind of attitude from scientists is that they want to really influence policy on every day. No, that's not how it is. And then there could be competing evidences also coming from different, that's how science is. So the Ministry of Environment will come with their own priority. Ministry of Environment may come from their the research. Different universities in Saudi, for example, may have different perspectives on something. So I think it is really important to also understand what is a policymaker, how does the policy making process happens. But the science policy interface of the UNECCD, it is very simpler because they requested evidence, we bring with evidence, they discussed, they negotiate, they endorse, and they go home. So about the implementation gap, there is huge. I don't want to touch that part, but that's why science need to be part of the discussion, need to be demand-driven. It's not because I got this finding, this research, and then I want to go and then influence policy. So we need to understand how policies are designed, implemented. Otherwise, you may have several policies, competing policies sometimes, and then it might not really help the purpose. But for me, most of the science, the researcher community, they want to have policy influence, policy brief. I think maybe less than 5% of the policy briefs were read by policymakers. And then there is nothing wrong with that. They can't, because there are just huge evidence coming to them. So for me, I think the policy, science policy interface was a perfect platform because first, the decision comes ahead. This is what we want. They frame it. So it's not like every scientist does his own and then give their recommendation. So in terms of adoption of science, I think science policy interface dialogue was very useful because it will give us 2 years to work on that particular topic, and then it will be given back to them. They will read it, they criticize it, comment it, and then finally they will pick something which is interested, which is common to most of the countries. So I think it's really good to understand the process, and then we shouldn't be discouraged that the policymakers are not really picking the recommendation. They do. but they shouldn't take everything. It's obvious and natural. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your answer. This is also works with the policy decision makers' capabilities to improve their capabilities to for the science evidence. Any questions from? Okay, Mr. Ramzi. We'll talk about the key barriers for scaling successful land restoration projects from local to national, and probably for regional scales like SDS problems, how we can handle this.
The key barriers.
Key barriers for
the
scaling up, yes, yes.
So, in any plan or strategy that is being developed, there's always things that we need to consider that would stop or hinder the growth or the implementation of those plans. So when we look at ours, the ones that we have developed, there's always economic priorities, national priorities that country need to take into account before they start scaling those land restoration projects. So if we are to look into what we have developed to maybe limit those barriers, we have taken into account all the priorities that the country has. So there's always a tension point that happens when we talk about developing a strategy or doing land restoration. So should we develop this land for agricultural production, or should we restore it? Should we do urban expansion, or should we safeguard a particular piece of land? And all those priorities needs to be taken into account, because they are, in a way, the barriers that would limit land restoration and land rehabilitation within a particular country. So mainly, I would say economic development or economic priorities that a country has. And then on the other barrier would be more around the community, around the people who are also involved, or who also drive the pressures. So when we look at local communities, when we look at the way behavior impact land, and behavior might also increase land degradation. So this is another barrier that we need to take into account. So to summarize it, I would say on one hand it would be the economic priorities that the country has, on the other hand it would be the community, the behavior that the country has, and these needs to be adjusted to make sure that land restoration is scaled within a particular country.
Thank you, Mr. Ramzi. Thank you all. This is the last question. And thank you, panelists, for your insightful presentation and talk. We were delighted to have you for this last session. We kept the best for the last. I want also to extend our thanks to Engineer Saleh for your open heart, for all the arrangements, and also Muhammad Saeed and Athir. Thank you so much for your organizing the whole event. It's really achievement. Thank you so much, Athir. And we are looking forward to see you somewhere in COP17, probably. Inshallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yes, wonderful.